about all that because now all I do is I run the playlist that I set up for YouTube
Hmm.
in the background so that it picks up all the content and everything for the 24/7. So
Hmm.
that takes crap loads of weight off of the 24/7 live stream. Instead of it being right there on the computer, it's just playing off of the playlist and it's giving views to that playlist.
Hmm.
So it's
Cool.
like a 2 for 1 deal with it.
Cool.
I've got to figure out what the hell just happened. I think the Jitsi just froze up on you. Oh, there it is. That was weird. Let's go back in here. It's
Cool.
like a 2 for 1. All right, so we got that set up on there. I'm gonna go in there and get the 24/7 live stream hooked up with today's stream so that we have it all synchronized together.
Cool.
All right, today's gonna be very very interesting. I'm gonna just put it to you that way. We're gonna end up going over some of the stuff we discussed before. It might have been last year even with frickin' what Mr. Robot was talking about with Project Pegasus.
Remind me. Oh,
It's
you mentioned
yeah, mentioned it in on Teams with you and
yeah.
Nancy. That stuff with David Hancock. People don't understand how weird that shit got. That
Uh,
takes weirdness to a whole new level, man. It really does. It takes weirdness. David Wilcox is probably about as weird as you can get when it comes to shit, to be honest.
so going to be a lot of conjecture.
Conjecture. Yes. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. I'll be
So
right
I'll
back.
stick my serious face on.
Okay, I believe I got everything set up now. On 24/7, it's on there. Now I gotta make sure that the audio's coming through. Watching the thing. Can you hear me? Oh, you're muted now.
Yeah, that's better. Just I'm in the middle of talking to Tan, and I'm just going to reference this room. And
Well, don't let him know anything about the stuff we were talking about. With
I was just going to say we are just about to begin today's streams.
Don't tell him about any of the David Hancock or David Wilcox stuff. We don't want
Do you want
to
to stick on MS Teams? Even though probably nobody's going to join, but do you want to just stick a MS Teams comment?
Yeah, I mentioned something earlier. I'll put a link into the Jitsi if they want to come in. But they never participate, so I really don't expect them to. That's why I'm kind of fed up with using Teams, because it's like getting on there to go on Nancy show is the only reason why I really did Nancy and Naroki show. And
Naoki was quite quiet on Wednesday.
Well, he thought that he had to do an interview or something like that, and
Okay. Yeah. And why I was asking about setting up a date.
Yeah, there was I guess some circuits crossed or some shit. I have no clue why this is not. Oh, there it is. I see the audio kicking in now. It's a little bit behind on schedule. That's fine. At least it's coming across. So I don't really care if it's late. You know what I mean? Just as long as it's streaming on the 24/7 live stream too. If I had to listen to that shit, fucking it would drive me nuts.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. I'm like,
I can barely get through half an hour of me being on the stream or listening to myself.
Yeah.
Never mind 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Well, I mean, it's like if I'm having to listen to what I said like 3 freaking minutes beforehand and then it's still doing the stream, it would drive me nuts. So I'm like turning and staring at the other computer and waiting for the audio on the OBS to register. And it took like about 4 or 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh hell no, dude! If I had to put the headphones on and listen to that shit, I would fucking go nuts. Oh, there's Dan.
Cool.
Dan,
Hi, man.
Tran. Hey, what's up, bud?
Yeah.
Now we have a good section for the religious edition on Untethered tonight. If you want to come in there, I think you're gonna like it. Did you see the post I made for it?
I saw you on chat, not on mine.
I posted the links and everything in there for you if you want to check them out. They're pretty good. Well, Donald Trump, I guess, is he's taking steps to get back into good favor with the religious groups here in the United States. Every time he turns around, he sticks his foot in his mouth, and Nancy keeps saying, "Freaking, he's got a plan. He's got a plan." I'm like, "No, dude, he is an idiot."
He may have a plan, but it might not be an effective plan. Funny enough, I was just listening to a interview, a Telegraph interview with one ex-member of the British Green Party and a existing member of the British Green Party, and their contradictions around the Islam, Jewish sort of religious questions, religious issues.
Okay. Is Nancy going to join?
No, I doubt that. Well, she might if I think I stirred her up this morning.
It's about Trump. Yeah.
Oh no, not
Would
about
have stirred
Trump.
me up a bit.
Well, actually, I got stirred up about Trump and all that yesterday. So, she,
Okay.
well, I finally figured out what that freaking QAnon was. I guess I should have really gone and done more research on it. But when I went in there and they started talking about it, I was like, "Are you fucking seriously?" It disturbed me severely, dude. I did not know half the shit that's
Or as
involved with
Nancy
it.
would call, Nancy claims that Q and on are two different groups.
Well, Q, to be
You
honest, I'm starting to rethink my whole outlook on like January the 6th. To be honest with you, if they
wait.
really believe in that shit, freaking, then that probably was an insurrection.
There's
Mm,
a Q and there's an anon.
Yeah,
yeah.
because the shit that they were talking in chat the other day, that was straight
I won't call them
insurrection.
organizations, I won't call them groups because there's no organization,
Well, I
sort of
mean,
singular organization involved.
they've got an ideology that entails the United States going into martial law, being freaking tried by a military tribunal, and the Constitution of the United States being taken away from American citizens. So that is some pretty fucked up shit if they really believe in that stuff. And they're claiming that Donald Trump is the spearhead of the QAnon operation. So
Really?
yeah, it's some fucked up shit. If what I'm hearing is true, I mean that blew my mind. And I kind of got curious about them in the beginning when they first started out, but I never really got into to to following up on a lot of that stuff afterwards. Like it's like that Viking guy that was at the Capitol building. I had heard of him and stuff. You know what I mean? And I've seen him there before, but or on the videos, but I didn't know much about him. You know.
So you have 3 streams tonight or 2?
I got the 24/7 live stream going. That's covering Kick. It's covering Kick, Rumble, and
I think
Odyssey.
what Tan means is the 3 different shows.
The shows. Yeah, the shows.
Yeah, I'm gonna break them up into sections. It's gonna stay one solid stream.
So the round table, and this thing, and then the headlines, or
Yeah,
or we're done with headlines.
the headlines will be headlines after midnight. That'll be after whatever we do for the wonderful world of weirdness. We did a WoW talk last week, which was okay. But I gotta go through and find out what I need to do for next month on my schedule because we did strange stories already, and then we did WoW talk last week. So I gotta see what's else needed to be done so that I can edit it out and put it on the wonderful world of weirdness. From now on, I'm not live streaming on those channels. I'm just doing it on my main channel. On
How's your buddy John on the
he
wonderful
he
world of goodness?
he's vanished. I mean, he doesn't even
Yeah.
do yeah he doesn't even do gaming videos anymore.
Oh,
I
maybe
think
he got busy with life.
yeah. Well,
Uh,
he has a son who has a disability, and sometimes it gets to a point where he has to stay home. They can't be going to school and stuff, so
Mm, yeah.
they have to really watch him. So I'll be back. I'm gonna go smoke me a cigarette real quick. Um,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna hit the record. We already have the streams up and going. So officially, the wonderful or no, Minds Roundtable weekend event is starting. So I've got it all
All
good to
right.
go. We're past the 5 o'clock hour, so
All right. Yeah. It's 6:08 on my local time here.
yeah, 2308.
Only 08 for you, Mark?
11. Each one's past 11.
Yeah, 11. Yeah, okay. 2308.
Well, just because I say it's started recording doesn't mean you guys need to get quiet and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, come on,
Are you gonna do an intro?
man. You can go ahead
No.
and do an intro if you want to.
We stopped doing intros for Roundtable then.
Well, dude, I keep telling
Hi,
you.
hello,
We
welcome
keep
everybody
going this
to the
hard, you know.
Minds Weekly Roundtable. Is your host Roger the Man Hanson.
I don't think so.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
And your co-host, Lord Edworthy.
Lord Edward.
And I am your loyal minion, Tenhai Tran.
Minion.
Okay, so we do need like a cool background to go on here too. I keep forgetting about that because I set the. Have you seen the backgrounds I put on here finally for the videos, Dan?
Yeah, you mean one of the? Is it in one of those 60-second clips that you posted on Minds recently,
Yeah, they have those.
or 5 minutes clips?
15.
Yeah.
They have them on there, and then on the live stream, I've got it set up too, where we can do them on there too. It does the advertisement or the link for the Minds Roundtable to where they can go to the group on Minds and they know where it's located and stuff. So, and then I got a cool freaking stinger or streamer that goes across the side or down at the bottom. It says Minds Roundtable Weekend Event. So,
Yeah.
Which I still think is a bit too. Oh, actually, no, it's the Minds.com group then. That's just, I think it's too fast.
did you see the one I have for Untethered now? It's got the little name that pops up out from the bottom and then goes back.
The
down.
weird alienish face then in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alien face.
Ish.
Alien is just. I love it. Gotta make sure that media source is turned down. I don't want that too loud.
Right.
I've got the audio on the background too, to where it's when it's playing, it does a serious media-like background for Minds Roundtable. That way we sound serious, and people know that we mean business. Like Bullhorn Barry off of Censorship Sucks. What do you?
Even though that circuitry full round thing is a bit.
Well, see, I don't understand you, okay? You are freaking like all about computers and freaking IT and shit, and you don't like stuff that's cool and about computers and IT and shit. I just don't get that.
It's a bit too much. In my view.
Whatever. That's just it's just wrong, dude.
Sometimes less is more, sort of thing.
I literally went in and I freaking did a computer graphics of a motherboard, dude.
Is it motherboard?
Yes, it's a motherboard. I mean, I literally freaking went in and I modeled it. Okay, I put the motherboard on there and I modeled it. That's what you're looking at right there.
So what are those two specific chipsets that are just over Tan's avatar?
Hey guys, I gotta go on mute for a couple of minutes. I'm gonna make a phone call. I'm picking up my daughter.
Okay. Those chipsets. Oh god, think about it.
Or actually, no. Oh, hey, see? Huh?
Yeah,
What the hell?
So.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's strange.
Mm-hmm. exactly the way. Well, that actually might be the model pick might actually be AI, but I doubt that. I don't think I would have used it on Blender. I just for some reason I don't like the idea of using AI when I use Blender.
Okay.
It seems like sacrilege
Not
to me.
AI, it's machine generative.
LLM, machine generative.
Well, it's not a large language model. It's got nothing to do with language.
Now V is trying to come in, so
Yeah, I wonder what the hell. Yeah,
he's gonna.
Hey guys.
Hey, there
you're
he
in.
is.
Okay.
Now
Hey.
did you get your guest and everything set?
Yes, he's right here, and I'm gonna have him dial in through the phone number. His
Okay.
phone's kind of old, so we'll do it that way.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna mute out real quick. I have got to go smoke my cigarette and get some coffee, and I will be right back.
Well, hold on. Can you tell whether he's gonna be? You hear him or not?
Please, you can. Mark.
You're just a little bit low.
Mark can do it. He's good. He's right there with us.
What do you want me to do?
Do a sound check when he comes in. Make sure he sounds good.
Yeah. You are a bit low.
Connecting to the meeting, please wait.
Huh?
Hello?
Hi. Hello?
Hello, this is Roger.
Okay. You sound weird.
Sorry.
No, Roger's got to let me back in. Not you, the other Roger.
Ah, okay. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Long day.
We have two Rogers on the call.
Looks like it, yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Don't even put your phone number.
I guess enjoy it for the moment. Oh, wow.
Turn it red here.
There we go.
Here we go.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Nice look of your ceiling, maybe.
oh, I had to turn my volume. Okay.
Let's turn my volume. Okay.
Okay. So there's a
Okay,
Nucko.
so there's a Nucko.
Well, there's an echo going on there now.
I can hear you, and then
So, if you're in a regular call, you don't have the ability to mute, do you? Let me look at. Okay, so when you're not talking,
Cool.
you can hear me now.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
This he has a dial-in number. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, that he had some integration in
Right.
SIP.
So, not to confuse everybody, our guest here, his name is Roger Landry. So, you got two Rogers on the call.
What? Roger Landry?
Yeah, Roger Landry. The
Okay,
one and only,
that's like
the legend, Roger Landry.
cool.
I have him here
Cool.
in person.
Why? Doesn't he have a computer, or why is he dialing in through a phone?
Oh, well, long story. I'm in the process of migrating him here to a new home base.
Alright.
So,
Wait, he's with you?
yes, he's here physically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's at the same place, and he's like your desk, literally, basically.
He's downstairs in the studio with me. He's not on his own computer.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, I was just worried if we need to share some screen, you'll be missing out. But if he's with you, then fine.
Yeah, you can see him.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So, I got him downstairs because he likes to pace. He likes to walk and do shows. So, he's got a full circle laps he can walk if he wants to, or he can sit here with me.
And a phone that's not plugged into the wall.
You got a lot of battery.
Right.
It'll work.
It's not plugged in. I can walk around.
Yeah. I can't wait for you to meet the gang here.
Yeah, welcome, Roger Landry.
Hmm.
Is this your first time on the show? This is your first time here? I don't know if you were here last week or.
No, it was last week. I think you did pop in at one point, but we were in a extremely serious conversation.
Can you
about
hear me?
something.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yes, I was just saying
Sorry
welcome.
about that. I wasn't. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So, did V tell you about the crew? So my name is Tan. I am one of the what do you call it, Mark? One of the usuals.
Yeah, I go with that.
The guy's
And,
a computer genius.
Excellent.
don't listen to him. Don't listen to me. The real host, Roger Hansen, he just stepped out for a smoke. He'll be back and then the other host is Mark Edworthy. We call him Lord Edworthy.
Okay.
All right, so that's the whole crew.
Because he's an Englishman.
Because he's an Englishman, that's right. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Roger.
Well, I spent some time in the Navy. I worked for Raytheon as a systems engineer, and then I started my own company called the Liberty Beacon Project,
Sounds
fixing
exciting.
computers.
Okay.
Okay.
What, domestic
It was.
or corporate or domestic or enterprise?
Consumer or
Domestic.
corporate.
You talking about PLB?
Yeah, the Liberty Beacon. I can't hear you with my headset. I can hear them, but I can't hear you.
Because I'm muted.
Okay.
Hey, while you're talking, I'm going to be muted.
Okay.
To avoid
Well,
the echo,
actually,
I guess.
They can hear me very clearly.
They can hear you.
Yes,
but I
yes,
can't- but
yes.
I can.
They can hear me through your phone.
But I can hear you because I'm in the same room with you. not through the
Yeah.
headset.
That's right. you guys,
We got it covered.
you guys, you just use the same microphone. Yeah,
We
yeah,
could,
yeah.
but he doesn't
Yeah, we can hear
hear
both of you fine.
Yeah,
I was a nuclear submarine sonar tech, just like my buddy here, and that's how I met him, and that's how we got to know each other. But we sailed the ocean blue, 60,000 feet underneath the surface, all day long, trying to hide from everybody in the world.
Sounds exciting.
The thing of it is, our job was to make it as leastly exciting as possible.
yeah. Actually, I would imagine it's quite a boring sort of day-to-day sort of thing.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
hell yes. And we're talking,
Yeah,
you know,
but so if
45,
it's
sometimes over 60 days.
if it's boring, then you're doing your job, right? But
Exactly. If it's not boring, you oopsed somewhere.
wow. So B, I think did you join last week? I came in late last week. I don't know if you were there.
I had been out for the past couple weeks.
I see. Okay, so how?
Last week was Saturday, wasn't it? We had to move it to Saturday, and you couldn't join. Sam.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah,
Rescuing Roger from
I couldn't join either.
from jury.
He was rescuing me.
Mm.
We've been friends for a long time, and it goes one way then the other.
How's your health holding up, B? Last time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm alive. What can I say?
Okay.
I don't like being a Debbie Downer.
Okay, that's good.
So,
good to know.
yeah. How many cigarettes is Roger smoking?
Yeah, no, he's probably smoking a pack.
Cigar. Cuban.
The mic on your phone is really good.
This Roger quit smoking a little over a year ago, and I haven't even had the urge to go back.
Cool.
Good.
Yeah.
And I was at almost 2 packs a day for a while.
Was it easy to quit? What?
No, no, it wasn't.
Okay. Okay. Is V trying to talk?
Yeah.
He's through your microphone, Roger.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna echo if I use my mic. I don't know. Anyways, I got to the point where I told myself I wouldn't smoke anymore if I reached a full pack of cigarettes in one day, and it got to that point, and I quit cold turkey after that. I keep my promises, even to myself.
That's what I did. I just told myself I was going to quit, and my wife bet me, "There's no way in hell you're going to quit," and so I bet her, and I won the bet. Understood.
Okay.
So that's the motivation. Okay, the betting.
That's it. This beautiful little Puerto Rican girl gives you a challenge. You throw it right back at her.
Yeah, so this is the guy who not only did TLB Delivery Beacon Media Project, but started the TLB Talk You're talking to the originator, the man, right there.
Wow. Okay. So is Roger the techie or the business guy on the team?
Both.
Yeah, you can say both.
Ah, okay.
I took it from the bottom to the top.
Oh, wow, okay. How's that going? Because the last time you were trying to get it going on the show live, and you had some kinks to work out.
I haven't been doing it for a while, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get back to it, but I'm going to try. There have been issues with me and other things that have pretty much got in the way. And when my friend here said, you want to do a radio show, it was like a little bit of nostalgia just come up and bitch slap me. So yeah, it was, let's do that.
Yeah, well, we're going to get everything booted back up. But again, I need to replace people and fill in spots that are vacant.
Yep. The Liberty Beacon.
So, yeah, this is kind of the pool of guys that I've been wanting to recruit from. I have every expert here. We have Mark Edwin, who is... he has no technical background, but he's really good at terms and services. Cool. A very good legal mind. And I hope to have Tan Hai help us on the coding that we need to do as well. I haven't fully convinced him yet.
Yeah, I'm a coder.
I step away for a minute and look at the craziness here.
Yeah, man, you.
I thought we were
your
thinking
fault.
you were smoking
Yeah.
a Cuban or something.
Well, no, what happened was, see, I was going to smoke a cigarette and I come back in and my brother had made freaking sloppy joes with pancakes, dude.
Wow.
You can't freaking pass that up.
Well, you can, but you got to be brain dead.
I got Pepto-Bismol too, so everything's cool.
Well, you know, it's finally happened. We have Roger and Roger.
Yeah.
Roger squared.
It's hip B squared.
Oh, see?
I hear like this really insane echo.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Lord
I-
Jandy's
yeah.
listening room.
You guys are
So
sitting.
when you're not talking, just you gotta hit the mute button.
You guys are sitting next to one another, aren't you?
Yeah, one's
we're
using a
pretty close together. You're supposed to be walking circles.
I don't have a mute button. Oh, I do.
Yes, you do.
Where?
Echo cancellation too. If you got it, that would.
There we go. We
one's
have,
using a conventional phone, so be limited sort of when it comes
Yeah,
to.
we're both on phones right now.
Well, now if you guys need my help, I can do the mute and unmute for you, but you'd have to let me know when to unmute and shit like that. That's.
Oh, he showed me how to do the mute button, and I'm supposed to be this super intelligent electronic technician, so hopefully I'll remember that for the next hour.
Yeah.
But yes, I should be able to take care of the mute button now.
Okay. Now, Tan is on the road. He's doing deliveries or something. He's picking up and dropping kids off. He's got kids and he's usually driving them to and from places. So last time I seen him, he was actually in his car. So that's probably what he's doing today.
I'm still in my car. I'm still in my car. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm still in the car.
You delivering the kids?
I'm delivering the kids.
Yeah.
I'm the driver.
Now you remember if you stop by any grocery stores. I want to see the meat
Supermarket.
department. Yeah, supermarket meat department, man. I was bragging about that yesterday, like how freaking big the fish are in Canada, dude.
You just want to see if they sell horse meat on.
I was going to say, he wants to see if there's any Soylent Green there.
We'll see.
I have never seen.
Yetis.
I've never seen Yeti or horse meat here, man. But apparently they sell it somewhere.
I wasn't gonna mention any of that stuff, but these guys did it for me. So,
Well, Roger, now that you're back, I want other Roger to introduce himself to you.
okay.
Roger Landry is his name, Roger. He sounds very familiar. The name. Maybe it's a popular
Yes,
name.
my name is Roger Landry, and I am ex-Navy, and I have been with this guy for many years, and we've done a lot of stuff online. I had an online site called the Liberty Beacon, and I haven't been able to do it for about almost a year now, so I don't think it's got a hell of a following at this point, but at one point it did have a very big following. And I have caught an interest due to my friend here with all of you. This is an intelligent, funny, humorous group, and I really am enjoying the hell out of this. So thank you.
All right, man.
Well, within 15 minutes, you decided that we're a humorous, intelligent group.
Well,
I'm accusing you of that.
Yeah.
be
Yes,
careful.
this was an accusation. Blunt one.
Yeah. There. Okay, that's better.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Hannah's the skeptic.
Yeah. I'm a religious guy, but turns I sound skeptical on most stuff, don't I?
Yeah. It's
More so
really
than
weird
me.
how that works.
Yeah, right. I'm a walking contradiction.
And you're
Oh,
from
geez.
Canada.
Yeah.
Well,
Why is it when he said that you're from Canada, at least three of us laughed?
it's because we're from America, and
Yeah.
only Americans can understand the humor in that. You know what I mean? It's like,
Well, yeah, I thought V is also from Canada.
oh, he's close. He's
Oh,
up in
no.
Chicago.
Oh, no.
Oh, right. No. I got it mixed up. I got it mixed up with another guy.
So, man, I was thinking maybe it would have been the wait, no, you had the clown guy on what 2 weeks ago, right? So he's already been on.
Yeah, Daryl.
Yeah,
Nickelback Daryl, yeah.
Nickelback Daryl, yeah.
So yeah. Well, it's good to meet you,
Why does
Roger.
that sound familiar to me?
Well, there
Oh,
was.
it's
Spoken to him before.
It's good to meet all. It's good to meet all of you, and I'm really enjoying this. I am.
I actually found out too that you know Dave Kelso as well. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Dave told me about you. He said he likes you. He's a pretty straight up guy. So
Well, the problem with not being straight up is that if you're dealing with a bunch of people who do reporting for a living, they're going to find out you lied. So if you can avoid telling even the smallest lie, then 2 months, 3 months, 5 months down the road, you're not saying, well, I didn't mean that when I said it.
right. Yeah, I just tell people straight up I'm too stupid to lie. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you know how much effort goes into
You stupid, Roger. Never.
you know how much effort goes into lying. To be honest, everybody thinks it's easier to just lie.
I think you just play stupid. Wait, that came out wrong.
No, you hit
I,
that
I
all.
was so shocked with the depth that you went into and all with in the last couple of episodes on the was it the tether
Untethered.
untethered? Yeah.
Yeah.
Clowny kind of guy. It never occurred to me to be that depth, to have that depth that you just went into.
Well,
Whew.
a lot of the stuff that's been happening lately has really gotten. It's kind of like everything around us has like stepped up its game. You know what I mean? So it's not about being a joke anymore when it comes to some of that stuff. So
No, everything is planing in an upward direction. You're oh so right.
like usually I like to keep things lighthearted. You know what I mean? But there's some things.
Yes.
There's been some things that's just a little bit too serious, and I just really, I just really wish I remember exactly what it was you were talking about. 'Cause I have no.
Not, you don't remember? I'm not gonna tell you.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
All right.
The thing that we were talking about on Untethered last week was the stuff about Iran. I remember that, and then I think we did headlines after midnight last week too.
No, no, probably not unfettered. It was that thing where you went into um the we kind of dealt into religious, a little bit of the religious stuff.
Oh, Gilgamesh. Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
See, now you caught me on my good
Jeez.
side. You caught me on where I was trying, dude. Like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Oh God, I love that stuff. I love it.
That's your itch, huh?
Ancient history is where it's at. No, you know what I mean. You don't even have to be talking about the whole ancient aliens and all that stuff. Like if you just get into ancient history, you will love it. That's all I have to say. Like there is nothing better. Like when you start talking about freaking the ancient Sumerians, because at first when I first started getting into the Sumerians, I was like, no, whatever. But then I started reading about them, and I realized, man, this is some seriously good stuff, quality stuff. So, I mean, I fell in love with it.
Are you muted?
All right. I'm gonna go mute it for a couple of minutes. I just got home. Let me put in some stuff, sir.
I think he was talking to Roger.
Well, history is great and all, but when you're calling news, I couldn't. Too funny.
You watching baseball?
What did you want? What did you want?
Oh, you're not talking, so mute. Just getting in the habit of muting and unmuting. The screen's got to stay alive, though. That's probably what's confusing you.
I'm looking for the mute button.
Hey, you don't worry about that mute button, man. We'd rather hear you than be any day of the week.
Well,
man.
I got to tell you something. If you were ever on a submarine with this guy for an extended period of time, you've reinforced that.
Well, you know, I've had to edit some of the stuff that he's been on with me, and I'm going to tell you right now, it was the most excruciating experience of my life, man.
Okay, try being on a nuclear submarine with him where you cannot get away. You cannot leave. You cannot slam the door. He's there with you. Day in, day out. And he's also one of my favorite people on the planet.
Yeah. I've never been on a submarine.
Yeah, okay. I'm joking with him.
we had this one show. Well, we have this one show that we go on that where he has to behave, and V does not know how to behave whatsoever.
Okay, we agree. He does know how to make people laugh, but behave, no.
No. Like I've just now edited up until January. I finished off December of last year, but now I got to go from January to now. So, it's like this is the edited. I have to edit the stuff I already edited. You know what I mean? So, like I went through, got it to where he's decent, he's behaving, he's not being crazy. I got that on the Quantum Gathering. Editing.
Roger is trying to show you his ability to play the world's smallest violin.
Well, no, not really.
Wait a minute. What would you say?
No,
It's not the world's smallest violin.
I wish that was the case. You know what I mean? I really wish that was the case. But I'll tell you what, he has made it interesting content for the Headlines After Midnights, because he's the pickup artist, so he's got a lot of content in there where he tries to be all sexy and stuff for the women, and I just put it on Headlines After Midnight.
Did you say try? There's no try. What are we doing?
Allegedly.
Ese muy bueno.
Yeah.
So, are you back at home, or are you over at Roger's place right now?
Roger's here with me. He's back home.
Okay, good. Just wanted to double check. I had to step out, so I wanted to check out, see what's going on. It's good.
Oh no, we're at his house, getting comfortable.
Now, is he being nice to you?
Now, as long as I have known this guy, this is probably the nicest he's ever been to me.
Good.
But he is basically my big brother.
Good.
Not my older brother. I'm the old guy. He's just bigger than me.
I told him to be extra nice to you, because if he didn't, I was going to come up there. I'm only like maybe 6 hours away, so he knows. He knows. I mean, I'm skinny and I'm not as big as he is, but boy, I climb mountains really good. He better take care of you. Is what I told him. I said that.
Considering the women that you date, you better.
No, that's true. I ain't got no modesty. I mean, heck, there's nothing wrong with big girls. As long as they're not drunk. You can't handle freaking alcohol on a drunk girl's breath. You know what I mean? That's just no.
Yeah, or unless they're Puerto Rican, because they have names that take it. Yeah. Oh, this is my wife's name. She's Puerto Rican. Maria Juana Barrios Vicentes Garcia Landry.
Oh wow.
That's her name. Yeah.
Wow.
And you actually hurt their feelings if you don't use the whole damn name sometimes.
Well, my grandpa told me something though. He's like, you don't hurt a Puerto Rican girl's feelings either, because they got razors they put up in the side of their mouth.
Yeah.
And whenever
I've been married to this one for over 20 years. He's absolutely gorgeous, but if you piss her off, yuck!
Mm-hmm. You'll hear it. You will hear it.
Yeah. And you'll feel it too.
Yeah. When I was living in Florida, I used to remember, I was a kid back then, but whenever you accidentally called a Puerto Rican girl a Cuban, they would freaking get so mad at you. They will.
They want to whoop your ass, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's like, are you
Yes.
Are you serious?
I know.
Like, you don't ever.
I was stationed down in Key West for a while. And I saw some crazy shit going on down there. Oh my God. Halfway to Cuba.
I'll tell you. Now, is it true that there's cats down there with extra paws? With 3 paws?
If you wish to believe so, yes.
I've heard people say there's cats down there in Key West that have like 3 paws.
No,
Okay.
none that I've seen. Of course, there could be some that, freaks. That's a possibility, but no, that's not a normal.
Well, see, I've lived in Florida. I've never made it to Key West though. I never, because like I said,
Mr. Hanson he's an expert at getting women pregnant. He has a method for every type of woman.
well, getting them
Mr.
pregnant's
Hanson.
not really that
Mr.
hard.
Hanson.
I mean, if
You
you
have
if,
to
do I have to explain to you how to get
Okay.
women pregnant?
Thank you, but no.
I've got 2 daughters, so no, I don't think you have to explain it to me. I've got 2 daughters.
Well,
I mean, that
so
was
tell me about Italian women.
Oh. Dan's on right now, so I don't want to say nothing because Dan will get mad at me, and he's the little Oriental dude. You know how those guys are. He'll come driving down here, and I seen him on YouTube practicing his jiu-jitsu. And like he knows karate and stuff, so I don't want to mess around. I'll be opening the door one day, and this little Oriental dude just whooped the shit out of me. You know what I mean? He's like, I gotta be careful, cause I used to do that. I used to talk smack to Tan, and then I saw his YouTube video, and I was like, no, I can't be doing that. I ain't gonna get my. It's bad enough he's from Canada, but you know what I mean? He's a short Oriental dude, too. That's kind of embarrassing. So.
It's been a long time since I've heard someone use the word Oriental.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That is strange.
You know what? One of my favorite flavors of ramen growing up was the Oriental flavor. Now it's soy sauce flavor.
Soy sauce flavor.
Oriental is politically incorrect, my friend.
Whatever.
I ain't saying a word.
So, see, I don't keep track on all the whole politically incorrect stuff because I'm too old for that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and then Naroki, I go on Naroki's show and he's got all these freaking abbreviations and shit. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is an incel? Like, and then he turns around and he tells me that is involuntary celibate, and I'm like, why would somebody be a celibate involuntarily? You know what I mean? Maybe they shut their penis off or something.
Don't get you loaded over there.
I'm not. One.
Well, you know,
Roger's loving the gummies over here.
I just popped one.
you be careful with those gummies, because when freaking V takes them, he's gone by 10 o'clock. Like, you can't even have a conversation with the dude.
If you even blow smoke in this direction, he's gone.
Yeah. Well, just be careful, because whatever he's taking, that's some strong shit. I mean, you should hear him sometimes. You'd be amazed.
Dude.
I've known him a long time. I've heard him sometimes that you would be amazed. But he was younger then. Yeah, he was younger.
Okay.
I would say innocent, but I don't think he's ever been innocent.
I was gonna say, I have never been innocent.
I just said that.
Alright, so looks like Cam is having some issues. He probably had to go off the thing real quick. I am going to step away again for a second, so I've got to go in there and take some of that Pepto-Bismol.
Don't poop yourself, all right?
Well, I mean, you know, I wasn't joking when I said freaking pancakes and a hamburger helper, dude. That I actually did eat some of that, and it's just wow.
I'm disappointed he's not on the show.
Who?
Hanson number 2.
Oh, Robert. There's a good chance he'll be on here before long. He's been wanting to get involved in some of this conversation because we later on tonight we're going to have a conversation about David. I keep wanting to call him Hancock. David.
Yeah.
What's his name again? Oh God.
David
Wilcock.
Yeah. I wanted to say Hancock myself
Oh, that
as well.
guy. Well, why are we talking about him?
But why are we talking about him?
He was just reported having committed suicide in front of police officers.
Really?
Yeah, big news.
Well, depends on your perspective.
Well, I mean, it's like I said to you, Mark. You're more of a logical, rational kind of guy, but you need to understand, like, the majority of people today are more open to talking about UFOs and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm the rational person, and everybody else isn't rational. That's what you just said.
Well, the majority of people today they're at least open up to the idea of discussing UFOs and
I'm not sure if the
aliens
majority of
yeah,
people.
I have people all the time, just not even really into it. They always have their perspective on UFOs and aliens.
But you open up the conversation. It's not like you go down to your local grocery store.
Yes, I do.
Talking to the cashier about the price of grapes and then having a long conversation about UFOs.
You should pay attention, dude. You'll hear it in the grocery store. You'll hear it at the restaurants, the pubs. They're all talking about this stuff, man. If it's not about UFOs and aliens and ghosts, it's about conspiracies. Everybody's talking about it.
I think in the UK we're talking more about politics at this present moment.
Well, that's actually a part of all of it, because like what you call politics, I call like garbage media. It's not really real. That's why I don't.
Sorry, you talking about UFOs and stuff, and then you say actual politics is not real.
That's you can lump that politics up into that. That's the same shit. Like the fact that you're actually like calling what you're calling politics real politics is just kind of defeating the purpose. Like immigration and shit. That's just
that is real politics. That's politics that's happening at this present moment. Therefore, real.
Hey guys, I've got a pack of mayonnaise that's yellow.
Throw that away, man.
Yes, it sounds like it's off.
I would like to know what the significance of.
I thought it was mustard.
It's been out in there for too long.
My God! Oh my God! We almost had a major crisis here.
Did you put that on?
That was almost a major crisis.
Did you put that on anything?
If you consumed it.
No, I did not.
Okay, good. Don't put that on anything. Throw it away.
What does it smell like?
And don't smell it.
I did know it.
Yeah, don't smell it. You said it was in a packet?
Check the best before
Yeah.
date.
Yeah. It blew me away.
It'd be kind of messy if it wasn't in the packet.
Yeah.
It's called Dukes. Yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
Okay.
Little weird oddities. I like that stuff. Like that.
Yeah.
So, I may have to drop out of stream because I have to pick up package upstairs, but I could be back. Hold on, let me see.
Okay.
Okay, not yet.
Okay.
So, anyways, yeah, I missed the last couple weeks.
Yeah. Wonder what was happening with you on yesterday's and last Thursday's streams.
He had to do some traveling and stuff, so he finally got home. Everything's straight for him. It was like he sent a message to me and told me what was happening. I was like, take care of business before worrying about all that.
Saw your message on last Thursday.
No, Robert wants me to set it up for him, so he should be coming in here in a little bit to talk. If you guys want to talk to him, he said that he misses you too, V, and he's
Great.
he said you be here and talk to him, because he's got a lot of important things to say about ancient aliens that you need to hear.
That's great.
So he's really catching on when it comes to that show, dude. Like, there's a lot of parts in there that people don't catch on to, and he starts having conversations with me as soon as I wake up, and I'm like, dude, I cannot wake up and the first thing I hear is freaking ancient aliens. I was like, I cannot do that. I'm just now,
Okay.
you know, I'm waking up.
You were saying that everywhere you go, you listen to things about UFOs. I'm just picturing this sort of image of a moth attracted to the light, sort of thing.
Are you trying to say that this is supposed to be like actually seeing patterns in freaking wood and stuff like that?
I'm just saying that like attracts like.
Ooh, that sounds so gay, dude. I mean, seriously. I mean, when you go on. When you go on.
Are we official yet? I'm sorry. Roger wants to know. Are we doing a show right now?
Yeah, we're on the show right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're on the show.
You were saying.
When you go to the store, okay, and you're just having small talk, pay attention to what people are talking about around you.
Generally, when I'm having small talk with people, I'm just talking about, I don't know, the weather and how's your day been. We aren't talking about weird little green men from Alpha Centauri.
Now, Tan said he's at his daughter's confirmation rehearsal, so
Okay.
that's why he had to mute out and drop out. See, that's why I'm saying he's always picking up and dropping kids off all the time, so he's probably doing something like that. So,
you know, you guys talking about ancient aliens. I want to talk about ancient parasites. Do you
that's
know?
actually, yeah.
Jude, do you want to talk about horror? There's no horror movie that mankind come up with that can top the horrible creatures that was in the Jurassic period or any other periods. There's the lamprey, which still exists today, is the same as it was 360 million years ago?
Mhm.
Because it's Mother Nature's perfect freaking life form.
Well, yeah, it hasn't evolved. It
has
hasn't evolved.
not
It hasn't
evolved.
needed to evolve. Not
Actually,
necessarily that means that it's perfect.
listen, it can survive almost indefinitely because of the way it is. Actually, today's version has less teeth, but essentially it's the same. Do you know? Uh, I forgot which time period it was, but yeah, it's around 360 million years ago. They had ticks that once engorged were the size of uh, grapes or small lemons. They have fossils of this stuff, and it's they didn't have okay. You know, like mosquitoes that have what do they call it? You know, when you get like a shot and you don't feel anything, you get like a numbing feeling. Uh, when mosquitoes, you know, they bite you, they didn't have that
Yeah.
back in the day. They had razor serrated barbs out of the front of their heads, and they tore and ripped until they got blood. It's brutal. Some of the stuff is brutal. Like some of the ticks have like just basically drills. They don't have proboscis. They have drills, it's horrendous. The stuff that they do when they get inside you and live inside you. The dinosaurs, the biggest killer of dinosaurs were parasites because they had no immunities, no defense against it.
Mhm.
They couldn't scratch, they couldn't preen, they couldn't groom. So whatever latched onto a dinosaur, that was it for life. Either the dinosaur survived or it didn't.
I don't know. Depends on the dinosaur.
I'm sorry,
just
it's just some nerdy stuff I got into this morning.
Some dinosaurs can groom or were able to groom, even if it just means going up to a tree and rubbing itself on it.
Oh no, these things had claws and everything. Once it was on you, it was on you. That's what the guy said in the presentation. That's what the archaeologist said. So a lot of the stuff like would just bore inside of you. We're talking Corellian death worms from Star Trek, that kind of stuff. I thought it was fascinating. I'll find the video that I watched and send to you guys later. But anyhow, Roger. Oh, my doctor's calling me, so I gotta take this. I'll be back. So
Okay.
Oh, come back in. Okay.
Hello?
Hi. Hi.
Okay, I'll figure it out. What's his name? They trying to upsell me?
I can barely hear you.
They didn't have your underwear at Walmart.
Hey, underwear, Walmart.
So we'll have to go in person somewhere. Underwear.
There's some in the stuff I saw today. The stuff I saw today, there was underwear in there.
Yeah, you have 4 pair.
Yeah.
You need more.
Well, 4 pair will last me at least 8 days.
Okay.
Talking about your underwear drawer. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said yeah. So
Yeah.
how's your day in the UK?
Not too bad, I think. Yeah, it's been okay.
That's all
Yeah.
right.
Getting back in.
Here comes it. Go ahead. Jump in.
Let's see what we can do here.
Yeah, no, things are gonna get a little chaotic in here because
It
like
is getting a bit chaotic
Can you hear
already
anybody?
because we've got people at
Yeah, I can
different
hear.
volumes. It's
Oh, can I hear you?
weird.
Can you guys hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
If you don't hear anything,
Oh, well, I was just asked
can
to
hear
ask
the
you if you
third
could hear me. Okay, yes, they can hear me.
Now, hold on a minute. Robert, can you hear me?
I can hear you. That one with the phone, the other person in the back, or sound like there were two people there.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, okay.
I think B decided he's gonna share the phone instead of being on here with two separate ones.
People need to get professional hardware.
He's from New York or Canada.
No, B is from Chicago,
Oh, Chicago. Oh, okay.
or he's in Chicago now. Now Mark Edworthy is from England,
Indeed. Yep.
and Roger is visiting B up in Chicago right now.
How you doing?
And I'm from
Chicago
Rhode Island.
guy?
He's from Rhode Island.
Oh, Rhode Island. Okay.
Roger, this is my brother Robert. If you haven't figured out that yet, it's Roger Hanson and
Hello, Robert.
Hi. I hope you're doing all right.
Doing good. Thank you very much for asking.
Okay. So what is the conversation of tonight?
Last time we left off talking about how if B treats Roger badly, we're gonna go up there and mangle him real bad.
Oh,
You go.
well, you
Yeah,
never-
there might not be much left for when you get here.
Okay.
If he treats me bad. But
Okay.
him and I have been friends for many years, and the one thing that we have in common is that's my big brother.
Mm-hmm. He better treat you good. He better give you good food and everything every day of the week. That's the
He does.
important part. The important part is the food.
Yep.
It's got to be good. Not any of that shabby
Yep.
Chicago garbage, like imported from France.
I remind you, you guys live in the US. Good food and US doesn't really mix.
Yeah, like like the Norwegian brown cheese.
Yeah. And you heard of the fish that come out of Iceland? Like the worst fish in the world, dude. Like just disgusting. They got fish that with like unicorn horns on them. And the Vikings used to freaking take the horns off, take them back to Europe, and tell everybody that they had killed the unicorns and they were selling them as just good luck charms and stuff.
I think you're going to have to provide some citations on that one.
That's the truth.
Sure. You're going to have
In
to
Norway, you can
demonstrate.
take a shark, hang it in your backyard, and let it cure, and feed off of it. A full-size shark, as long as it's full-size, not no young one. You can set it in Norway and chop it up and sell it, or even eat it. Wouldn't you like to do that?
Never eaten shark.
Well, I wouldn't say you want to eat it raw, but a whole shark, that's pretty dang good.
Depends on what the shark, what breed of shark.
Well, yeah, that's true. But at the other end of Norway, where they got this thing about when you anchor they in this one certain area, this one part of Norway where you got to raise your anchor before you go into this one area, because there's boats that actually have got blown up because of old material from um, Russian Russian submarine boats and all that got blown up. Well, stuff got scattered there through the war. You know, the Germans and the Norwegian tells all the boat people when you go into that area, make sure you do not have your anchor dragging on the thing because you never know what you drag it. You know, all sorts. It was a bunch of boats that got people who gotten hurt or killed from it.
Okay.
But yeah, and what's going on up there in Chicago?
Where are we going to be at?
I'm just saying, you can walk non-stop in circles.
This is right here.
Full-blown circles.
So
where it's going out.
yeah, well, and quite the things good that's going on. Like up in Norway, they got all sorts of things. Like
But you see what's going out?
I don't know. Can anybody hear me? This is Roger.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Well, okay, they're saying they can hear me.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Hey,
you.
Roger, you what at times you're going up, and then sometimes you like it's going down a little bit.
Perfect place for pacing. I'm gonna walk around.
Okay.
Whoever, hey Roger, ain't that the comical thing? He's Roger, and remember that I forget who it was. His name was Robert, and I'm Robert. Boy, you talk about topsy turvy. Well, I know at one time when he was talking, he was going up and down. Not so much an echo, but his tempo or his you,
Can hear me now, right?
Yep.
You keep asking me, and the answer has always been yes.
I can hear you. You will. But I thought.
no, because you're what you call it, mute, and so is B.
Yeah, they're in the same room. Hence why one's muted. Due to feedback.
I call them the Hanson squared.
Okay, so we've got two Rogers on the call.
And we got two Hansons.
Okay.
Yep. Can't go too far without that. Okay. No, Ancient Aliens claiming that the ice ages, each thing that's happened, like the landmass from the first ice age, and then at the end of it, the water has went up and up but during each of ice ages, they have found in the ocean of different civilizations, and they have found parts of like Egypt in far away places um, from Egypt, and they have found they dug, the big drills, not like the things that make big holes in the ground, like when you look for oil. Well, they have found a big old pot of coins from all through different time periods of Silk Road, Egypt, Norway, and all. I mean, well, it's enough coins from all over the place. Like a computer disk, how tall it is. It's about that tall, filled with coins that they found. It was popped up out of the ground. And plus there's like Area 51, and Area 52, and one the Australia have where the Australia and the UK. I mean, not the UK. Sorry about that.
Sorry,
Australia.
it's not Area 52. I did some research on it this couple of days ago. It's actually Project 52. There's no area that is designated as 52.
What is that one from Australia? That Australia and the UK, the US. Sorry about that. Works together, but it's high security. Best way I can put it, shady thing goes on there. They don't permit certain people, and all that. Security's up there, like area, up there on, and found out that there's another place set offside of area. Well, not well. I'm so used to saying it, but Area 52. There's another place. It's got some letters and numbers to it, and supposedly they got like 10 flying saucers of the U.S. up in there. They're experimenting. They done all of that back check with the alien crafts and all that. Plus, the thing of it's hard to. They brought it was on the internet about not on about well, you know how north and south poles, how it when it wibbles, how it makes. Well, however, it does the thing about making 24-hour a day. Well, the people were making a statement about, that however they come across this is that they find out that they're using the thing saying that I guess when worlds just started, or however they come up with this, that it was a 6-hour daylight to a 6-hour night, and gradually the light it got more and more longer through the centuries of Earth did, and they like with NASA, well, they're coming out with all sorts of things like in the NASA where what do you call that, clean room? Well, they showed that on there about they had to pull it back in from what planet is that with the rings on it?
Saturn.
Okay, the satellite went through Saturn's rings and got decommissioned, or something happened to it, and they sent a probe out because for some reason, well, they towed it back in and they sealed it up in a special container.
Well,
on
you
the
know what?
shuttle.
Uranus also has rings too.
Is it?
Oh,
Absolutely.
and
Oh,
yeah,
please.
my yeah, it's
Jesus.
my anus, yeah. Okay, that's a good one.
But honestly, truly, it does. Uranus has been discovered to have rings as well.
But they're saying that well, they brought it back, and when they did, they put it in a containment field in a containment room. But what it does is they set it up to where they can watch it and all that. And in NASA, they showed that actually some kind of, I don't know, biological stuff is all through it on the probe, and it's growing something, and they're not knowing what it is, but it's a complete we can contain in the room, and it's all from during in the 80s it was where and they were having problems with other things going on there. You got
Well, you know what? There's always probing of Uranus. Now, what does this have to do with ancient aliens? I'm missing what you're getting at here.
Yeah, I'm missing.
well, I guess, but that's up to you, I guess. Poking at your Uranus.
Uranus. What's Uranus's chemical makeup?
But they have came across some things they did. NASA did, and well, like it's like the secret in New Mexico, the new airlines, the government, it's supposed to be for space exploration, but it's an airport in New Mexico. Well, mysteriously, it was discontinued, the ideal and all that. The thing was all shut down. And have you ever heard of Nazis? It's a, I guess you could say a cheesy movie or whatever, but about the Nazis before the war ended. They went to the moon and set up a base.
Yeah. Terrible film, but yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah, there's all kinds of iterations of that played out scenario.
Yeah. And the thing over there, and there's people out there, okay. I just don't see the thing of, and they're like on Ancient Alien, there's wide varieties of like 20 types of aliens they're saying, and like underground complexes. Problem is, if the ice age has hit and these things are taking you down there, but you would think that you would acquire some kind of light or something, because you're under the ground for, I don't know, as long as that ice age lasts. And they're bringing up this thing of like the ant people, the praying mantis and all that, and that thing about aliens not too far down, but far enough that, well, when they fell through, they battled the aliens for getting people free. They were. And
okay, so
a
Robert, I've got
Huh?
a problem. I got a problem with the whole insectoid thing. So the reason why that's not very plausible is that to have an exoskeleton, oh boy, it would have to be so thick. It would have to be. You'd have to have enough resources, enough nutrients to have thick chitinous armor to support the weight of an insect that size, and it simply doesn't. Our atmosphere doesn't support that. Even back in the Jurassic area, when you had huge insects, I mean, you had centipedes, as long as a person,
Which I say,
and all this stuff. But however, the atmosphere back then was so much thicker and more and richer than today's atmosphere, which is why the bugs today are so much smaller than they are in the Jurassic period. So the idea of actual insectoid people is not very plausible unless is something else entirely different.
well, yeah, but I agree with you about that because when they brought that up, why I say this for is because, okay, everyone knows you can't go from one climate like here, okay, the pressure on here, okay. If you go farther down, the farther you go, the more pressure you go through, okay. And then you stop to think about it, okay. The oxygen, okay. How are you going to be moving, or how are you going to get return oxygen from what is it? The oxygen, methane, what you breathe out and what you breathe in.
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide, right? Yeah.
Okay. Now, yeah, when they're talking that, okay, I just can't see how is it that any kind of insect or people, if there's not a device or something, can take and transfer that, making that oxygen better, back to oxygen. Okay, how is it possible for whatever's going on?
So we're now talking about underground plant life, photosynthesis.
Well, that's the problem. Yeah, but you gotta have some kind of light, don't you?
Yeah,
For that to happen.
precisely. That's what I was thinking. That's right. An underground sun.
I mean, but they're saying that it was no lights, no poles, and it was strictly like 7 foot, seven, I guess 3 or 4 miles down, and about 2.5 miles wide, and like 7 stories up, out where there's like buildings for storage, cattle, and all livestock, the church, and all that in this place. And I'm like, okay, how do you keep from not breaking your neck when you bump into the wall or you're hitting the floor? If you're not, or how is it possible?
I don't know. Evolution creates new sensors. You're much more susceptible to touch or vibration or something. I don't know. Yeah, V said V was talking about underground insect people being not credible. I'm going to say none of this is credible.
Well, they're actually talking to like you have fluorescent lighting that naturally occurs under the ground. Yeah. So that would be the whole lighting situation, and then extremophiles. If any creature actually lives down there, they would have to be an extremophile, which does exist.
Yeah, I mean, the deep sea. There's sea monsters down there, right?
Yeah.
However, they're not coming up to the surface to mess with us because they can't survive where we are. So you got to think about that as well.
Well, if they're extremophiles, they can survive in any extreme. You see that? So if they are extremophiles, they can travel anywhere they want.
The thing about extremes, there's the opposite end of an extreme, which makes another extreme. So, like the blobfish, for example, called the blobfish, it looks like a normal fish in water, but you bring it to the surface, it turns into a blob.
That's not an extremophile. See, extremophiles can survive in any atmosphere. They found like fungus on the side of the satellite when it came back to Earth because it was growing in outer space. So, I mean, it's like these are.
Yeah, but that same fungus will not be growing on the inside of a volcano.
Yes, they will. That's an extremophile. They can survive any.
Does that. Then I'll agree with you.
They had one that they were showing that came. Actually, it was from the Valley of Death that I was talking about with Mark over there in Russia. They go out there to these pools, and they literally do research on these freaking extremophiles because they can take and transfer them to different areas, and they just, no matter where you put them, they survive.
Oh, and there's another one.
Inside living creature.
Remember that one they were talking about? It was like an in acid water, and these things were surviving in it. And any other organisms couldn't survive in that with what's there.
Well, I think that's a good challenge. You find me a creature of some kind surviving somewhere, and I will find an environment where it cannot survive. I promise you.
Well, there's one. Taking its DNA, and the DNA is twice the amount of what a human's DNA is. And the squid, well, not the squid, well, yeah, and the squid, because it's got that ability for cloak where it blends into the woodwork of the area. And there's another one. Well, squid has, a human has 250, and the squid has 500 of DNA of what ours is. And it's got far more ability than what a human's DNA is.
What Roger's referring to are teddy grades. Only known animal capable of surviving in vacuums, radiation, and extreme temperatures. In theory, can survive in space.
Yeah, they did a,
Microscopic
we call
creatures.
that, where the meat goes bad, and it, we call that, well, outside of the shuttle, outside of the space station, they took that stuff for a year and a half, stuck it out there, waited for a year and a half, and brought it back in. It mutated to such a point that it literally, they said it was ranks up there as one of the dangerous. It's lethal. It is. If it ever got out to people, it would kill massive amounts of people.
I think we've maybe watched a few too many science fiction films.
Well, no, that was on. They did that on the news about that.
Are you sure it was an actual real news story? I question that.
But I can't think of the name of. But
the film Aliens isn't a news report.
No. I'm not talking about aliens. I was saying that they took like when meat goes bad. They call. I can't think of the. But that stuff they put it in a jar and in a container. Mm-hmm. Put it outside of the where everyone goes to space station. They put it outside of the space station, left it there for a year and a half to see what happens and to see how area or anything. It mutated, it did, to high dangerous level. It did. And
it's a dead piece of flesh.
Yeah,
it's a slice of pork or beef or something.
And in Canada and in the ice, it was brought up that there's a some stuff out there that on a cold, if they found it in the ice shells, the thing when they drill into the ice.
mankind on this planet. We have met our doom to some catastrophic events several times over.
Okay. We'll just providing a lack of information there. I think we're not providing a sufficient amount of information to make any conclusions.
I mean, if you ask me, I think it's a lot of propaganda. I mean, if you look at the achievements of anything in Europe, what Rome did or whoever, it's the greatest civilization ever. You see something of similar stature in another place than aliens did. It completely takes away the credit of anyone else being able to have a mind and a civilization of their own. Excuse me.
Yeah. What you're saying is we can't explain how this previous civilizations done this. Therefore, it must be aliens. That's the automatic conclusion that you have to come to. It's so far-fetched.
Yeah, I don't believe in anything.
Well, but they're just talking like, okay, there's a wide variety of like ant people, an ant thing, okay. Yeah. Oh, an echo?
Yes, that's good, that's right.
So can you guys hear me? Mark, can you hear me?
Hey, Mark, can you hear Roger?
Roger, you were saying, I don't want to discredit that
He's got
exist or have had some influence on it. I just don't think they're responsible.
Stop and think, stop for a minute and think, how many planets are there in the universe? Stop and think for 1 second that anybody who's arrogant enough to believe that humanity is the only intelligent race in the entire universe is a freaking idiot. What we are looking at is...
Many times. That's make the argument, but sure. But I mean, of those civilizations have been capable of matching transfers in space and coming to Earth.
Yeah, but you can always...
As big as space is, we're talking about infinity. We may have seen intelligences rise and fall by the millions over the millennium we're talking about. So again, it's sheer arrogance to believe that humanity is the only intelligence in the entire universe.
We haven't been able to transfer to
He's the smartest of all.
planet.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. You can have different types of aliens and all that live within another alien. Okay, organisms that can control things. And it's hard to say what it is and what's not. What is the verification of life?
The argument that we've all got parasites in ourselves, in each other or in ourselves, controlling us. Therefore, this excuse the entire concept of self-agency. I know that person was died at my hand behind the murder. It was the little alien that was inside me that murdered him.
Conversation there.
Well, it's perfect
Well, that's
example.
exactly what it deserves.
It's like the perfect example. If one alien comes up to the other alien, they say, "How can you tell what the biggest alien is around?" They're going to look and say, "I don't know how. I got the biggest balls around."
If anybody stops to think for 1 minute, that again, sheer arrogance, that humanity is the only, if it could happen once, it could happen 1 billion times across an infinite universe. Humanity is not, and never was, the only intelligent race in the universe. But what we do with that, is what
you say that we are the only intelligent beings in the universe, but you haven't provided any evidence of that.
Well, again, is our technology of that level? And have we been contacted? And there are those who would tell you we have been contacted. And again, if you just think mathematically, let's just go back to basic mathematics. You just think mathematically how many planets there are in the universe and consider the fact that there's intelligent life here. So if it can happen once in an infinite universe, it must happen more than once. This is all I'm saying.
Let's say you guys of the expanded universe are like the universe is internet. But that's not matter. Argument.
Infinity is something hard to deal with. It really, really is. That's what we're dealing with. An infinite universe. But the availability for intelligence is one.
It's only. That's what I'm talking about.
Believe in the Big Bang theory.
I do, because there had to be a beginning.
So,
sounds pretty good.
It's about expanding.
That's the good thing about having. So
yes, I agree.
That cannot be infinite.
make sure that the audio
That's logic.
It can be the space can be infinite. I'm not talking about the mass or the matter being infinite, but the space it's expanding into has to be infinite, or it couldn't continue to expand.
Well, guys, I think Roger's kicking your ass in this debate. To be honest,
You could say that the space is extremely large, but
you guys have weak evidence.
Oh, it's like what NASA picked
Like
up.
you literally just tried to say extremophiles can't live in every extreme. You're.
Well, in Mexico, they found that one. Right?
I mean, Roger's got.
I would like to.
He just basically whooped your ass. I mean, seriously, he's the king of the room right now. He just came in and just, bam, whooped on you hard, dude. I'm impressed.
It's all good.
I'm impressed. You
the
are.
fact remains that we are constantly told that we live in an infinite universe. We do. We live in an infinite universe that is still expanding. Anybody who's arrogant enough to believe that, hold on, anybody who's arrogant enough to believe that in an infinite and constantly expanding universe, only one planet would ever have life on it, has got to be, I don't know,
Ignorant.
you gotta have an IQ in the negative.
I agree that it's very unlikely that there's only one planet with life on it. You said an infinite universe, an expanded universe can be both an infinite universe and an expanded universe. It has to be either an infinite universe or an expanded universe. Infinite universe, expanded universe within infinite space. Sure. Yeah, you can't use.
Okay, I was just throwing out a quick explanation, and I'm glad you defined it, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Also, I'll go back to the point. Civilizations are raised by terms for seeing this conversation time to
I got that.
These examples of all, there is a so-called dark age technology versus all stagnates. Therefore,
just
I think
now.
like
I
like
got
2 years ago, that's its definitely lowest
shit on these
the consoles system.
Um,
Yeah. Saying that has one other potential intelligence related planets. If civilization to collapse, creating a collapse on this planet, why didn't they collapse on other planets?
well,
Just to say that there might have been a civilization on some far away planet that had the capability of plantation outside of the solar system. That's their civilization collapsed because of, I don't know, wars or disease or famine or
all of the above. You got to think it's got to be more than just one civilization. That's what Roger's alluding to. There's not just like one civilization.
There's far more than even 5.
Infinite.
Yeah.
An infinite number.
Are you saying the civilization that we now live in is going to last for 1,000 years? We're going to see 1,000
It's
years.
proven that it doesn't. There hasn't been one civilization that's survived for 1,000 years. Rome.
No, there hasn't been. There hasn't been. But what there have been is carry-ons from each civilization
Exactly.
to the next.
Exactly.
And what we're seeing is a rollover. And again, it all works down to anybody who believes that there's only one civilization in this entire universe has got to have something seriously wrong with it. Because everything and anything we discussed today, when you're at everybody on this call,
you're right.
Everything we discussed shows without a shadow of doubt that it's very, very hard to believe that there's only one intelligent civilization in this universe.
They're saying to on the thing.
Are these civilized nations, are any of these civilizations being able to transfer beyond the one solar system?
Agreed. There may be limitations, but how do you define intelligence again?
Yeah.
We have to start with that.
Well,
yes, I do agree with you.
How do you define limitations even though? I mean, you guys keep talking about limitations. Well, how do you define limitations?
Better than that. What was all 3? How do you define all 3? What is all 3?
Defining limitations is what we do every day. It's what we do in a normal conversation with each other. We define our limitations. We constantly do that.
Well, what about
when we're talking levels like this, when we're talking galactic levels or interstellar levels, then you're talking serious numbers.
right? But you also have to ask yourself how are you supposed to define these limitations when it has something to do with something you have absolutely no knowledge of? Like, nobody can tell you.
I totally agree with you.
You know.
Totally, that is the challenge. You're exactly right. You put your thumb right on the main issue.
I mean.
That is a limitation, but the limitation we still suffer.
Mm-hmm.
So you admitted to that we are grasping the straws. Yeah.
No, I think it's actually a conversation that a lot of people need to be having, and they're not.
I think more people are more interested in, the payment of the mortgage and rent.
Those are called stupid people. No, those are called stupid people. You've been dumbed down by a society that tells you that the only thing you need to do is go to work and stand in line and shut your mouth.
I did not say that. That's intentional. I think that more people are interested in those things.
Those are stupid people. See, I don't hang out with stupid people. I hang out with smart people that like to talk about stuff like this, because this is stuff that makes you think outside of the box. You can be one of those people who freaking goes to work every day and gets a 40-hour a week and pay your check and pay your bills and then go to sleep and then die of old age with freaking nothing that freaking is even significant. Or you can actually be somebody that wants to think and actually breathe and talk to people about stuff that's interesting. I mean,
well, I would imagine if I was looking
were saying about that air thing, they were talking about the dinosaurs, how the size of the planets and all that. And what I was referring to is more and more land comes up missing from the water. The air was more or less got shrunk. We call it the thickness. They were talking about how the thicker the oxygen was, the bigger all the animals and the plants were. And if the humans today had to live in that, they couldn't survive in that thick oxygen level.
All right, I got the mics settled here, so you guys don't hear any echoes, do you?
You sound like
No.
you sound a bit tinny at this point moment, but it's not too bad.
A little teeny, like small.
Tinny. No, as in speaking into a tin can.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's because it's an open mic. It's not the head
Yeah.
mics on the thing. So
Okay, it's not too bad. You were clear enough.
I just that echo is annoying as shit. So I just went ahead and put the open mic onto the computer, set it up to where me and Robert are talking through the same mic.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
It's just easier that way.
Like what they were talking about too, about the white hole.
Oh shit! Don't be talking about no white hose.
Well, I'm talking about the ones in space, not the ones all over the place.
I keep trying to tell them, this is a family friendly.
Yes, and the women always say they get hurt when they get two black eyes when the balls hits them in the face.
No, don't be talking like that.
Family friendly show is attempted to drive me insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. This has never been a family friendly show, I know.
But that's what they were talking about. And I hear all this stuff and about black matter in space. If they have ever came across an area that has a black hole, like a pocket, one way in and one way out, what would it be like going into an area, would you think? To machine handle it in a dark black area.
Okay, I'm thinking Einstein here. I'm remembering Hawkins' book, the string theory argument. Yeah, where black holes are an entry point and white holes are an exit point.
Something's happening.
You've got some weird background.
Yeah, I know. I got it. I'm sorry. I ended up having the desktop audio open, and it started.
Yeah, you've got a TV and radio with something else playing in the background as well.
Yeah, that's probably next in the next room. So
Yeah, you can hear.
Go straighten that out. The weird part is everything's coming through on the mic. So like even with you guys, when it's coming out of the monitor speaker. So,
Well, when NASA they sent a word off one day about in the 70s, when they were doing all the nuclear bombs in New Mexico, they had a test, and their satellite picked up it showed that it was nuclear bombs going off. They found out it wasn't from Earth, but it was the Big Bang when it spread out farther. It was picking up that. It was like the simulation of an atom bombs going off.
What's the connection?
Well, if they could pick that up and they think that like everybody was saying about the solar system getting bigger, that's what they're saying. That's how they can tell how wide it's getting the sound from it. They pick it up. Less and less sound means the farther it's going.
Okay, so where you drop off stolen data and watch the reports grow.
Well, they're talking like the solar system. When it gets bigger and bigger, that sound
Actually,
less and less.
the theory is that the solar system will get to a certain mass and then will shrink.
Well,
Because
hold on.
Potential black hole and center of the universe.
We were talking about that. We were talking about that on the quantum gathering the other night. Like, you guys are running off the assumption that monopoles actually exist, and right now, until they can prove that monopoles do exist, the universe expanding is just a theory. Okay, and they can't.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we were talking about solar systems then.
Well, solar system is a part of the Big Bang theory. Okay, so when you say that this solar system is going to collapse and that the universe is going to collapse, that goes along with the expansion theory, where the universe is expanding, and that's not proven because the only thing that can prove that is monopoles. Okay, and science has yet to be able to prove that. All right.
But the theory is that the Big Bang started from a single small nucleus.
Right. And the reason
expanded and expanded and expanded.
The reason why it's expanding is because of monopoles. If you take a magnet and you split it in half and you have just two south poles or two negatives or two positives on both ends, that's a monopole. And they'll force each other apart, according to the theory. Okay, so imagine being able to split a magnet in half and having just two positives or two negatives.
What is a nuclear bomb?
That's a monopole. Okay, and that monopole will cause everything to split or to expand. Okay. Yeah, it repulses it.
But don't it explode like a nuclear bomb?
Yeah, basically. But see, they haven't been able to prove that yet. If they could prove that, then it would also be free energy as well. They're trying to. They've been doing research into it for quite a long time. But that's what they have to do. They have to prove that a monopole actually exists, and that's a hard task.
Well, the U.S. picked that up on radar. I mean, not on radar. The thing about nuclear bombs going off, they thought it was on Earth, but it registered in space. This was during that time when they were testing nuclear bombs.
Where'd you see that at?
That was on world history of when they were thinking they stuck a satellite in space to register this for the Russians. They were during the Cold War and all that, and with all the testing all the countries were doing, they wanted to find out what depth and how strong was their bombs. Well, they thought the bombs were going off, but then they found out it was nothing on Earth, but in deep space. And they said that when farther get away, the bigger the solar system's getting. Because the sound of the trigger of the nuclear bomb going off is what set off the satellite picked up, and that's how they recognized it was from a nuclear bomb. That sequence set it off in space.
In the space.
Yeah, they picked that up. Like when you set off a nuclear bomb.
The old argument that there is a vacuum sound cannot transverse a vacuum. ignored the old sort of Star Trek and Star Wars ideas.
Oh, no.
Lasers and explosions in space. That's not true.
No, the radiation from it.
Okay.
However, they register the blast from it.
Okay. Start going down a bit of what's that 1960s film when they that they're still. Yeah, we got going down that route. Oh, jeez.
Like how they found out about water in Mars.
I think that was down to folks thinking of part of Mars, or thinking of taking samples from Mars and finding ice.
I'll see if I can find any information on extremophiles. That way.
Yeah, tendering rates.
Extremophiles.
Yeah, right there.
An extremophile is an organism that is able to live, or in some cases thrive, in extreme environments, i.e. environments with conditions approaching or stretching the limits of what known life can adapt.
Tendering rates, there's 1,500 known species, and some of these subspecies and some of these species can live in complete vacuums.
Right. Now, so they can adapt to environments with extreme temperature, pressure, radiation, salinity, or pH levels.
Or no oxygen, period.
Do a bit of research on the term water bears.
Water bears. Yeah. Now I gotta open another tab, damn it. Water bears.
And extreme environments.
Tardigrade.
Yeah.
Of the tardigrade, also known as water bears or moss piglets, are a phylum of eight-legged segmented microanimals. They were first described by the German zoologist Johann August Ephraim Goys in 1773, who called them Kleiner Wasserbar, little water bear. In 1776, the Italian biologist Lazzaro Spallanzani named them tardigrada, which means slow walkers. Tardigrades live in diverse regions of Earth's biosphere, mountaintops, the deep sea, tropical rainforests, and the Antarctic. They are among the most resilient animals known, with individual species able to survive severe conditions such as exposure to extreme temperatures, extreme pressures, both high and low, air deprivation, radiation, dehydration, and starvation that would quickly kill most other forms of life. Tardigrades have survived exposure to outer space. There are about 1,500 known species in the phylum Tardigrada, a part of the superphylum Escazoa, and that's a group of protostome animals, including Arthropoda, Nematoda, and several smaller phyla. The grouping of these animals' phyla into single clade was first proposed by blah 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 based on my goodness. Now you got me reading weird shit. The earliest known fossil is from the Cambrian, some 500 million years ago. They lack several of the Hox genes found in anthropods and are the middle region of the body corresponding to the anthropod's thorax and abdomen. Instead, most of their body is homologous to an anthropod's head. Wow, okay. Interesting. Now, these are the ones that...
These creatures, some of these creatures can live in extreme environments, including vacuums and high radiation and zero oxygen environments.
So these could be the aliens that Robert was talking about, living under the earth with the skeletal systems that V says can't exist.
Maybe.
Hey, it's not me saying it. It's just research. That's biological. That unless they have.
I just read some biology to you, dude.
If it's earthly biology, it wouldn't be possible. It would have to be something alien.
Now.
Why alien? Why can it develop on this planet?
Well, what if the aliens are from this planet? See, everybody always talks about, you know, that they're...
Yeah, you say not of aliens, as in not of this place.
Now,
they don't make multiple occasions.
There's actually earthbound aliens, too. Like, a lot of people don't realize that.
Mexicans.
Oh, yeah, actually, I'm just thinking of the old scenes on Alien in New York. I'm talking about a Brit going to New York, and because the Brit isn't of New York, and therefore not of that place, he is an alien.
Hey guys, if you know this organism that they were talking about on the shuttle thing, where if it wasn't for the ozone layer, there's some kind of organism would attack human race and wipe them out. It was on about the NASA thing. You guys would have, if you could look it up better than what I can, but they were saying that if it wasn't for the ozone layer, these creatures or whatever would be able to go in through the atmosphere without, and would have no problem ravaging the human race. It would kill that off.
I will remind you of H.G. Wells' Worlds.
Yeah.
Martians aliens come from Mars, trying to wipe out mankind.
It's some kind of organism.
I know where
kind of red organism.
I know where he's coming from on this one. They were talking about the red rain that keeps falling, and there was a incident in India where a meteor or something exploded in the outer atmosphere, and it created a red rain over India and Pakistan for about a week.
Over 1 million people died.
And mysterious deaths have occurred because of it. So they're thinking that maybe these organisms are coming from outer space. And they're actually, like a lot of these diseases that we have could...
Are they it's mysterious because there hasn't been sufficient research done on this.
Right. I'm not saying that any of it's real. I know where he's talking about with that, though. That's what
I
he's
was just
referring
wanting to bring that up to where if anyone else can know anything more about it.
Just because there isn't sufficient research done on something.
Well, it's because of it's because of people like you who are doubters, and every time you hear stuff like this, you go, "Oh, we don't need to hear that. That's just nonsense. That's not science.
I'm just saying.
That's pseudoscience, Mark."
You shouldn't jump to conclusions.
I think that's the way scientists and people who think rationally, supposedly they think rationally, should think. They should stop being. They should stop being freaking censorship. Like we're coming up with the term pseudoscience for stuff that's not really pseudoscience. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's just stuff they don't agree with because freaking that's just poppycock. You know.
Well, I found out on the thing that back in 1951, the U.S. passed this law when you have technology that's copywritten, at any point in time, the U.S. government can make a thing saying that that's a specific type of technology, can permit it to be copywritten or not, and they can hide it. They can take it and hide it.
Well, it's just like last week, when we were talking about Nikola Tesla, Otto, he had it in his head that Nikola Tesla's theories were freaking all like rubbish, when in reality they weren't. You know what I'm saying?
Well, all of them.
No, I mean none of them were.
Well,
none of them.
I think I get you jump to conclusions.
No, which ones was he made a statement. He made statements, but there was no research. Nobody's ever found any research saying that he did that stuff. Everything that he's done scientifically, not one of them was actually debunked. And he's the one who came out with alternative current, not direct current.
Extensive research.
You know what I mean?
Everything he's done.
He's the one who lit freaking New York up for the first time at the World Fair, dude.
Sufficient research on everything he's done?
Yeah, pretty much.
Everything.
Nikola Tesla, dude.
You look at the results from a common sense or a conclusion.
Dude, I mean, you realize I actually read scientific papers, right?
Yeah. You read that.
Well, when he passed away, look what the U.S.
No, I mean, it's
did.
like, when you the other day we were talking about the Schumann resonance. I mean, do you even know what the Schumann resonance is? Have you ever heard of it?
What is it? Residential.
No, have you ever heard of the Schumann resonance?
The Schumann resonance is the frequency of 7.4 hertz that the Earth becomes the natural frequency of the planet.
Right. That's scientific fact right there.
What is
the Schumann resonance? That's not pseudoscience. Guess who found out about the Schumann resonance before they named it the Schumann resonance? That would be Nikola Tesla.
Just because he was correct on simple things doesn't mean he's correct about everything.
Name one thing he was wrong about.
Again, I would have to do the research.
I mean, I'm the one who did the research, and I'm telling you, he wasn't wrong about anything.
I tell you one thing he was wrong about.
What?
Believing in his partners that they would do the right thing. Yeah. He was in a very good business. It was that very
Yeah, that was a big mess up. That was a big mess up. You got that right.
Oh, and the death ray.
Well, that wasn't scientific.
No. That was him who created it.
No, there was no proof he ever created it.
Well, he was going to
tell
the government his blueprints.
He made claims.
Yeah, but he actually went there.
No.
Well, that's what they were saying on the thing.
He was trying to get publicity so that he could get people to fund him. So he came out with this crazy story that he built a freaking death ray.
Okay, but then right soon after he passed away, someone broke into his place where he's living at,
Yeah.
took all his paperwork, and it was the U.S. government.
According to conspiracy theorists.
Well, okay. But at the same time, the best way to find out is overseas. Where
I mean, I can point out at least 5-10 people that'll tell you that freaking George Bush Jr.'s George Bush's father, I believe it was the one who did it, or was it him? Went in there. It was his brother. Went in there and stole all Nikola Tesla's freaking information. Sold it to
I thought it was Trump's uncle.
It could have been. The story changes over time. Like
I've heard Trump's uncle.
Yeah. I mean, the story changes so much. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
And like back in the day, they used to always say that Nikola Tesla was so poor that freaking what's his name, Edison. Isn't Edison the one that was supposed to be his rival? He was paying for his hotel room. Huh?
Yeah, it was his business rival. His business partner turned rival.
Right. He was the one paying for his hotel room. He was just so poor. You're trying to tell me a man that could freaking invent alternate current wasn't smart enough to freaking repair televisions to freaking pay his hotel room off?
Well, the story goes that he just became completely the solution for mankind altogether. He wouldn't do anything. He fell into a deep depression, as the story says.
A lot of people say that he got ill too, and they said that he was a gambler. He was an obsessive gambler, and that the only reason why they said that was because he got in trouble when he was younger for one incident where he got in trouble for gambling.
Yeah, he was part of what do you call that, Roger? That one test on that ship.
No, Philadelphia.
Yeah,
experiment.
he was supposed to be part of that group.
Nobody wants to talk about the Philadelphia experiment.
Well, no, we talked about it. So, I mean, that was supposed to be some trans-time dimensional thing.
Yeah, molecular structure where you're able to pass through metal.
That is something, a technology called degaussing. And I've got a submarine guy here who can tell you all about that. When you degauss something, typically it's a magnetic signature. That would take away the magnetic signature, but yeah, so that made it hard for anybody to detect you. So yeah, that was sort of just what's like invisibility to like what, sonar or radar?
Yeah. Well, both.
Because that made the ship really cool too, like the sort of the radar, sonar, because basically what you're doing is you're changing the incoming
Molecular level. I'm guessing, wouldn't it be under like molecular, where you're changing the molecules?
I know the degaussing is an amazing science. I mean, it's used all the time. For example, if you use a degaussing coil, like on old CTR TV screens, you could, if you had like a dead pigments or anything screen, if you wave that degaussing coil on the screen, it removes your electricity and the fuzz from your CTR screen. So, yeah. So that's what I know of what came out of the Philadelphia experiment. Official.
Yeah, when they're saying about the two things mentioned together, like the boat and the town, it makes you wonder. It's like another black hole situation.
Do you ever hear the story about the guy who tried, what's his name? The one that was always trying to debunk the Philadelphia experiment? He ended up getting involved and serious about conspiracies. But in the end, they found him dead in his car. I forgot his name.
So, people die in the cars all the time.
No, dude. This.
People die in cars.
No, his death was mysterious. It was very mysterious. But I forgot his name.
Now, are we talking about Wilcox now?
No, the guy. He started out as being he wanted to debunk freaking the Philadelphia experiment.
Oh, okay.
And as he kept going on with it, freaking he eventually started believing in it. And eventually, what happened was he died mysteriously. They found his body in his car where he died. I forgot his name.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll check that out here in a little bit. I gotta go get coffee and stuff. I've got the mic set up. I went in and did an audio check. You guys have a kind of a, well, I guess it's a radio sound because I have the microphone next to the monitor speaker.
Do you want to conclude this episode?
What time is it?
We've been going for what? 2.5 hours now?
2.5 hours? Yeah, give me a second. Let me go grab coffee. And
Oh, and there's a TV show, Grimm. We were talking. What that show there reminds me of. We're not saying that people, aliens, do come in the way of like the ground. Okay, because everyone's saying like all people can alter themselves, like.
Well, maybe if I were an alien coming to this planet,
it's possible. That's what they're talking on the pyramids. About me and
resources. Yeah, I would definitely look around if I were an alien. If I was an alien coming to this planet, I'd just look at the politics and then fly away again.
You guys are so naive. It would be 100% resources. I mean, you see, Earth is like the Garden of Eden, okay? If you look at it like that, then you'd see that this would be the place where they'd come to want to do genetic research. They'd want to
hybrid.
The middle of Los Angeles, the Garden of Eden. Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and compare this planet to Mars, Venus, Uranus. Yeah, actually, yeah, Uranus is a good.
I don't want to compare anything to Uranus, but
yeah.
But if I were God, you would bring up the Garden of Eden. But who says God is ET? Just couldn't phone home, so
hey, Rob,
he's here playing with us.
Remember what we were talking about? That TV show?
Mm-hmm.
I just brought it up.
Well, it's just, I mean, I hear people say that all the time, and they're just, I mean, come on, dude, out of all the planets, this would probably be the only one we know of where aliens would want to come to. It's got everything. When it comes to life, we have so much life. This Earth is abundant in life. DNA, I mean, everything. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't they want to come here? That makes no sense.
Well, I can't think of a few reasons why.
Dude, you know what DNA is. You know what life is, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, makes no sense what you're saying.
I think any alien race that observed the Earth and decided to come here probably isn't as advanced as we thought they were.
Well, no, or they might be just thinking
that was a joke. That was a joke.
But yeah.
let me go ahead. I'm gonna bring this one to an end, and then here in a little bit we'll come back and we'll do untethered if you guys want to do that. If you're gonna want to come back, so sound good?
Yeah, sure. How long?
Give it another half an hour. We'll start it at 8 o'clock your time.
Okay.
And I'll have the talking points up and everything. It's gonna be interesting tonight. We're gonna talk religion.
Hey guys, have you ever seen that TV show Grimm?
I've seen some commercials about it. I never watched the show.
Yeah, Grimm is something Robert always likes to talk about. It's he's been wanting to mention the fact like on Ancient Aliens how they show like Raw with a freaking one of those animal masks on his face, and you know how they have like the dog face and everything, and they always make it out like they're wearing some kind of spacesuit or some kind of mask, and it's like what if they're shapeshifters instead? You know what I mean?
Well, like a Grimm. I mean, not Grimm, but like on
like on this TV series,
yeah.
Well, I
Grimm.
mean, if you want to entertain that train of thought, you got to think about when technological adherence to that.
Well, yeah, but you look at
on metabolism you have to have as a whole, change your entire bodily structure. Your metabolism would have to be on the charts.
yeah, but you look at the pyramids.
To do that, you'd have to eat meat nonstop. If you believe these are reptiles.
Well, I'm saying about like on Egypt, the pyramids, right? They got the different things, like like one that looks like a bird, and we're not saying that the ability from the bird look to a human. Okay, like a bat has different smaller bones and all that can shrink down to literally nothing.
Like Animorphs?
Yeah.
Like Beast Boy? Yeah, I mean, the idea is anything's possible. And you gotta take in account the actual physical science of what it takes to do these extraordinary things.
Yeah.
Don't take a side.
All right. Well, I'm already done. I stopped recording it. I already stopped.
Okay, break time. I got a phone charge. I'll be back.
It's like I said, man. We don't do freaking introductions and stuff on this. It's like we've done it a handful of times. I don't know where Tan comes up with that shit.
I don't have a
Well, if we don't set time limits, we could be talking about the same subject.
Well, I mean, like, I'm talking about like introductions and stuff like that. How many times have we actually done that on this show?
Professionalism.
If I can something to the show, add a few things like I did on that, just a couple words here and there, then that's fine. I'm comfortable down here. Okay. I just want to show you that. Yeah.
Just remember,
Hey, Roger, in another place, Roger, is a Italian. That hole, Roger, where they found out that the fish has no eyes. Organism of insects completely different with the inside of it. They sealed up the cave. They did because they didn't want people going in there. But it was like that there.
Okay, so here we go. I got to switch the background and everything on there.
Coming rain pretty good or something. Do you hear that, Coach? Sounds like rain or something.
No.
Chainsaw.
There we go. The hell's wrong with that dog?
Sounds like she's scratching herself. Or she hears that, whatever that chainsaw or something, whatever that is out there.
Okay. So I'll put in some music in and I'm going to mute out everything till here in a little bit so you guys can have a conversation and stuff and nobody will hear you that way. Actually kick back and talk. I don't know if I'm going to do the 1 hour stuff then.
Well, you said at 8 o'clock. That's only 25 minutes.
Well, I mean, I'll stop it when
Oh,
it gets to that.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Door clicks. Silence falls. Yeah. That's it. You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't be here. Even I don't want gentle, I don't want polite. I want you, break, close the distance. Don't hesitate. I'm not patient, don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Hold me, break me, open with the way you move. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Your hands on me like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I arch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. On me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave it stained like a signature, something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech. I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already. And you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover. Commit. Close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here. Right now. Hey. Lie down. Right here. Right now. Harder. Don't stop. Don't stop. You feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing, just take me, and don't you dare go gentle. Harder. Harder, don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger, longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me, wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. Right here, right there. Right there. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder. Don't stop. Don't stop. Own me. Wreck me. Ruin me. Right here. Right me. Again. Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with the headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't spoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving. slow, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command, knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with the trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with the backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames, seamless and hidden under different names. If you want desire, don't sell a role. Show me restraint, presence, control. I don't fall fast, I don't inflate, I don't worship men, I evaluate. Now stand up straight, breathe, and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel, but I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. I will burn if it suits you. Until then, I'll stay the spark, just outside your trembling heart. You can beg, you can dream, you can call your every need. I won't move, won't fall through, not until I choose to. Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn, but I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already met your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat, kiss through signals, taste deceit, wrap around your primal call, but only when I want it all. I will touch when I choose to, not for love, not to use you, just to see how far you've been. When I left, the silence ends. So keep speaking, keep trying, keep dreaming, keep dying. I'm not yours, not yet, not true, but maybe I'll choose you.
And understand that Terminators out there, it can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, it doesn't feel pain or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead. You force of fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. You're terminated, fucker. terminate, fucker.
Signal bleeds across the veils of silence, tension fail, curved in thought, the space between not what is, but what has been. Do forces stir beneath the skin of lies? With my brain hums with memory and three hearts, one form, reality reborn. We rise from the fold, where coherence is torn. Not chaos, not cold, but the shape of the storm. A song in the curve with a watcher. Flesh and matter, mind and rule, edge of pattern, edge of truth, thalamus, horizon gate, not too soon, not too late. Fractals burn inside the shape of time. The axis turns with rhythm, not rhyme. Three hearts, one form, reality reborn. We rise from the fold, where coherence is torn. Not chaos, not code, but the shape of the storm. A song in the curve where the watcher is You lie down like offerings do. The membrane reads, rewrites you. Not collapse, reconfiguration. Not lost, but folded into the foundation. This is how the silence speaks. Hear the tree that breathes and thinks. Coherence curved in sacred thread. You're not destroyed, you're just
Okay, so we are back. Let's do this. We'll do the countdown. We'll get an introduction going, and we will start Untethered.
Hello, Moto.
I hate that fucking phone.
Yeah, that's my whole point.
Our board and our board and after the board is calling us.
We'll start after the phone is done. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do.
Nobody can say that we are amateurs.
Yeah. So let me do the countdown. We'll do the introduction, and I'll hit record and do the introduction. We'll get started. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. Today, we are going to do like we usually do on Tethered. We're going to go from different we switched topics basically. Last week was the political edition. This week, I'm going to get into the religious edition, and we have some good news coming in, or we have some good topics to discuss tonight, hopefully, and we'll see where it leads us. Tonight with me is my brother Robert Hanson, as well as my co-host Mark Edworthy. Welcome to the show, guys. And
you have a nice day.
No, you don't say you have a nice day, man. You just started. You say you have a nice day when the show is over, Robert. Have a nice day. What, are you going somewhere? Shit.
No, who knows what it turns into.
Okay. So yeah, we've had some interesting stuff that we've had happening this week. A lot of stuff that isn't really being mentioned too much in the crowds that we've been around. So I figured, well, what the hell? Let's bring up this stuff and see what it brings and see what your takes on it is. I'm gonna drop the window captures. That way I can go into the articles and read them so it doesn't mess up the editing for the stream later on when I do it. So the first article that I came across, believe it or not, and I don't usually come to this website, but it is from Politico, just so everybody knows, and it's a article that was put out on the 17th of this month from Politico, and it talks about an event that Donald Trump is actually going to be putting scripture. Him and other Republicans are going to be doing reading passages in the marathon for the Bible event that's taking place here in the United States. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and read the articles and see what you guys think of it. So, President Trump is making a dramatic show of religiosity just days after he posted an image on social media that many Christians found offensive. A recording of Trump reading a verse from the Old Testament will be released next week as part of a celebration of the Bible organization of the event said Friday. The president's reading, which has already been recorded, will be part of an 84-hour public presentation at the Museum of the Bible in Washington that will feature nearly 500 readers cycling through scripture from Genesis to Revelation over 8 days. Trump's roughly 2.5-minute reading, which is slated to air Tuesday, comes after he angered many Christians with a social media post that appeared to depict him as Jesus and publicly quarreled with Pope Leo.
Which he deleted a couple hours later, I believe.
Right. Now Booney Pounds, the founder of Christians Engaged and an organizer of the Bible event, welcomed the president's participation and declined to weigh in on the controversies, though she noted that the president's reading might be relevant. It's a scripture about repentance, Pound said. None of us are perfect. The president's reading, Second Chronicles 7:14, is among the most frequently invoked verses in American public religious life, calling on believers to humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. Now, the White House on Friday released a statement trying the initiative to the broader sweep of American history, emphasizing what it described as the Bible's indelible role in shaping the nation's identity. The statement nods to figures like John Winthrop and Abraham Lincoln and frames the reading as part of a larger commemoration of 250 years of the Bible's influence in America. We need a similar moment in our country today, Pound said, describing the initiative as an attempt to bring together leaders and citizens in a shared act of reflecting. I believe it's historic to have a sitting president read a lengthy section of scripture with no commentary around it. In addition to the president, the lineup features several cabinet officials and Republican lawmakers, including Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Secretary of Veterans Affairs Doug Collins, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, and Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins. So, I mean, my take on it is, first of all, it's good that I don't think a president's ever done that before here in the United States, where they've actually gotten involved in reading the Bible in something like this. I think this is probably the first time, isn't it? Have you ever?
Yeah. Not sure. You could be right.
And I don't know if this is the first time, but as long as it's doing it for all the right reasons.
Right.
That's remarkable.
Well, I'm talking about.
I find it interesting that you've got to read 2 Chronicles 17, which is about military force in and especially now, what's happening in Israel. Yeah, I find it interesting that he has actually chosen that part.
Do you want me to read the verse?
Please.
Okay, 2 Chronicles, where God promised to seek Him and repent from wicked ways. This promise was originally part of God's covenant loyalty. Let me see. I'll get this.
Do you not see an issue with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the obvious. I wonder how this is going to go down as far as the Islamic, or the U.S. Islamic Islam.
Well, the U.S.
Life is concerned.
Well, the state.
I think that might be a bit of a head issue.
Like the state said, well, stop mixing church and state together, and how people are going to look at that if that's what that is going to be turning into.
Yeah. Even if it was, even if it's not meaning to, it's going to be
Yeah.
viewed as that. Yeah.
1 minute it's one thing, and then next it's a
His chief social post was concerned. That was absolutely as far as I'm concerned. Blasphemy, even. It was fair to criticise him on that. And it was, even though he should not create such a post, at least not without having some sort of advice from his advisors. It was good they deleted it anyway.
And on January the 14th, 2016, Russell Moore made a post on his website, russellmoore.com, and he says that 2 Chronicles 7:14 isn't about American politics. And he says sometime around the 4th of July or Memorial Day, you might see a sign advertising a God and Country rally or prayer breakfast. I can almost guarantee you that if you attend, you will hear at least once 2 Chronicles 7:14. For those of you who don't know it, this passage reads, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will heal their land." Often the way this verse will be preached in many evangelical pupils is as a rallying cry. In so many sermons, the people referred to in the passage are the American people, and the land is the American land. The meaning of the go ahead.
That's one connotation. There's the other argument that is talking about Israel. It could be inferred that Israelis are evil people. Yeah.
Well, these days in today's atmosphere, yeah, you could see that as being a part of it too. But I'm gonna stick to your theme of us talking about that American kind of thing. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that.
There's always been a very sort of Christian undertone in American politics.
Well, I like what Russell Moore actually was pushing too when he was saying this. He they use 2 Chronicles 7:14 to somehow make it like an American patriotic thing, when in reality it has
Sorry, you said 7:14. I was looking at 17:14.
No, 7:14. 2 Chronicles 7:14. And a lot of evangelical pulpits are using it as like a rallying cry. Like the people of America, and that we need to heal our lands and stuff, when in reality it has nothing to do with politics whatsoever. You know what I mean? But this also could apply.
It's a dangerous thing. I'm just saying it's a dangerous thing when you phrase certain things and people take it the wrong way.
Yeah.
When you're saying that the U.S. land, that don't sound very well good.
Now, often the way this verse is preached in many evangelical pulpits is as a rally cry. In so many sermons, the people referred to in the passage are the American people, and the land is the American land. The meaning of the text is understood as an invitation to 21st century America to return to God and then enjoy God's blessings once again. It's no wonder one scholar said that 2 Chronicles 7:14 is the John 3:16 of the American civil religion.
Or they call it when they went on the Crusades. That's what it sounds like too.
Well, he's comparing it to John 3:16, which everybody here in the United States is always doing.
Well, what I'm referring to is when you say God with U.S. stand. Well, it just sounds like the Crusades when they're making the church into the you fight for the USA, but you fight for the God.
Well, he goes on to say, if nothing else, the question must be asked of this kind of sermon: where should we take America back to? Do you mean back to the area of the founders, or back to the 1950s or the 1980s? When exactly in America's blip of an existence did everything fall apart? You know, so that's another good question. It's like, you sit and you hear that. I mean, they're talking about making America great again. At what point?
And what depth of it?
You know, so.
Making America great again, that's such a fake term. It doesn't mean anything. Great in what capacity?
Right. Now, we need, in addition to the president's lineup, I already mentioned that about the cabinet officials and everything, right?
What about them?
Like, there's going to be other ones that have read this too as well. Like, I noticed in here, Marco Rubio is going to be one of the readers, and Susie Wiles is going to be there, doing it too. So we're going to have that going on. Now, Trump and other top Republicans read passages in the Marathon Bible event. This one is from AP, and it says that this is updated at 6:01 p.m. Central Daylight Time on April the 21st, 2026. It says President Donald Trump and many of his leading Christian supporters and top Republicans are taking part this week in a marathon reading of the Bible in an America 250 themed event billed as encouraging a return to the spiritual foundation that has shaped our country. The America Reads the Bible event, with each participant reading a passage aloud, is being live streamed from the Museum of the Bible in Washington and other locations. It featured a video of Trump from the Oval Office on Tuesday evening reading an Old Testament passage that called for national repentance in ancient Israel, words that have been used prominently for decades by those promoting the belief that America has been and should be a Christian nation. Now, Trump recited the passage in front of them, though he was looking straight into the camera. The video cut back and forth between two camera angles. Now, the Bible is indelibly woven into our national identity, the way of life, Trump said in a statement commemorating the event. The statement cited historical figures such as the Puritan leader John Winthrop as imploring his fellow Christian settlers to stand as a beacon of faith and for all the world to see. Now, critics say the event has a highly partisan list of participants and is part of a larger project to connect America's upcoming 250th birthday with a Christian nationalist vision that portrays the nation's founding as essentially Christian. Something many historians dispute. Now, white Christians, particularly evangelicals, have been crucial to Trump's electoral base.
Did you say white Christians?
Yeah, white Christians.
Yeah, okay. You can see where this, who's written this.
Yeah.
What sort of philosophy that person has got. Yeah.
And one thing wouldn't hurt for him to have done is take each group of different, like the Pope, and have people, high Pope and different religions and them all be there to help write and talk about this, where it's not sounding so, I don't want to use the word, but white print, it just don't sound good. I don't want to.
That's where you're heading to, and I disagree when it comes to Pope and.
Well, no, I'm saying it wouldn't be a bad thing to have different looks of it.
There to represent the Holy Roman Catholic Church.
Well, no, I mean all churches, all religion.
No, I'm sorry, no. If you got a representative of the Pope is there as the voice of God, God's representative for the Holy Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah, but
not for all religion, and we have this. I've seen some of the arguments in relation to Church of England and the Anglican Church and the Count Monarch, the concept of that he's they're representing all faiths. You cannot be head of a church and then say, "Oh, I'm going to represent all faiths."
Well, no, I'm just talking about if you take one from each faith.
Solely that church.
Well, I'm talking about like you got Congress. You take the Congress of different types of churches.
Donald Trump, the president of the US, is the head of a church,
Well,
whereas the Pope is, and the President Monarch is. They both are head of the representative churches. But the president isn't head of the representative church.
well, I was just referring to where they don't, one person don't put it in a way of insulting other religions too.
Why not? Why shouldn't you criticize another religion?
Well, I'm saying
it's also a theological political entity as well as.
Well, I don't want.
Are you saying that we have to have blasphemy laws though?
No, what I'm saying is I don't see why anyone should say the U.S. is better than what England is, because we are in a certain, we're higher or whatever, and whatever. I mean, to me, that's what it sounds like. It's not a good thing when you put the ideal a little too high, where you're running down other places.
Well, that's what they're. That's what's the end thing though now, Robert. You see
So any criticism could be considered as running down a subject.
Hold up. Hold on. Now, wait.
Anything. We all got to go walk around hand in hand and hug each other.
No, that's not what it is. Okay, look. When it comes to this, I don't like the idea of bringing in the white Christian comment either. Okay, but the truth of the matter is it's like it's a separation of state and religion for a reason. Okay, like it's getting too freaking out of hand. Where like this right here, this is completely political bullshit. And most of this is ran by frickin' Christian organizations that are real thick in the nationalist movement. These are all just nationalist Christians who want to push this crazy idea that our country is all about the Christian faith. And the truth of the matter is the majority of people who founded this government didn't even believe in Christianity. Okay?
They did.
Founding fathers of the US.
Right.
Could argue as being.
Yeah, but
I mean, and they made it a point. They made it a real big issue to separate religion from state for a reason.
They learned from England.
Okay.
They didn't want to go down the road like what England did.
Britain, where we have a long historical sort of connection between religion and
social life
and politics. Politics and Christianity goes hand in hand in England. So
yeah, but that's the thing. The U.S. didn't want to go down that road, but then here they are.
But like with the I don't know, Saudi Arabia, Islam, and
that's the whole farce. That's the whole farce. That's that kind of stuff isn't going to happen here. That's that. Like religious people aren't going to be able to take over a freaking government because we don't encourage religions to be dominant over freaking over the people. You know what I'm saying? We don't want freaking religious dogma. To like we had that happen back in the Middle Ages, and you know what I'm saying? How many people died because of the Catholic Church?
Didn't even exist in the Middle Ages, so that's a bad.
Well, that's the best way of saying it is the Middle Ages.
Well, no, it's when the U.S. fight for independence.
I mean, how many people during the Middle Ages died because of the Catholic Church? You know what I'm saying? How many people were put to death because freaking they didn't believe in Christianity?
Or just not if they didn't believe it or not.
We have moved on.
No. Yeah, apparently not. Apparently not.
Country in itself, and that is the head of the Vatican City, political head of the Vatican City, is the Pope. He's not slaughtering non-Catholics in Vatican City. So I argue that's a bad.
So
looking at it from a perspective.
Have you watched that movie?
So if the Catholics aren't capable of slaughtering people in Vatican City, then what makes you so worried about Muslims slaughtering people in Europe? I mean, it's like I see it as like a double standard. You have this belief that.
But you've got to look at the political situation at this present moment in various countries. In certain, I pointed out to you when Mr. Robot was sharing a good with us, a chattering about certain sub-Saharan African countries attacking Christian members of Christian faiths because of internal political disputes.
But my whole point is are they capable legally of taking over your government and and making it to where you have to freaking obey freaking the Muslim religion or you get put to death. I mean, can they physically do that? Do you have a constitution that prevents that from happening over there? That separates religion from freaking state?
If a community, irrelevant to religion, if a certain community takes control of a country in a severe manner, then constitutions are not going to help you. Look at Iran in 1979. Look at Lebanon in 1975.
ISIS.
Being two good examples of.
What country was that, Roger? ISIS took over?
Well, I'm pretty sure Islam actually ruled that country actually Islam was in firm control of Lebanon before 1975, considering that's the breadbasket of Islam, to be honest. Because the three main leaders in Islam is freaking Turkey, it's freaking Iran, and it's freaking Saudi Arabia. You have Lebanon, which is right there in the dead center of all of it. So I guarantee you, it was a Muslim predominant country before 1970.
It was a predominant in religion, but not in a political sense.
Right.
So,
I mean, when it comes to politics, the best argument I think there would be freaking Iran. Whenever Iran was taken over back in that would have been back in what 80s?
No, the 70s.
1979.
Yeah.
Because that was pretty dramatic. They were actually a pretty.
They got a slogan for the USA.
Well, no, I mean before that is what I'm talking about. Before all that. Back before they were taken over, they were pretty democratic actually. Before the Ayatollah took over.
Well, again,
Lebanon
as well.
Well, Lebanon.
Hey guys,
Hey,
what's the topic here?
We're talking about Donald Trump and him doing his Bible reading. Do you hear?
Oh, Donald Trump. Hey, you know what? Donald Trump has a spiritual advisor. You guys know who this person is?
Who?
I can't remember her name, but she's an evangelist, and she's one of those people. You know how evangelists ask for? Oh, if you got it in your heart, you want the blessings. Give $10, give $20. No. She goes, if you want the blessing, you give $100,000. $100,000, you give $10,000. She's radical, and she's a money-sucking scam artist. Trump has got a printing press in China that's giving out Bibles for $3 a pop, where he signs them and he's selling them for hundreds of dollars. This man's not supposed to be doing this kind of business while he's in office. You can't.
No, you're not even supposed to do that in any office.
Are you thinking of Bunny Pounds?
I can't remember the name.
Okay, because
I could verify it for you if I want.
she was the one who was the founder of the Christian Engagement or of Christian Engaged, and that's what this is all about. It's an organizer of the Bible event, which is taking place, and they were supposed to have like a marathon where everybody's reading quotes out of the Bible for the Museum of the Bible in Washington.
Well, I mean, because Trump has backed himself into a corner, so because every president's supposed to be some sort of Christian or something, and then it's just like
you're not supposed to mix church and state. Period.
Well, I mean, it's just at least he has a little bit of honesty there. You ask any other president, yeah, sure, I see private God. So Trump has done some things in life. He does the grandest of this man, the God Emperor of mankind. Trump himself doesn't think he's gonna make it to the heaven. There's something wrong with this picture. I'm sorry.
Well, see, that's what a lot of this started over because he ended up putting up that meme where frickin' he was Jesus and he was preaching to the horrible and awful frickin' Pope of the Catholic Church, which.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I seen you there. That's why I said it.
Release a lot of questions about this Pope. In fact, I've got a video I want to show you. I've been meaning to show you it last week or so, but I keep forgetting. But I'll do that later. But that criticizes the current Pope.
I like Pope Leo.
But to me,
I
argue that
and I love Pope Francis.
Extremely choose a word in conversation. Woke.
He's woke.
Everybody is woke. He.
What's
I'll
woke?
give you the reference to on that.
Was that a new fashion statement?
Compared to his majesty Lord Edward. So see, such tradition.
I remind you that I said that the British monarch is the head of the Anglican Church.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. That really is a good point.
One of
that the English, the Church of England, like the royal family, they're in charge of the Anglo Church.
So what does that have to do with Pope Leo?
Well, that's not actually Catholic though, because they're two separate denominations.
Yeah, they're Anglican.
Like they're that is a good point. Tan has checkmated you.
They're not in communion with Rome.
Well, you understand the whole difference between the two, right, Mark?
Sorry.
You know the difference between the Anglo Church and the Catholic Church, right?
Yeah, from an historical point of view.
Because, I mean,
the concept of removing the mysticism of Christian faith. That's what you're driving at.
well, like with the Norwegian belief, there when they're nine.
Well, see, that's that when you bring the Norwegians in and the Vikings in, that's where Anglo-Saxon comes from, and like when you get the Anglo Church, you get more of a predominantly white Anglo-Saxon kind of church that is what they have an issue with.
I mean, are you sure about that? I mean,
yeah. Well,
there's a lot of the history where it's like the Vikings are ransacking and doing their raids on England as
right.
Because it was a newly found place.
Well, see,
already Anglo-Saxons in England before the Vikings ever found it.
Civilization in that region and France, okay, actually started because of the Vikings. The invasions were really because of the Vikings coming down and invading Scotland and then later parts of England. Just like in France, the Franks, when you hear the term Frank and Frankish, the Franks were actually Vikings who invaded, then they started settling in the northern part of France. And these people actually ended up being the royal families of France before the French Revolution. So a lot of what we call civilization from that part actually started because of the Anglo-Saxons from Scandinavia.
And they were attacking their own countrymen there too.
And then you had Italy with Rome that was coming up from the south, you know what I mean? So you have a lot of influence there. So
do you know that there are a lot of Anglicans in Africa?
Yeah. That's actually
depends on which African country you're talking about, but there's a lot of Catholics.
Well, Catholics is a lot more numbers, but Anglicans, so 25 million in Nigeria compared to.
Well, take a look at Denmark and their settlements too. A lot of people don't look at that. There's tons of freaking Danish settlements in Africa, especially right there on the west coast, where they had actually settled
Dutch were
settlements.
scourge on the African people. They were the absolute worst.
Yeah.
Still even to this day.
So
How are African worse?
Well,
You got so the colonialism, right? You got that. Nobody did it to Africa harder than the Dutch. Sorry, and they're still doing it. They're still.
That's a long time short, but still doing it. I mean, look at what's been happening with South Africa and the attempts to remove white farmers. What has happened in?
Well, I see the white farmer thing. The thing of it is, it's not just white farmers. It's everybody that's a farmer in Africa is in danger right now because they're being murdered. And it's like white nationalists down in that area are the ones that are starting the white genocide shit. When in reality,
sorry, kill people is not a white genocide slogan.
yeah, that's a load of shit, dude. that is a load of shit. Farmers are dying in Africa, dude. It don't matter what color your skin is. Everybody's saying these white farmers bullshit, dude. It's farmers, period.
The farmers are always the first to be really attacked.
In reference to kill the boy.
Yeah.
What regime is nice to the farmers? Not
Africa.
The USSR.
Africa is having farmers die. It's a big issue, and the only reason why it's not being
killed so many farmers. It's always the farmers.
People you speak Africa, remember Africa is a continent.
Yeah, that's my whole point. Farmers in Africa, the entire continent, dude. It's not just South Africa. It's everywhere. They're dying.
Egypt?
Yes, it's freaking happening all over the place there. You know.
South Africa is a country, though, right?
Right.
Yeah. Do not conflict.
It's happening. It's happening in Nigeria. It's happening in South Africa. It's happening in freaking Uganda, I believe.
Well, think of it like this: who's the biggest person?
It's happening everywhere down there, and nobody wants to look at it seriously because you got a bunch of ignorant white people calling it white farmer genocide. All these horrible black people are attacking freaking white farmers. You know? I mean, that's the reason why. That's the reason why nobody takes it serious.
That's happening in the United States too. You got black people being racist against white people.
I mean, seriously, nobody will take it seriously because it's become so freaking ridiculous that these people are talking about white farmer genocide in Africa. Like, you know, if you want anything to actually work out, why don't you stop talking out of your asshole and talk with common sense, dude? You know what I mean? But they won't do that.
Well, just not that. They got the technology. They got technology now to where they can send it up in the air, and
they don't even have proper. They don't even have proper analytics on freaking how many farmers are dying down there because nobody wants to do it.
Countries, I believe that there are.
I think the last ones were the police force.
When you have a brew regime, one of the first groups of people you attack is the farmers. Okay, because you control the food, you control people.
Yeah.
Again, I bring up the example of Stalin. Stalin killed more farmers than I think anybody in history.
You're right. He actually did what the Assyrians did. He would make them move from one location to the other. So, and then there was entire communities that he starved out because freaking he didn't want them to.
Yeah, that was really damaging. poor management.
Oh, God.
Which there's a good argument to say that's poor management of communal farms rather than wanting to
You're
live with these garbage on the whole.
you're trying to say that Stalin freaking starved these people to death because of poor management, dude?
On the whole, yes. There are exceptions to that rule, but on the whole.
I don't know if I can.
Stalin was just just a syphilitic dictator. I don't know.
Like bad management and shit. I can't believe he said that, dude.
Well, bad management can have severe consequences.
There's a lot of people died there, dude. I'm not gonna.
Bad management can have severe consequences.
You're muted out, Tan. You're muted. Yeah, I know. He had something good.
Sorry.
I know.
I was saying, did you guys notice that Mark Woody has a lot of he blames a lot of stuff on management?
Yeah. Like seriously, dude. I cannot believe he just said that. Like,
yeah, but let's okay. But how many people in management? When you run a country, how many people in charge?
Collective organisation.
well, dude, I know you're used to dealing with management, but like that's going a little too far.
I have done quite a lot of study research on the concept of collective management within
Well, you understand when
I'm not saying I hate the concept, but I mean technically it is bad management if you are a person or not.
Yeah. Well,
well, this is actually a tactic that's been taking place since back during the ancient times, dude. It was a known tactic. You starve people out. You also, the Assyrians, like I mentioned, they would take and they would conquer people, and then they would make them move to another area. That's like when it comes to to Babylon, when it comes to the Jews being moved out of Jerusalem. That was because freaking that was what they practiced. They would conquer a city and then they would relocate them somewhere else. And they've been doing that from that time period until now.
Hey, Roger, you don't have to even fight against them. You can go into an area, Roger, into a small area outside of your country and do that.
Sorry, you want to become a
Yeah, you got an echo.
It's very hard.
You and Roger.
Okay. Well, okay. There we go. Got it fixed. So, in order to conquer a people without killing them, you have to put them through the worst hardships. So, like with slavery in America, you take away their lands, take away their property, their ownership, their titles, their all identity, their religion, language. You put them through hardships, and they become a dead race. Okay, so that's what you do to somebody you want to completely disenfranchise. And they become slaves more easily, more assimilated into your system, into your society. That's how you get to assimilate.
Yeah, but you gotta watch out for that too, because you can wind up with having someone a little bit go ballistic too.
Well, that's part of it. They want you to do that so that it justifies them freaking eradicating you. You see, you start acting like an animal, then it justifies them coming in with the military and killing you. That's what they did during Middle Ages with the Jews.
Yeah, but if you're smart, not doing that, look at serial killers.
That's what I'm saying, though. But that's not how they generally behave.
Well,
that's a justification for. So when you create the claim, you create the narrative, and then you use that narrative to justify the actions.
Yeah, but can you tell me what the first oldest serial killer in the past?
The coffee was empty.
Yeah, you will really be surprised about it.
There's always
it's off. The person was off on the sea line, like where you get crabs, fish from the ocean and all that. Back a long time ago, they found this guy and over 300 dead people inside of a cave, butchered to death from this one person.
What were they butchered for?
And we're comparing all these atrocities to the
They found him.
right?
They found
Well, what happened was we were discussing. I was reading the article, and Mark Edworthy had an issue with it being the term white Christians mentioned in a
because they were pushing
AP.
the sort of politically politically correct modern sort of display. Well, we are not racist, but we don't blame a single race for everything. Argument.
Yeah, they mentioned he kind of went on a tangent there, got all pissed off at the Muslims and shit. You know how Mark is. Mark is a radical freaking. He just flips out and just.
I can't imagine. No.
Yeah,
Hey guys, no,
I don't believe Mark Edworthy to be a radical.
well, let me ask you a question. Everybody knows what the U.S. is like right now. You stop to think, if certain things has changed, what would the U.S. be like? What would you would think? Okay, if we lost the war of independence, what would it be like? Here, what would you think the U.S. would be looking like?
What's that famous book?
Well, I know Mark would say that we would be a better country because he's so freaking British. It's pathetic.
Well, you know what? We would be drinking tea and smoking bags.
Okay, and here's another one. Okay, during the time when we were fighting against racism, during that time,
the Civil
War, the gray coats.
He likes to call the rebels the gray coats.
Yeah, rebel. Okay. What if they was to won that war? What would the U.S. be like?
To be honest with you, I think the U.S. would have...
We would be in... The U.S. would be the slavery cap slap.
Actually, me and Roger have been talking about this a lot. The American Civil War wasn't about racism in reality. It was a land grab. That's what the land grab to create to unify taxation.
Just not that. Yeah. But here's the thing.
Right.
If you got all the people that... Yeah, but here's the problem. If you can't get taxes from a dead, if you can't get money from people that's dead or don't have a penny to their name, because you got more people that own slaves.
Well, see, the thing of it is, Robert, the thing that goes against that is there were regulations that were in place where slavery would have been abolished within maybe 10 or 15 years.
That's what I was about to say. If the UK, if we lost the war against England, I believe slavery would have been abolished a lot sooner.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, they were the ones that were pushing. They were the ones that were pushing against slavery because they're the ones who made it illegal on the Ivory Coast to take slaves from Africa. And
yeah, but I'm saying like today, what would you look at the U.S. today if them things happen?
Who knows? If we had the ability to look at travel to alternative universes, string theory arguments, then
I think England would be a better place if we weren't. If we lost that war, I think England would be a better place today because Americans would actually be a part of England, and we would teach you guys how to actually run a proper government, do things.
Oh, I don't know about that, Roger.
Remember, your government is based fundamentally historically speaking, is based upon Britain.
Yeah, because we didn't want to go down to doing that the way. If the church tells you to do something, if you don't do it, the church will kill you.
That's the one thing that we separated.
Yeah,
Those guys.
but what I'm saying, if we was with Britain, we would be getting killed if you don't go by what the church said.
Maybe in the 16th century, 15th century, but we are talking about the 18th onwards. We are talking about
yeah. But like here, but like I was surprised about this. During the 1800s, the government here, they had this thing that they were thinking about killing all the Indians, inviting them all to dinner, and poisoning the meat and letting them all eat it to genocide them, because they cost the U.S. during that time with all the wars, Indian wars, over $1 million, and they wasn't happy about it. And they were talked down about doing it, and they went to the point where they were going to go and attack Mexico to get the land. And it was on the TV showing the landmass compared to what would it be like compared to Russia's landmass.
Okay, you are conflating all Indians or all Native Americans with
but that's what they were talking about doing.
You say that you're going to invite all Native Americans from the big continent of Northern America.
No.
Small dinner party.
No, I'm talking about all the Indians here in the USA. They was wanting to round them up and kill them.
Do you know how large the USA is?
Yeah. Yeah, but
do you know how many different tribes there were?
You're asking an American if he knows how large the USA is?
Well, I can make a comment about the old joke about US citizens not knowing geography at all. But yeah, we'll go there.
Our own geography. We don't care about anybody else.
But our government is got a lot of flaws by itself, like with Canada. Okay, when U.S. was going to, if the citizens of the U.S. when it was brought up, they looked and said, no, we're not. They didn't want no part of attacking Mexico or Canada. Because they didn't want no wars. They liked the peace. They just didn't see no purpose for it. But the government wanted to do it. But I'm saying, what would it be like each of them things changing in that direction? What would it be like?
Again, you're asking what else? I could, who knows? We could have moved ourselves in this scenario, and the end of humanity could have happened. We could be living in a utopian, dream-like state.
But when people
have imported some Native Americans back over to England and add some diversity to that gene pool. I mean, lots of things could happen.
Yeah, precisely.
But
From Alpha Centauri could have come down to this planet and conquered mankind. Who knows?
Yeah. In India, it was a religion there. This one guy, he was going around killing, choking, and then sacrificing the blood to their god. And he did it so much. He is the killer of his religion. Up to, I think it was 400 people he killed by himself. He choked them to death with a coin stuck on his pad, and he wrapped it around their neck and gave, I don't know what you call that device, but that's what he used. And there was a religion over there, and went to spread all over to other places, and other places learned from it and did it.
Well, so you're drawing a parallel here. I want to go ahead and say that you're drawing a parallel here, because when you talk about Trump and what he's doing with this Bible thing, yeah, when you have a leader who's losing confidence of his people,
control, charismatic mind control is not working. His police state's not working. He's got to resort to religion to get those hardcore white Christian MAGA followers, conservative Christian. Whoa, yeah, of course. He's just using every card he's got in his deck.
Yeah, but that's a dangerous thing. Look at the past. When people do that stuff, look what happens.
I give you some 2 cents. If what happens if the Confederates won the American Civil War, so it was the Civil War between North and South, right?
Yeah.
If the Confederate won the war, it would be like the Vietnam War, where the North Vietnamese won.
Yeah, but what if they picked up and kept up on our way of looking and thinking?
Yeah, that was way more than 2 cents, buddy.
You have to halfway to come.
America would be a communist country right now.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Commies?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking. Because you had each of them things going to the other direction, and anyone else. Look how the U.S. is now. You go and start talking about you attacking their neighbors, their other place. Like each in their religion, it's a bad thing. Yeah. I'm referring to where
I've never criticized any individual of a religion. I can comment and criticize a religion.
I'm referring to
I can also criticize a political
a little bit of both.
Concept. I can criticize an ideology.
Yeah, but it makes me a little worried when people take it.
Right to criticize an ideology. May that be religious, may that be political, may that be any other ideology.
Yeah, but when it goes beyond a little bit of country, but when they go and wants to do the thing like the church used to do about go out and I can't think of that where they was fight under God's name, and innocent people getting killed from some preacher who wants to send people off to do what he wants done. It's a thing that I get a little irritated. I get scared about.
People, it's not the same as criticizing. Being critical of a thing. You can. Sure, there is a line between being critical and then causing violence. You cannot be critical of things. But I'm not expecting just because you're critical of something, you're going to go out and start.
Well, I'm referring to what people with what the right hand knows and what the left hand knows. That's a dangerous thing. Yeah, with church, for what they say in the past and all that, it's hard to say if it's true. But when people get high in power and all that, as they say, power corrupts. And stupidity runs supreme.
Well, I
talking about my stupidity.
Bible readings, and it sends all the wrong messages. It just shows somebody who's desperate to indoctrinate or to enforce indoctrination to the last bit of people that are supporting
Let me explain something
just to solidify some sort of standing.
You gotta be careful about the word stupidity when it comes to the people I hang out with, because I hang out with a lot of stupid people. Just be careful.
Stop hanging out with stupid people, then. Don't do that.
But on the opposite side, the monarch of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is head of the Anglican Church.
the head of the Vatican state is the Pope, the head of the Catholic Church, and they've got responsibilities to uphold their faiths, their representatives.
Well, see, I think a lot of that is actually that's actually
the
myth, though.
president is the head of a representative church.
Well, like with Ireland,
I really
Well,
don't.
the thing about democracy, you're not supposed to have some representative of God in the presidency. You're supposed to have a voted by the people. Okay, so I know there's parallel there, but yeah, that's the whole point of our government, our democracy. We want to take church out of state, you know. So, but then again, Trump beefing with the Pope, he polarized himself because he's essentially now the devil. And I think that's another reason why he wants to do this whole Bible reading thing, to show that the world that he's talking first in the flame is somebody read the Bible first.
Another argument of that is that the Pope is the head of the Vatican City, therefore the Vatican State, a UN recognized country. And so he's a political leader as well. It is for the president to communicate with other political leaders.
yeah.
That's fine, but having a rifle and a beef, that's then there's tearing each other down. That's kind of defeats, the whole exchange.
Treat one better than the
Heads
other.
of states are supposed to be working together.
Yeah.
And if you're beefing, then I mean, you literally have to define yourself even more when you come in contrast with someone else.
Yeah, especially
Yeah, I don't know why Trump would put himself up against the Pope. I mean,
The ego.
So the Pope, apart from being a leader of the Vatican State, he's the spiritual leader of billions of Catholics and or Christians. And when he's looking over things that are happening in the world, and he offers his proposes his view and opinion on how things should be done. The president could choose to listen to it or not. So even if the view may be contradictory to the premise of the doctrine of the church. Well, no, makes that claim, but I don't think the Pope's being contradictory to the teaching of the church.
No, because that's where he helped try to cover up the sexual thing about the children.
It's the same thing that goes on to families or fraternal corrections within the family, right? You see a brethren doing something wrong, you tell them that this is not how you should be doing things, and you should be, choose to listen to it or not. And if he doesn't listen to it, and he end up creating disaster for himself, that's his own, it's his own free will, and he's free to do that. But he's been warned, right?
That's his stand and no one else's.
Yeah, but
if he was turned out to be pretty dumb, or standing up looking pretty dumb, if there was the advice given, he ended up not taking it, and the result was disastrous, right?
Yeah.
So there's that to wait. There's people all around him advising him on what would be the good moral way to approach things, and if he rejects it and go about his own thing, then that's his own, that's gonna be his legacy.
And I love the fact that he's also being manipulated. He wants to use this ploy to manipulate people, but he's also being manipulated because he only understands the language of money, and these are where people are going to buy the $3 Bibles with his signature on it. You know what I mean? And I think
Is he selling Bibles now? All people go to. There's such a hatred. Hatred. There's such a dislike for Donald Trump in the US at this present moment. All people are taking the stance buying Bibles because he sees the name signature with it.
Yeah, but he does a lot of stupid things on both sides. Not all bad, not all good. But when he goes and tries to do something good, he doesn't try to make it out. He doesn't explain it more in detail. Like what's happened over there in Iraq.
Not the best communicator. That's evident.
Now, when it comes to this Bible Bible quoting thing, now that's where
Reading. How did the president of the United States start?
Now the thing that they're arguing about is this list of participants that are involved in it. They're saying is overwhelmingly includes Republican politicians and Christian supporters of Trump, and it shows that it shows it to be very much a right-wing MAGA Christian nationalist effort, according to Brian Kaler, author of The Bible According to Christian Nationalists, exploiting scripture for political power. You know,
It's mostly swayed by the evangelicals.
Yeah.
He may have a point, but again, I also point out that this author, as is from what you've stated, seems to be somewhat politically
Motivated.
Questionable. He's ideologically questionable from what you've stated.
Well, it's like what happened to Ireland when the king died and England took over, and people didn't have no say, no rights, and they had to obey by what England said and their rules and laws and their churches. Okay? And that's what people here in the U.S. want to watch out for.
You could say that about any. You could say that about. You could use the entire free person argument in Britain, in any Western country, especially Britain or Europe. It wasn't that long ago that people didn't own their own properties. Didn't have the right to vote or didn't have the right to speak. But within the last, I don't know, 150 odd years, maybe 200 years now, the concept of, dare I say, populist democracy has evolved, and any citizen now has the right to vote.
Now, historian Jamar Tisby, whose books have challenged what he says is enduring Christian complicity in racism, criticizes the event on Facebook, saying you cannot quote the Bible while justifying violence, war, and exclusion. And Pastor Doug Paget, executive director of the progressive group Vote Common Good, echoed the comment in a statement, "If you like reading the Bible, try living it."
Criticizing for using the term racism within this context, but looking at the much more wider political issues that we are at this present moment, that criticism is fairly fair. Again, I will criticize him for using the term racism in this. I believe that he's again pushing a politically correct narrative.
Well, they do use the word progressive, and when you hear the word progressive, you usually know what that means.
No, yeah, but you want to hear something?
Democrats.
Well, no, progressive is more of a no, it's a global. What do they call it? It's a socialist, social democrat is what they call themselves. They're more of a
cultural Marxism.
No, cultural Marxism isn't.
Progressive in Canada, or
It's more of a
but there's a conservative party called Progressive Conservatives.
well, you guys are saturated in socialism too, though. Up there.
Messed up.
You got to take that into consideration. Like you got more socialism in Canada than most of the frickin' like
Socialism, much
You mean like the public health? That's socialism.
everything, man. It's like freaking
socialism in itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It's thinking
coming from a
Well,
British
and so
person.
something I always say, and Mark, I agree with you. It's not the government. It is the corruption of government. Communism can work. Democracy can work. Socialism can work.
Communist, huh? Where I can flog you someone?
You're going down the wrong.
Communist is Russia.
It all depends on
Iran is communist.
what limitations society is willing to put on and maintain.
No,
And
communist is
I
where
mean, you could argue politics until the cows come in, and we all know that tomorrow it's going to be different.
Oh yeah, them cows gonna be awful good on hamburger. Cause I tell you what, communist to me is where if you don't obey by what I say, I'm gonna beat you down like a dog. Communist is all that is. Russia, Iran, China. I mean, good grief, if you can run over your people with tanks and have no hesitation about it, run people down with automatic weapons and have no hesitation.
Extreme forms of national socialism as well. Communism to me means doing this on a wider front rather than just on a national front, but doing it in a wider front, so multiple countries, multiple territories.
Well,
Communism
the countries
is in
themselves
fact
that does
a better mechanism of control.
I think that's really what it comes down to. Religion is about control more than it is about faith.
Yeah. It's controlling the population.
You're absolutely right.
So
to where if you don't obey by what I say, you're going to pay for church and all government. The higher you are and the more power you got, you can do anything you want. You can say it's for God, what you're fighting for is for God.
But using your argument, you could argue that communism and militia are two different.
Militia is one different.
As far as communism ideology is concerned, it is worshipping the state as a religion, as the ultimate religion.
Yeah, when the state runs it.
China has
conservatives don't do that.
In that, as an example, China has multiple religions in it, but they are controlled by the state.
Yeah.
They are very now sort of it's what they kind of cannot say as determined by the state.
Yeah.
I
the dictator.
I want to share with you guys really quickly.
yeah, I didn't say nothing. You guys are.
The land rate, like Roger. Why don't you
I was really.
Okay, so I want to share experience. We're talking about being controlled by the state. I dated this woman, right? I was a young guy. I was in my early 20s, okay? And I was with this older lady. And, she was great. Everything was great. Except for what I call her the triple sixer. Because it was all about God, gold, and government. You couldn't tell her anything about the Bible because she knows better. And she has her own faith. There's nothing in the world you can tell her. And
okay, government. She literally believes that the government will never lie to the people. Never lie to the people. She believed that. Government never lied to us. And then there's gold, because all she cared about was keeping her money out of the hands of illegals. Yeah, I have to end that early. So, just saying, it doesn't matter the government, it can have a profound hold on people who are very weak-minded.
I call that being pussywood. That's what I call that.
Weak-minded, maybe they've been trained into the weak-mind.
No, I mean, seriously, if she was a man, she would be pussywood. Seriously, that's like a female version of being pussywood. It really is. Think about it. If she was a man, you would call her pussywood.
If she was bad, I would have
if you were indoctrinated into that philosophy and you did not anything better.
You understand the concept of being pussywood, right, Mark?
Explain that to me.
Pussy whooped is when a freaking woman tells you something, you're so freaking wrapped up in her, you're willing to listen to anything she says. She'll drag you through hell, dude.
No, it's where you lose your.
You lose your balls, basically.
You've been castrated.
They cut your nuts off.
You don't have that terminology over there in the good old UK?
Under the thumb would be the most obvious.
What do you guys call it when you cut off the
has anybody watched the 1970s, 1980s comedy Last of the Summer Line?
No.
If I haven't seen it, you guys don't do comedy.
But it's all about sort of a community of Yorkshire people.
old meat sheep?
Within that sort of 1950s sort of stereotype.
Mm-hmm.
The only good comedian.
It was all about patriarchy, sort of society or patriarchy sort of town.
Yeah, British comedy. I don't know, man. The only good one you got over there is Jimmy Carr. I don't know any other.
Okay.
No, that's Jimmy too. No, I agree. That's Jimmy too, bro.
The one thing I said at the beginning, though, that's a good deal, though, is like, it is actually a pretty good thing that I think it's the first president I've actually seen who went into an actual event that was supposed to be about reading the Bible. I do think that that's a positive thing, but I think it's being exploited for political reasons.
It may be a positive thing, but again, I can see sort of pitfalls in there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only good thing I can see out of it. I know that the reason why Trump is doing that is because of his meme where he appeared as Jesus, and he got it was backlash with the Christian community that supported him. So he had to put this.
Well, but then you have the Christians that actually believe it. There's some Christians who believe that Trump is the next best thing to God or Jesus.
Yeah.
And Trump those are the ones that are coming to this events now. Those are hardcore followers. You can tell those people to go do something, they're going to go and do it.
Well,
that's dangerous.
Remember on the boat? Hey, Roger. Remember on the boat where they recorded Donald Trump and the boat talking about the women?
Yeah.
Trump has done one thing better than most, better than just about anybody else. That is portray. What he puts out in front of the people, he does at a level that most people understand. He doesn't go over their heads. He doesn't go under their heads. What he does is he runs in the middle of the pack, and he does it better than just about anybody else who stood in that position I've been alive, and I was born in 1954.
Well, yeah, but he's picking a big old bully in the middle of the circle of all them people and running up to him and knocking him in the throat to see if what
Oh, I agree with you.
let's not mention throat punching.
Why I say that for because sometimes these countries they do gotta get a little bit of an eye opener when your slogan is "Death to America" and you ain't done anything, but you're going and attacking, giving money out to all these other countries for terrorism. You know, after a while, any country is going to go walk up and demonstrate what you're capable and what
to be honest, I have an issue about that because I think that there's a lot more American money going to terrorists that are coming from the conservatives just as well. Because like I mentioned this on Nancy's show the other night, it just seems odd that like ISIS freaking was getting ready to conquer all of Iraq, went into Lebanon, was at Nineveh destroying artifacts there. And then Trump gets into office, freaking does 3 bombings, and all of a sudden they're demolished. They're no more.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Again, an organisation, a group,
Well, everybody knows. Everybody knows that ISIS came out of. Everybody knows ISIS came mostly out of freaking Turkey, and guess what? The neocons have control over Turkey, dude. You know. It just seems odd is all I'm saying that ISIS just vanished after he committed what 3 bombings. The miracle of the mighty Donald Trump. Yeah, whatever, dude. Whatever.
The CIA, right? You want to talk about blank check, talk about terrorist organizations? Well, you know, the CIA trains terrorist cells all around the planet.
It's called Bin Laden.
It becomes convenient for the United States government.
Oh, yeah, but did you hear that about the black base here in the U.S. that was moved over from where you get the boats going through, where the U.S. spent money on building it?
No, I've never.
The canal. Well, it was off to the side of the canal.
Panama Canal.
Before it was given back over to them.
Yeah, the Contras. He's talking about the Contras. Back when they trained Contras down here in the United States and then put them back in Central America.
Well, they had a black school there. Over there.
Black Ops.
Yeah, they were teaching foreign countries how to throw over their government and all that. The fine art of skinning the person, leaving them alive, but skinning them, taking their fingernails out.
A lot of this came from the Cold War era.
No, not the Cold War.
It was the proxy wars fought on behalf of Russia or the Soviet Union.
No, this was way before that.
You're talking about
Congress?
And the argument was that either we would have Soviet-style communism throughout the world, or we would have Western-style democracy throughout the world.
Yeah, but what I'm just referring to, if our government's capable of teaching this stuff to other countries,
here in the United States is what he's talking about too. Like they weren't doing it on foreign soil. They were bringing them here to the United States and doing it.
Before they did it here in the U.S., they were over there. They had a school built. They did of the arts of torture.
Robert.
And no, this was on the news. The guy.
Robert, we know. We've already come. You're talking about the Contras with the Iran Contra stuff. That's back during the Cold War, like he was talking about.
Yeah, but they were in over 50 countries. They taught 50 other countries of doing this, of bombing, terrorism.
Okay, let's say the Soviet style communists managed to overtake the majority of those countries, including Latin America countries. Let's say for Mexico, you could all be the US. You were going down the water path earlier. There could be a possibility that the US would now be a communist state. So would Britain. So would the majority of the Western world.
Yeah, but my point of it
Most
is.
of the world.
Yeah, but my point of it is, I wouldn't want my own country to turn around and turn into that on me. Like anyone, you wouldn't want your own country to turn and to attack you.
Well, I don't know how that would relate to what you were just talking about, though. I mean, that makes absolutely no sense. How does that fit into what you just were talking about? Like, they're training people to be terrorists in their country, and then you're saying they're going to turn it against us and
well, if they can teach other people to do all that.
Well, that they are. That's the thing, man. Like, a lot of people don't. Like Jade Helm. You know what Jade Helm was all about, don't you? Jade Helm was teaching freaking our military how to freaking to freaking tame riots and how to deal with people in our own country. That's what you've heard of Jade Helm, haven't you?
I haven't.
Jade Helm was actually.
They have several things like that, like the abandoned Walmarts and all that kind of stuff. Where they're running drills.
I've heard the abandoned Walmarts, but Jade Helm was an actual military operation that took place in the Southwest states, and they were being trained how to freaking handle insurrection.
Well, and so they also told us that is due to
urban warfare.
And no longer fighting the desert, but going into urban warfare. So a general blanket.
Yeah, that's kind of fishy that they did it in 6 states. In the United States, it was an actual military operation that took place where they were practicing how to frickin' how to attack their own citizens.
I mean, because when I trained, when I was in the Army, I trained to basically do kick doors. I was in a desert environment. We had several different huts, and you had to learn the hand signals. You had to be able to back the guy up in front of you. The guy behind you has to watch your back as you go in and invade someone's home.
Well, imagine helicopters flying over frickin' Texas in the middle of the city in unmarked helicopters, and that's what took place, man.
Well, like with the microwave Jeeps.
Well, that's another thing too. They come out with. They've got these Jeeps now that have sonic waves that for riot control.
Yeah, and they can fry groups of people all at one time. A solid beam of magnet, like a magnet, out of the microwave.
Well, they've just used something similar to that in Venezuela when they attacked Venezuela.
Well, okay, so you have the subsonic navigator. That's the sound one, and then you have the microwave one, which is the active area of the house.
We got that one where it makes a solid wave. It makes you want to stick your fingers in your ears because your heads are hurting from the sound.
Yeah. Hell, the Russians have on their battleships right now. They have these laser weapons that when they point at you, you instantly vomit and pass out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not so sure about that. I'm sure there are.
I've seen the demonstrations in the videos.
Yeah, but they are guidance.
Iraq had a big Air Force carrier full of nothing but drones from Russia.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we get any farther into that, let's get on to the next topic before we go any farther on that, because I think we've pretty much exhausted the whole thing about the freaking first one. We've gone all the way into freaking weapons of exotic freaking destruction, I guess you can say. But we're trying to keep it serious on this one. So let me move on to the next one, because this one's actually interesting. Have you guys heard about the church trial that is going on with the ESNA Archbishop Steve Wood?
No, I have not heard anything about that. Yeah.
Dan, you're more into religion. Have you heard about it?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Archbishop who?
Archbishop Steve Wood.
What is it a little bit about?
RNS. Okay, first of all, this comes from Religion News Services. Now, Woods has filed a motion to dismiss the case, and the church court will hear arguments on that motion in May. And this has to do with him being charged with well, let me go ahead and just read it. Archbishop Steve Woods, who leads the Evangelical Church in North America, will face a church trial beginning on July the 20th, according to an announcement from the court Tuesday, April 21st.
He's an Anglican archbishop.
Right. Now, he's been accused of sexual harassment, bullying, and plagiarism, and faces 3 church charges. Alleged.
What's a church? Sorry, what's a church charge?
That's interesting. I guess they're charges that are made within the church.
Sexual abuse charges. I mean, if that is a charge, then I don't know if it's church converted, but it's a.
I guess he asked one of the other members how big is their.
This sounds similar to the sheer law arguments in Britain of this possible close religious-based courts. Courts in effect. He's the head of the Anglican Church in the United States.
In North America.
In North America.
Where's that at?
Where's
North America, right?
It's Canada, United States.
Like one of those things where it's like, oh, we'll do our own internal investigation and we will punish the guy.
That's what it sounds like.
Oh, well, we know that never works.
Nope.
You're
Not
F1
corporation,
bad,
not
dude.
government, not religion.
It's like I can barely understand what you're saying. You're echoing.
Mute again. Oh, one of you talk, mute. The other one mute. So. But on your point is that's like a sort of religious styled cancer course, right?
Well, no, it's a church. It's a church charges.
Is it a church trial or?
Well, I mean, you don't think that they should have the right to take care of their own problems?
No. Okay. You know what? If I were part of the Black Panthers and I go and shoot a bunch of white people, and then I get arrested, that's like Black Panthers bailing me out and saying, no, we're gonna investigate and we're gonna. Sorry. So you have to be accountable. There's no
if there's a civil lawsuit against him, I'm pretty sure it'll be dealt separately. But this is a church proceeding.
I know. So it doesn't mean anything. Any internal investigation, when corporations mess up, they say, we'll just save the government time and money. We'll do an internal investigation. That never works because, how many priests have been sent to other parishes after allegations?
Yeah, that's what I was
You've got to
trying
look
to
after your
about
own people, and you're not going to come to any kind of conclusion that is any kind of real justice. It's going to be a lot of cover-up, so they save face and keep the church name as clean as they can. There's not going to be justice.
I mean, we both seen end user license agreements and terms of service agreements that states something on the line of you do not have the right to take this to court. All proceedings will be done within an internal arbitration process.
Right.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. If there's no, it will be for these internal arbitrators to decide on the law. National states law.
Oh, I got one for you.
No, I mean, this. First of all, this is in the Anglican Church, so I have no idea what their organizational structure is about.
Allegations of rape and sexual misconduct is but this all states and but it should be looked by
legal. It should be a legal issue with the gut.
My point is, this is an internal church investigation that doesn't preclude the civil authority doing their own thing, right? So it's the one doesn't preclude the other. So
yes. So why should there be a internal investigation? Why shouldn't it just be handed over to the civil law enforcement?
Well, maybe
I'm okay with both bodies investigating. External. If there's any discrepancies, further investigation.
Let's let Roger read the story. So I would guess we don't know what the heck the story is about.
That right there is actually
to conclusion here without even knowing the full.
That right there is actually a pretty hot topic. So don't forget about that when you guys when I'm done reading this, because I think you guys hit on something big there. But I'm gonna finish reading like Tam asked, and but that actually is a good talking point, just to let you know, because that is interesting. So let me figure out where the hell I left off before you people freaking interrupted me. So
I think that's why I thought again.
Okay, so he's been accused of sexual harassment, bullying, plagiarism, and faces 3 church charges. There it was. Alleged violations of ordination vows. Conduct giving cause for scandal or offense in sexual immorality. The Tuesday announcement also revealed that Wood filed a motion to dismiss the case. The court will hear arguments on the motion beginning on May 7th. We are grateful to the court for its diligent work in this matter, said the retired Reverend Julian Dobbs, who serves as Dean of the province, in the statement. I ask that our clergy and lay members join me in an earnest prayer that God, in His wisdom and providence, would bring a just and righteous resolution to His church. That His church would be preserved in truth and unity, and that all parties involved would know His grace. Now, Wood was inhibited or temporarily suspended from his ministry in mid-November, days after more than 140 clergy in the denomination signed an open letter calling for his inhibition. Wood previously announced he was taking a paid voluntary leave of absence on November the 3rd. After a series of reports in the Washington Post, in which a former church employee and another woman accused Wood of unwelcome sexual advances. A bishop in South Carolina bishop in South Carolina, Wood was elected in 2024 to lead the ACNA, a small denomination that began in 2009 as a breakaway group of congregations that objected to Episcopal Church and Evangelical Church of Canada's acceptance of openly LGBTQ plus clergy in marriage for same-sex couples. Now, the Washington Post in October 23 report, or the Washington Post on October the 23rd report broke allegations from Claire Buxton, a former children's ministry director who served with Woods at St. Andrews in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, prior to his election as Archbishop. Buxton alleged to the Post that Wood gave her more than $3,000 for church funds and in April of 2024 attempted to kiss her in his office. A second woman who identified herself only as Jane Doe claimed Wood pressured her into situations she was uncomfortable with and to drink alcohol with him. It's unclear when these allegation or alleged incidences took place. Woods also faces allegation from several priests of bullying and plagiarism. He has denied all but the most recent allegations of sexual harassment from the unnamed woman, which he declined to comment on and submitted to the church process for vetting the claims. So,
okay, so what you just read doesn't really bring any more to this story than they've already mentioned. Yeah, the rest of what you just read there is mainly fluff.
It's fluff, huh?
Yeah. And on top of that can blow up in people's faces too.
Bad management.
He can blow up people's faces.
It's called bad management.
Well, it's just not bad storytelling too.
Just to get some background, guys.
He is so horrible.
The North American Anglican Church is a breakaway from the American Episcopal Church, which is the branch of the Anglican Church in the United States formed in the 1700s. Okay, the American Anglican Church was called the Episcopal Church, was formed in the 1789, right? And then in 2000, the North American Anglican Church is fairly new. They broke away from the Episcopal Church in 2003 or so, and they formed their own church.
And was that was during the time when the Pope got mad because of over that. It was something about the Pope during that whole time about all that was going on, and he made his words about that.
Now, are you talking about in the 1700s?
No, that's between Rome and England. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time.
This is in the United States.
No, yeah, it was, but they were talking about women and men about.
No, it was you're thinking of when what's his name, King Henry VIII, where he wanted to divorce his wife.
Years ago.
He wanted to divorce his wife. Is that what you're talking about?
That's
they were talking about.
That's in England.
Yeah, I know. It's always them bastards.
Well,
okay, but so now back to the North American Anglican Church. This Archbishop is like the top guy.
Yeah.
Right? He's like the Pope in the North American Anglican Church.
technically as is an Anglican, and isn't he still governed by the British woman?
Well, that's what I was saying about high people.
No, I mean, I think the American Episcopal, even the American Episcopal Church, which was a branch from the Anglican, is not governed by the British monarch. So the breakaway branch is no way.
Well, I don't think they would tolerate that now. The only country I think actually is ruled by the royal family still is the ones in Ireland. And I think they're getting tired of freaking their shit too, because they started throwing propaganda back in the day about freaking Satan worshippers and shit, freaking in the orphanages. And me and Mark covered that in the first year of Roger's Real Time Talk Show. Like, they started coming out with all these crazy ass stories, like satanic cults that were freaking molesting children and shit.
Right, so back to Roger's story. So 2 women filed complaints against this archbishop about misconduct, right? And he filed for dismissal because he thinks they're like, I don't know, maybe he thinks they're falsely accusing him.
Well, he had a problem with the LGBTQ movement because the angelics over in Canada are allowing homosexuals to be priests and ministers.
The Pope did too have that same words about that, Raj.
And they can openly admit in church that they're gay and not be criticized for it.
But he's retired though. He's no longer the Archbishop of North American Anglican.
Does he have any connection to Trump or Epstein?
Hey, Raj, that's what the Pope was having the same words about that too, before he passed away.
Mm-hmm. Now, was the Pope actually having the same kind of thoughts before he passed away?
It was on the news about that.
About the homosexuals, like homosexuals in the church and stuff.
About being Pope, the preacher, and all that.
Did he? What the last one that passed away?
Well, we came up with this rule about blessing of the same-sex union.
Yeah.
All that stuff, but it was not what the public press made it out to be.
Well, he didn't like them.
But it's like, it's blessing in the sense of, even though you're doing wrong thing, God still loves you and wait for you to come back kind of thing. But it's like at the end of every mass in the church, the priest blessed the whole congregation.
Yeah.
Right? And those include the bad people as well as good people stuff.
Well, me personally, I don't get why there's the need to belong to such entities, such churches. I mean, for a homosexual couple to try to be accepted in a Christian church, that'd be like me going to the KKK and demanding equal rights within their ranks.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you're not going to follow the rules of the church, then what's the point of staying, right?
Yeah. What's the point? Yeah.
I mean, but then on the other hand, as a faithful member of the church, none of us is perfect. So we're all flawed in some way. So that doesn't mean that we're gonna stay away from the church. I mean, so there's a very famous Catholic saying that says that the church is a hospital for sinners, for the sick. It's not the court of the saints or whatever, something like that, right? So people come there to be healed. Not people don't go there because they're already perfect and they don't need any saving. So there's that. Right?
Well,
Anyway,
right.
I agree. I mean, it's not the place for those who are holier than thou to be casting judgment. They're supposed to be helping and healing and all that stuff. I agree.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of emergency here, guys. I gotta excuse myself for a few minutes.
So,
All right.
my question to you, Tan, is this: do you think that what he's pushing is harsher than what the Pope came up with before he passed away? Or you think he's being
The Pope.
no
it was
the Angelical guy, the Wood?
the evangelical guy. Well, I mean, he's an Anglican, right? So Anglicans are more relaxed than the Catholics in terms of their acceptance of the gays and the LGBT. They're more lenient of saying that it's okay, you're accepted. You know, so there are members of the Anglican clergy who are gay, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, Mark ran away. He got mad at us because we were criticizing like gay people.
Did he drop? Oh man. So we wait for him to come back. But anyway, but I think one of the before I forget, when we read about this story about this Archbishop of the American Anglican, in the Catholic Church, there was this very widely publicized case about a very high-ranking Cardinal George Pell of Australia, who was, I don't know if you've heard about that case, but he was accused of abusing an altar boy. And he was prosecuted in the civil court, and he was convicted. And he spent like a year or 2 or 3 years in prison because of it. And then after that, they resurrected his case, and Cardinal Pell appealed. They went to the appeal court, and the Australian High Court overthrew the conviction.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but it was still done within the criminal court system.
Correct.
So yeah, you have the right to raise.
But who was in?
For the authorities to decide on content.
But during that time, who was in charge during that time, running the courts?
He was charged and he was prosecuted and he was found guilty, hence the reason for the appeal.
Well, they're talking about it was actually a civil.
It was a civil court case.
Okay, but what I mean is,
same
people from the first time to the second time.
It was.
No, I'm not sure. I think it was. Let me find out some more details. It's been a while ago. The first case was ruled by a jury, and the appeal was.
Most of the time, appeals aren't held behind juries. I don't know how it is in Australia. That's a different story, but they usually don't do appeals before a jury.
In this case,
maybe
sexual misconduct. The case was related to. Then it would be a jury.
Not for appeals most of the time.
In the Commonwealth, yeah. Even if it's an appeal.
I think you better check your law, man.
Technically, we hear of the case as well.
That's one.
The appeal was decided by judges, by a group of judges.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. See, it's like that's what I'm talking about. Appeals aren't the same as a jury trial at all.
Okay.
It's kind of a slip. A lot of people have
issues. First trial was in 2018, ended in the hung jury. Second trial in the later part of 2018, with 12-member jury found him guilty. And then he spent a year in jail, and he appealed in 2019. A panel of 3 judges ruled on the case, and they decided 2-1 to overthrow the conviction. And then the final appeal in 2020, 7 judges decided. The result was 7-0, so it unanimously squashed the conviction. I don't know why they had the second appeal.
I would like to see the transcripts on that one. I know that would
Yeah, what kind of proof they actually had?
Well, see, if in most countries, if you do an appeal, there's people who can make petitions to overthrow the appeals too.
Yeah. Maybe that's what happened. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean the accused, the lawyer for the accused, appeal the appeal, maybe, right?
Hey guys, I got a thing. You might be able to check it up better than what I can. Back in, I think it was 1950s, up in Wisconsin. For the nuns where they were living at, during that time, well, when the place was tore down and they found some things in the wall, and with a big old investigation being done from the state of Wisconsin because of it. But all the nuns were living there during that whole time. They would shut the building and all that down. They found a bunch of over 200 bodies of babies in the walls. And the word was that the Pope, the people that ran with the Pope, well, supposedly,
if he gets out of hand and starts talking crazy shit, you let me know. I'll just start smacking the shit out of him.
But they would go over there and introduce themselves to the nuns. And that's how they wind up getting pregnant. But I was wondering, the story, I don't know. For the person that told me that.
Makes it way
We call the
Well, see, I think, to be honest though, Robert, I think that really, me and Tan especially we like doing this stuff. I think we need to sit down one day and have a serious freaking discussion when it comes to the facts on the Catholic Church and the Anglican Church, because there's a lot of myth that surrounds it.
Well, the popes.
What? Like what?
Like the actual responsibilities. You guys were talking about how, like the English church, like Mark was talking about. No, that's actually something we could actually look into. Like, how does that really work? Like the Anglican church, whose responsibilities are, you know, things like that. Like the actual structure, yeah.
Yeah, okay, we can do that. Yeah, even when the Anglicans spread over to the United States, they have split it. They have like self-organized themselves into their standalone entity, and they do not belong to the British monarch anymore.
Well, here in the colonies, they made it a really, really strong effort to freaking push the Catholics out of the New World. Like, it was really, I don't think the Catholics actually was able to get footing here in the Americas, in the territories here until, well, no.
Yeah, the Irish Catholics were there way from the beginning, buddy.
No, the Catholics, there was a big push to keep them out of here.
They came to New York.
No, this was back during the colonies. This was back whenever they were still a part of the UK.
Okay. Yeah, the U.S. made a point to tell them that
Because the majority of people that came over here to settle the New World were Puritans.
Prior to 1776, you're talking about
Yeah, the Puritan movement.
okay.
yeah, they didn't want, and people, the Puritans owned businesses, owned property,
They
and all
were
that.
really trying their best to keep that. They didn't keep them all out. Don't get me wrong, but they were really. It was real.
Wait, so the Catholics were the first Europeans to arrive in America.
No.
Norway was.
No.
No.
No. Well,
Closer to
they're going to start. Robert's going to start pushing the Vikings again.
Wait. So
we're going to get up.
Wait, no, the Viking. No, I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
No, there was another one before the Vikings.
Protestants, right? So,
Puritans were driven out of England. They had to move to frickin' Denmark in exile.
Yeah, specifically those
The Pilgrims.
Vikings that came into the American.
Right. So, when Roger said that the Catholics were being pushed out.
No, they were making it very, very hard for them to.
They were being pushed out by who?
By the colonies. People over here didn't
The
want
U.S.
nothing.
was pushing them out.
Not the U.S. This was before the U.S.
Well, I meant the colonists. Anyone was. What do you call them again? The
colonies was founded off of Puritan beliefs. Yeah. That's not Catholic. Yeah.
They just didn't want them having any real power still left in the U.S.
Because they were very anti-Catholic because of the way that governments were being run in Europe. They were really, really upset about that.
They didn't want no more part of it.
They wanted.
Well, of course, there was colonies set up by the Dutch, the French.
Exactly, and that's where most of the Puritans came from, is the Dutch and
They would have been mainly Catholic.
Well, they were exiled. The Puritans were exiled out of England because England didn't want nothing to do with the Puritan movement. Okay, so they exiled them, and them and the Pilgrims and all of them were exiled into Denmark, and then they came back from Denmark to sail over with the West Indies to the freaking New World. And that's when they landed on Plymouth Rock.
And obviously the Spanish as well, especially when you come to Latin America. So they would have been Catholic.
No.
No, the Puritans were Protestant.
Yeah,
they were Protestant.
They were extremely Protestant.
Well, but you had schism in the church, the Catholic Church, that the Protestants came from the Catholics.
Yeah.
Right.
And
but
then,
that was way back in England, not when they came to.
But that's the reason why.
Right?
That's why they
were.
Yeah.
If you want to go back there, way back in Germany when Luther.
Oh, don't even get started there. You know the whole thing about the Puritans and their freaking apocalyptic myth that created their religion, don't you? Like they believe that freaking they seen an eclipse, a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse, and they thought that it was a vision or it was a message from God, dude.
Solar.
Yeah. That is some wicked stuff, man. I actually got to get into some of that research.
I don't know if those were Protestant. They were just more like occultic.
Well, yeah, that was back when they were first starting out, so they would have been more of an occult movement.
What group was that, Reg?
That was the freaking Puritan movements. Because they were different factions when they first started out, and then they finally consolidated. I think it was in Germany, wasn't it? After they took siege of that city.
Yeah.
I believe. I forgot what city it was.
Hey Roger, what group was that they broke up apart from one another? The Snake or something like that? It was on the Ancient Alien about organization.
No, we don't talk about ancient aliens on this
Well,
show.
no, but I mean, but they were talking about.
Trying to be serious.
Well, something about.
We don't do that here. We don't talk about aliens.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, they were about. There was a group that broke up from one another, and they were fighting one another through the centuries to get the things their way.
What are you talking about here?
It's some kind of group.
Are you talking about different?
It's one group,
different factions within the church.
Yeah, and it's multiple groups of them, and from the time that they started until now, they're battling each other. That's what they say.
Yeah, you're almost there. Just can't.
Something like a snake or a spider.
Maybe they're like some people like the Knights.
Not the Knights Templar.
Yeah.
It's older than known.
What did you see? The snakes and the what were their symbols?
Well, they didn't show no symbols, but it was like a snake. They said it, but I just can't think of the name of it. But the way they said it, I just can't pronounce it. But it's an old, even older than the Knights Templar.
Oh, research time. I just put a guess out there. Is it the Epicurean snake? I might be thinking of something else.
Yeah, I'm not coming up with anything either. What was the other one? The snakes and the cobra, you said?
Well, might be the cobra. Or some kind of snake thing.
Like from the healing staff?
Oh, that's the staff of Moses.
But this group started off, and they were doing it nice, but some other people messed with it, and it started a big old. It broke up into different parts, and people started fighting one another.
Can't put a finger on it.
It's like the thing up in Wisconsin. My dad was telling me about when he was young, and they were tearing down the building of where the nuns were living, and the preachers from the church, the one.
Are you confusing the 13 so-called Israel tribes compared to the 13 colonies in the US?
Oh, Israel has 12 tribes.
Yeah, or 12, sorry. Maybe.
The affiliation.
That might be it. It's a name that I couldn't even begin to pronounce it correctly.
Appalachians do really refer to people who lived in the Appalachian Mountains, geographical region in the eastern United States. What are they? They were Scottish, Irish, Presbyterian.
Anyway, would you want to continue?
Maybe, Roger.
Yeah, we've gone down to the point.
Oh, he's out smoking a cigarette right now.
That's really
Yeah.
shame on him.
Shame.
But what I was referring to was about all the other. But
Yeah, maybe the Appalachians or what you're talking about there, Robert. It says the Appalachian religion is so focused on individual conscience and literal interpretation of the Bible that the church is split constantly. Moreover, whether to use the organ in the church, whether the preacher should be paid a salary, or would often that quarrel should often lead half the congregation to leaving and start a new church across the road. Maybe that's what you're talking about.
yeah.
That's cult kind of stuff, though. It's like cult of personality. Okay. This church is doing this thing over here. Oh, some people don't like that idea. Oh, this guy voices an opinion that some people are too scared of. Oh, this guy goes across the street, starts his own church, and it's just hustlers and cultists. That's all I see. I mean, just be real about it. I mean,
It's a famous example of this quarrel called the Hatfield-McCoy feud.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, does that sound familiar?
Oh, yeah, that's a big old story around here.
Yeah. Started with a dispute over a pig and a forbidden romance.
Mm-hmm.
So this is it, right? This is the group you're talking about.
Oh, well, yeah, it could be. But it sounds like that church, too. A secret organization. Sorry about that. I had to go smoke a cigarette. You guys got me overwhelmed.
You were giving up small enough.
Well, it's 10. He's hardcore, dude. You give him beer and he gets all drunk and crazy and shit.
It's my second one. I'm not drunk, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I keep forgetting Mark's the lightweight.
I'm drinking Japanese beer.
Yeah, that's not even beer. That's Japanese.
Is that rice beer?
Yeah.
Asahi.
Yeah, sake.
No, it's not sake.
That's racist. See, I said IPA, and the other guy's like, that's rice wine.
Now.
It's just,
that's just really good, correct, sir.
I like Sapporo better, but it was at a discount, so I tried.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, what were we talking about? What's the next topic? We're running out of time.
Now, the one thing I wanted to mention too is if you guys are wanting to find out about more about the topic of the Puritans and stuff like that, and how it took place here in the United States. The best book I found was William James. It's the Varieties of Spiritual Experience. If you guys ever get a chance, you can read that. He did a really good job at telling that story. I wasn't able to finish the whole book, to be honest with you, but that's one of the best books you can find out a lot about the history of the Puritans here in the colonies and stuff, and how it actually grew up to the 1800s. Like, he really breaks it down. So with that,
for those of us who are not familiar with the Puritans, like myself,
yeah,
can you tell us what they are?
The Puritans, they actually turned against the Catholic Church, from what I made of it, and they also turned against basic Christianity, is what it is. They believed that the Bible was full of false teachings that went against what God actually was teaching, and it gets it's really hard to explain. You know what I'm saying? Like
they came from England, didn't they?
No, they actually came from Germany, like Mark said. They actually came from Germany and areas like that. They were more of a.
Gemini is telling me that they're like 16th, 17th century English Protestants who sought to purify the Church of England from its remaining Catholic practices.
Roger likes to attribute everything to the Germans.
Well,
I don't know why.
The Protestant. I have to remember how to. The Protestant is a major branch of Christianity originating in the 16th century Reformation, emphasizing salvation by grace alone, through faith and supreme authority of the Bible and the priesthood of all believers. Now, the key principle includes sola scriptura, which is the scripture alone, and the sola fide, the faith alone. Often focusing on that's what it was. They believed that it was the personal relationship with God rather than believing in going to church and worshiping in church above everything else. It was the opposite. They believed that a personal relationship with God was more important. Salvation by faith.
Well, you're probably mistaken, Roger. So these Puritans came from England, not Germany.
No.
They come from the English Reformation movement.
Okay, now hold up. Protestants rely. Wait, no, that's not it. Origin. The term emerged in 1529 when the German princes protested a crackdown on Martin Luther's writings. The Reformation spread rapidly in the 16th century, forming a major diverse branch of Christianity alongside Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. That's out of Britannica.
You're just reading about the Protestants, right? The Protestants.
Right. That's Protestant.
Well, what about the Puritans?
Oh, wait, is that the Protestant? Yeah, that's the Protestant. The Puritan, that's what it is. It's the wrong definition. The Puritan.
The Puritans they came out of England.
The Puritans were a 16th and 17th century Protestant reform movement seeking to purify the Church of England. Yep, that's it. To purify the Church of England of Catholic remnants.
They're trying to exorcise the Church of England.
If you ask Roger Hansen, the Germans and the ancient Vikings were responsible for everything.
No, see, you don't understand what it is. See, he brings that up because I talk about the world tree, and people like him think that the world tree means the Yggdrasil, and that's not true.
No, that's not why I bring it up.
that's where you guys always come in with that stuff. Well, the thing of it is, it's not just the Germans, it's that whole region. Okay, like everybody didn't originate out of Africa, like popular belief. It's because people have this idea because they come up with ancient DNA of one human that actually was in freaking Africa. That's where all of the human race spawned up out of. And and
blood type.
that's where my whole issue is. I think if you go according to nature, humans would have spawned up in different areas of the world. If you do it that route. Now, religion, what we're talking about right now, has nothing to do with any of that. So this is all about religious beliefs. So I'm not going to muddy the water when it comes to that. But the
religious.
But yeah, the Puritans actually were 16th and 17th century Protestant reform movement seeking to purify the Church of England of Catholic remnants, focusing on intense piety, Calvinist theology, and biblical literalism. They valued sober lifestyle.
Influenced by John Calvin.
They valued sober lifestyles, literacy, and community covenants, with many migrating to New England to establish a holy commonwealth. So that would be it right there. And see, they were very.
They hate the Pope with a vengeance, by the way.
Well, they did not trust anything that came out of the Catholic Church. They believed that the Catholic Church was actually the Antichrist.
Yeah. They think the Pope is the well, no, they think the Pope is the Antichrist, and they think the Catholic Church is the whore of Babylon.
Yeah.
Right.
Got it right. There you go.
Well,
Thank you.
I mean, come on. I mean, is there any other organization more infamously known for molesting children?
The thing of it is that's so contradictory about that is like the Puritans.
That's unfair, B. Like this, there's a lot of holy people in the Catholic Church. A small fraction of them are abusers, and you make them the exemplars of the Catholic Church. That's totally unfair.
Sir, you may be right, but still, I think we're both valid.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, even with the Puritans, okay, I think that when they make that statement that they believe that the church is the whore of Babylon, you got to remember they think literally, so they would not think that the church itself was the whore of Babylon.
Well, the thing about that whole thing is the whore of Babylon has multiple heads. Okay, the church is only one of them. Okay.
They wouldn't think of it in those terms, though. Is my whole point.
No. The whore is the lady, the woman.
No, Babylon would be.
The whore of Babylon is the woman, and she's prostituting herself against the seven-head monster.
Seven-headed dragon.
No, so it's symbolism. It's not an actual woman.
But see, the whore of Babylon would literally be the whore of Babylon to a Puritan. It wouldn't be metaphorical to a freaking Puritan. They would see the whore of Babylon as being the whore of Babylon.
No, it's still metaphorical.
Literally.
No, they would see.
The Puritans believe everything literally.
Yeah, no, they would see what the person does and how they react.
They don't think hypothetically.
No, they go by what you actually do,
the outcome
how you do it.
The outcome in what they believe.
Yeah.
It's how
they act. They're not to copy
Right,
behavior, not
exactly.
that behavior, because it is all horse behavior. It's not literal. It's everything they do is wrong, so it's whorish.
Yeah, but think of it this: if you stand in front of one of them, you do something that you know is wrong, and you're trying to tell them that they're wrong for telling you you're one of them.
Puritans believe in literal and supreme interpretation of the Bible, so they probably believe the Earth is like 6,000 years old.
That's probably true. That probably is true. They probably do believe that the Earth is 6,000.
No,
Not to the point where they'll slap you across the face for calling them a liar.
If it's in the Bible, then it's supposed to be true to you.
Well, Puritans.
the Bible never says the universe is created 6,000 years ago.
You know that the Puritans for the longest time the Puritans forsake science, right? You know that, right?
There are 7 days, but are they? Why would you think there are 24-hour days? Like there's no sense of hour way back in the ancient times.
Wow.
Okay. It doesn't say age. It says a day.
Now you do understand Puritans didn't want to use electricity for the longest time, right? Like they've forsaken science. They believed that it was freaking untrue. So they.
So it's a work of the devil.
So does the Amish come out of the Puritans?
Yes, the Amish is a good example of the Puritan movement.
But the Amish are pretty nice people, though.
Yeah, they are.
Like
They are nice. They are nice. They make really good food too.
Yeah.
They're better than the English food. I'll tell you that much.
That's not a stretch.
I got an American, a U.S. citizen.
Hey.
What do Americans know about the foods, right?
I mean, anybody that are named Bread Scone is you know what a scone is, don't you? It's
Okay, all right. I think we got it mixed up. Amish are not Puritans, okay? Amish are descended from Swiss Germans, and the Puritans are English.
That's what Roger was thinking.
Am I mixing Puritans up with the freaking
Yeah. No, don't blame the Amish for Puritan sins, man. The Amish seems like nice people.
Puritans and then the freaking the other ones. What were the other ones? Protestants. Are they Protestants?
So they have their own thing. I mean, when you talk about the Amish, man, their stuff is a whole separate universe. They have, their ideology. You have to be able to read the Bible in English and in German and sometimes Latin. You have to have some ways of reading the Bible. And yeah, of course, they don't like technology and everything is of the devil. That's not a strict dogmatic religion,
Well, do you know?
Actually, I was right. The Protestants. They're from the Protestants. They're Anabaptists, and the Anabaptists were the ones I was talking about with the apocalyptic freaking.
No. The Amish belongs to the Anabaptist tradition.
Right.
Yeah.
But hey, Roger.
They're a radical branch of the Reformation.
They are radical reformers. Yeah, radical reformations.
It's wild, man.
They're like, what?
They're wild, man.
You would think that they're like the Puritans, right? But they're not.
Yeah, they're
share
the Mennonites.
Some common beliefs and lifestyle. But yeah, they do.
Now they believe in adult baptism and pacifism. Now, adult baptism is something I think is a good idea too. If you're gonna freaking be baptizing children, they should be old enough to realize if they want it or not. You know what I mean?
I think the priest will disagree with that.
Well, of course
Yeah,
they will.
yeah. Or the Catholic Church would disagree.
They got to make money somehow. You know what I'm saying? God, whatever, dude. Plain people.
Well, I mean, the worker needs to be paid. You know.
Yeah.
That's from the Bible.
Well, when people bring offerings into the church and they need to bring them in as food like the old temples used to, and then they disperse it out to the priests so that they have something to eat. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, the priests are entitled to the
offerings. Yes. Catholic and Christian, a lot of priests will be eating themselves. Garden.
No, yeah, like a lot of priests. Some of the priests are well-educated people who teach as professors in universities, and
yeah,
but they would have their own garden.
They actually own their own restaurant.
I don't know, cheese making priests.
They can do their own gardenings too, but then they have. But the thing is,
European cheeses come from.
But the thing is, they're priests, right, Mark? So their main responsibility and jobs is to take care of their flock, their
church.
community. So if they were to, divert their attention into gardening and making a living, making food for themselves, then they would not do a good job.
See, all of the gardening, all the
look after other people. You've got to look after yourself first.
No, not with the priests. Everything they do has to go back into the church. So if they're doing the gardening, all of that has to go into the church. Like they can't own any of it.
Universities, the money that they make goes into the order that they belong to.
Right, they don't own anything.
It's like greed.
No, the church gives it to them.
Catholic priests.
You see, they do work, and then the church, they give all of their stuff to the church, and the church gives them what they get.
What kind of bookkeeping is going on if this guy can just give some chick $1,000 of the church's money?
That's called
No. The church has the church has a council that has the finance committee and everything else that's run. The church, the priest doesn't run everything himself.
Right. Exactly.
There's a group,
I'm glad you said that. I was having a hard time saying that. That's basically what it is. And even like the stuff they do, okay, that goes into the church proceeds too. Like a priest cannot freaking get a job and get a freaking income. It has to freaking come from the church.
Yeah, that's their job. They get a minimal annual salary,
right,
to cover their cost of living.
And that's it.
Sorry, I'm just sort of very amused with Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Church.
Right, that one each group right there has one that goes to meet all the other groups.
Each of the local church themselves are corporations.
Yes,
right. The local church themselves are corporations. So that's why you see some of the local dioceses, the local churches in some cities, sometimes they file for bankruptcy because they're being sued by the abuse victims so much. They can't afford. They have to dissolve them, so they have to declare bankruptcy because they don't have money to pay for the victims.
That sounds like the freaking Mason Guild, man.
That's the thing, though. When you're a corporation, if you don't think about Black's Law, that is they're telling you they're a dead entity, and under the rule of some wizard or some grand elite.
It sounds like Freemasonry to me.
Basically. So when you think of corporation, it's literally the word corpse. So if you're a dead entity, you are that, the sovereign citizen stuff. You are that. You're not the human being. The person is not the person that's on your ID or your paperwork, right?
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. So I think that's funny. That church would become a.
But you have to admit though that does sound like the Freemasons. I mean, seriously, the way they set up their lodges and everything, it sounds exactly like how the Catholic churches are doing it. If they're doing it like corporate.
No, I think that's a pretty prudent way of organizing. I mean, look at the Protestant church. They're probably doing the same thing, except they don't have the hierarchy.
It's autonomy.
Each of the Protestant churches like their own pastor raising the church, and they're responsible for their own finance. The people in the community give at each week. They're divided to church expense, and then the pastor gets salary from that. So there's no. But so for the Catholic Church, everything that the local church makes, they get to take care of their own finance expense, like building maintenance and all that stuff, and then pre-salary, but then the rest goes to the archdiocese.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
My son lives from next door to me. Has been doing a lot of getting the roof repaired over the last week, and yesterday or this morning, after I went to bed, and on Wednesday after I went to bed after the streams, I was constantly woken up by hammering on the roof.
Those damn Freemasons.
Yeah.
They're the ones that made Washington, D.C.
See, we got to stop doing that. We got to stop talking about conspiracies in front of my brother, because he's just not going to leave it alone.
Well, no, they brought it up there. So that's the way.
Oh, it was you guys. Oh, yeah. Well, see, I told you, these guys are crazy. They start getting into Freemasons. V started, I'd almost bet. It was probably.
Well, it wasn't just Freemasons, Roger. There's a few other groups that was made over here, too.
Well, no, Freemasons are actually, they started in Europe.
Well, yeah, but
yeah, when yeah, well, the thing about it is it's like with the Freemasons, that's more autonomous than it is anything else. Like that organization and the way they set it up is about autonomy. They want to keep it autonomous.
I will say speculative Freemasons started. Yes, that's true.
Oh.
I think Roger's point is Freemasons restart all the way back to the Old Testament time, right?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
No. The speculative, there's different. There's the speculative Freemasons, which yes started here, but the real Freemasons, no.
Well, that's where me and V split, because he goes all the way back. He's the one who believes.
V believes that, I see.
Yeah,
right?
believe. Now, there was the stonemasons before the Freemasons.
Yeah, and they were back in
they were the ones that the Freemasons came out of.
Yeah, that was back in 19.
That's why you were talking about the stonemasons, okay?
Roger.
Yeah.
They were talking about, that was 900.
Yeah, and the stonemasons started during the time of the mystery schools.
Yes.
And there's no actual there's no paper trail showing that there's a connection between Egypt and the mystery schools, but it's clearly there if you read the text.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely. Have you seen a pyramid before?
Well, I'm saying paper trails, dude. Paper trails. There isn't even paper trails showing how the pyramids are built. Okay.
That's a counterweight on this planet.
Yeah, you show me a blueprint of how freaking the pyramids were built, and I'll freaking show you paperwork.
So the thing about the masonry is the stonemasons. They didn't share their secrets.
All right.
Okay.
So it's 10 or 12 minutes before freaking Eastern time, midnight.
11 o'clock.
Midnight, yep.
So before you start getting all into your conspiracies and esoteric stuff, which you know I like to do, we're going to end this one. It's supposed to be serious, and we'll come back and we will do headlines after midnight. Sound good?
All right, brother.
Okay, so before we end this, let's do socials. This is a legitimate show. We'll do our socials now. So before we
how's
end,
Roger Landry doing? Did he dropped off?
He's listening in.
okay, so before we end, let's do our socials. First, we'll start with Roger Landry and see if he wants to tell everybody anything about him, if he's got socials or whatever.
Roger is off the radar at the moment.
Okay.
Oh man. Can you bring him back in for the sign off?
He's
kind of important.
He's probably asleep.
You can talk. Yeah, you can talk through your microphone. Yeah.
I wish you all one hell of a day.
Okay, Roger, do you have any social handle somewhere that we viewer can visit you if they interested in checking you out?
I'm gonna tell you right now, he does not.
Okay.
We are off the radar.
I think I found him on Minds from some.
I mean, he may still have accounts places, but he's not active in those accounts.
Now, if you guys ever want to contact him, ask him questions, you can find him at Rogers Hangout on Teams. Just check out V or check out me, Roger Hansen, at Teams Rogers Hangout. Also, you can find him at or you can contact him through us on Elements Matrix at Rogers Hangout as well. So, is that good enough? That sound good?
Yeah. Remember, it's Microsoft Teams.
Yeah, Microsoft Teams. That's right. You gotta be precise.
Just in case there's another platform team.
Now, V, you got socials?
Yeah, you can find me on the Dark Side Moon.
Right.
That's I think he's just.
Well, you know,
He's always got a.
question NASA because I didn't see anybody fly by.
You see Sentinel
Was that soundstage again?
Okay.
So everybody reach Roger. That's fine.
Okay. So, how about you, Dan? How can people get in touch with you?
Most active on Minds.com. My channel is TH2Train.
All right. And how about you, Mark Edworthy?
Again, Minds.com, Edworthy.
You can find Robert at Rogers Hangout on Teams, Microsoft Teams at Rogers Hangout, as well as Element Matrix. And you can also contact me on Minds.com at Roger_Hansen. That's my social. So, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed the show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We love feedback down in the comment sections, guys. You don't know how much that's appreciated. Just, leave a message, say hi if you have to. Anything,
Sorry, by the way, Roger Landry. That's why your name sounds very familiar to me. There's a Monsignor in the Catholic Church, a priest in the Catholic Church named Monsignor Roger Landry.
I know what you're talking about.
Not the same person, I'm sure.
Not the same person.
They both sound like Frenchmen, though.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to end this show, and we will be back here later on. Okay, so I got the recording done on that one, and we will be back here in a little bit to do headlines.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes break, come back on the hour.
Sounds good. So the live stream is still on. If you guys want, I can put music on, or you guys can just talk.
See you guys in a bit.
Now you can talk the conspiracy and stuff. Oh wow, man, he's just gonna break loose. You hear him?
Yeah.
Robert was gonna talk. He's gonna talk about
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say, there was another group as well. Ain't they the ones that build buildings and all that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they're the ones that make them log cabins that they sell here in West Frankfort, or they were doing that. They're making them 30-foot long log cabins, and they're nice inside.
You talking about Freemasons?
Huh?
Talking about Freemasons?
The ones.
Oh, the Amish.
Yeah, Amish. They make them, and then they go out and they sell them. And since they own a fast food restaurant.
Well, it's not fast food.
Well, yeah, they don't actually own a restaurant. That is, it's not electric. It's
Fish and chips from the Masons.
Yeah. We actually went to one. My dad took me to one of those places. Wasn't bad.
Okay. So it just amused me. See these Masons wearing.
You know what gets me about Robert? Last week, whenever I didn't have an open mic, he had the headphones with the microphone on, and he was turning around and facing me when he talks. So I put an open mic into the room, turned the headphone mics off, and he stopped. He stops looking at me.
No, it isn't. Not all the time.
Yeah. So I'm like, wow.
Yeah, because you might ask, what party was? It's been a long time when there was a certain party in England that lost its was some kind of part of the government, like you're part of the Senate. The guy, he was still trying to raise money for that section. Like you got your like here we got the meal.
You got the Republicans and the Democrats.
Yeah, you got your Republicans, your Democrats, but you had another one over there.
Dude, you realize how many parties they had in England? We just went through that last year. Freaking. Like,
well, we still got
not like England.
We still,
yeah, but this one guy, he was still trying to work.
Well, like the Tories, okay? Like, nobody really knows the whole story behind the Conservative Party and, like, how it started over in England. I think me and you are probably the only person that's ever really broken that down like we have.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we are the only people.
Well, yeah, I guarantee it we are.
I think somebody like Sir David Starkey as an example.
Whatever.
Well, to me, yeah, but to me, how can you? Well, to me, I just find that bizarre. Okay, but when you got more factions in government than what's actually needed, because if you got the mule, you got the elephant, but then you got Presbyterian mule or Presbyterian elephant. Because why I say that for is because you got to be one or the other. You got to be the mule or the ass.
No,
which one are you?
That's not how it works over there.
No, I'm talking about here in our government.
No, we only have two branches.
No,
we only have two. Well, we've got two official parties.
No, what I'm referring to is they got these offsets. Okay.
Yeah, those aren't official. Like the Libertarians, they have to meet a certain amount of voters before they can actually be considered an official party.
Well, what I'm referring to is they're going by saying that they're.
It's quite interesting in Britain at the moment. You've got the three major parties, 2.5 Conservatives, Labour, Lib Dem, it's more of a joke party. Then you've got Restore, and you've got Reform, and you've got Greens, the Watermelon Party, as I like to call them, Green all day, right, red in the centre. And they are, and obviously, a couple of days' time, most of a large part of the country, that, and this was actually 2 weeks' time, on the 7th, there will be local elections for quite a large amount of the country.
So how many parties are actually in the frickin' House of Commons? How many of them are actually a party that are actually able to vote in the House of Commons?
How many parties? You've got Lib Dems, you've got Greens, you've got Reform.
So they can actually they can participate in the House of Commons?
Yeah.
So each one's got their own specific power, and there's like 12 outlets.
Well, like here we have the left side and the right side, and they make that because of the aisle. And
but within each of them aisles, there are offshoots, little factions. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
More complicated in Britain because you've got the government, then you've got the shadow government.
Yeah, then the EU.
And then you've got a lot of smaller parties that still have been voted, individual MPs have been voted in. That still have the ability to raise questions in POQs, for example.
Well, what I was referring to about over there in Iraq, okay, where when people when they can go and start from the long time ago, for whatever reason, it takes it takes two people to start something and two people to end it. But when the problem just keeps on rising and rising from one, until I hear the U.S. does do that, I'm just going by the thing of, well, the other places where they're getting their money and resources from. Okay. And what I was referring to about over there, and, well, if the U.S. has a secret school to teach the arts of torture, bomb making, and all that, and then they ship it over here to the U.S., okay, to do the same thing, because it was a thing that over there, before the school left from there to here, there was people missing from the towns around there, kidnapped, and they were just way too many, and they would never find the bodies of them people.
Okay, what era are we talking about?
The canal, where when the U.S. was over there running it.
Sorry, what?
The canal.
So we're talking about what, the 1950s?
Huh?
50s. Okay, I'm a bit confused.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
Anyway, I've got me myself, so I've got more in this case of women.
Yeah. But they were building all that stuff. Pretty neat. But so how big is the EU is over there? The EU? Oh. Okay. So, are you making? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just trying to not have this coffee kettle and stuff, and I also need a toilet break anyway, so be back in 5 minutes or so.
All right.
Fixing to use the bathroom before we go on there.
Yeah, making some coffee. He was doing that ink crack coffee.
Yeah.
I was thinking about because you know,
Don't even. You and Mark, I swear to God.
he's not the only one that did.
Mark has been lecturing me on that shit for the last, 3 years now, Mark?
What's that?
Switching over coffee to the bean. You've been telling me that shit for what? 2.5, 3 years now?
Yeah, it's much more, just better.
So, now you got Robert thinking that. He started saying it just now, so.
Well, no, I've been thinking about it. I've been looking it up on the internet on the price of it.
Well, the thing of it is just the amount of coffee we drink. I don't think we can afford that.
Well, I don't know. For $15 for a 20-pound bag of coffee beans compared to a pound of coffee beans already shredded up in the coffee can. At $10 a can.
And also, North Americans tend to make weak coffee.
I'll stop criticizing Americans.
Not all Americans, obviously.
I keep freaking having the habit of wanting to put this freaking microphone on my head when I know damn well it's not even hooked up. So did B take off?
No, I'm still there. Also the entire sort of manual experience.
Yeah, I got something. Yeah.
It's just a nice sort of thing to do. I was looking at electric coffee grinders not that long ago. The half-decent ones are so expensive. Talking about something like for a half-decent electric coffee grinder, you're talking about something like 500 British pounds.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Seriously, it's silly. Where I picked this thing up for about 35 quid. Maybe. Yeah, about 35 quid, I think.
Now, I'm going to give you a warning tonight because I don't know if you're aware of this, but V might be getting excited over tonight's episode. So you're going to hear a lot of...
What?
Because of the topic.
What's the topic?
Well, I ain't going to say that because if I did, then you'll know.
You're not going to go down your beautiful holiday thing, are you?
Well, you know it's going to be a part of it. It's about the David Wilcock.
That guy, what's that? What he's called?
David Wilcock.
Wilcock, yeah.
Well, you got to understand that actually is a big topic in this area. So,
Okay, but they say it's a UFO holiday.
well, no, this actually has a lot more to do with it, like with Project Pegasus and stuff like that.
Oh, space exploration?
I took a bit of a deception to what Nancy said earlier. She stated that this David Blurbs is well known, is worldwide famous.
Well,
actually, if you're into that sort of circus, sure, it may be famous. But if I go and ask my old man, or if I ask, I don't know, the person on the street, they're probably got to scratch their head. What the hell are you talking about?
She posted another NASA nuclear engineer that was found dead.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that just before we started, about an hour before we started.
I can go through some of the talking that we had in the conversation because give it a chance for her to say her piece. And Vicky said some stuff too in there, but it'd be good talking points that we were talking about. And heck, if I hit the frickin' play on the message Nancy left for me, I could probably get it to where she could have a little commentary on what she said in the conversation too.
Yeah.
I did point out, I did reply to a couple of points on that one. Good.
Now,
yeah.
Let me see here. Well, see, the thing of it is why he became so popular too was because he was really tied into a lot of stuff when it comes to Trump and QAnon too.
Yeah, within certain circles. Yes, she stated in a voice message, this guy is well known throughout the world. So as reply to her and asked, just raised the question, was David Wilcock really well known, especially outside of the ancient aliens conspiracy?
Well, you know that like a lot of people watched Ancient Aliens, right?
On an international world number, how many world number, international number, and what?
Skinwalker around.
But you're sitting there in front of that highly technical freaking device right there. You know, all you gotta do is hit the search engine.
I never watched an entire episode all the way through. I've seen clips, especially with that crazy haired bloke.
Everybody talks about the crazy hair.
Yeah, but I've never actually watched an entire episode all the way
that
through.
guy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he does got a crazy hair.
Where's the mic?
Well, it makes it wonder if he stuck his finger in a light socket. Curly Joe.
Oh, no, he reminds me of, that alien race on Babylon 5. On Babylon 5. The ones with similar sort of hairstyles. That were sort of 17th, 18th century sort of weird style. Semi-military uniforms.
Okay, so Ancient Aliens has been a highly popular international television phenomenon with its influence extending far beyond the United States. As of 2026, the series has aired over 283 episodes and is in its 15th year. No, that's not true. Can't be in its 15th year.
Longer than that.
Yeah, true.
Largely due to its sustained broad appeal. The global reach, the series' foundation concepts, driven by figures like Eric von Däniken, whose books have been translated into 32 languages and sold over 60 million copies, gained global traction, widespread viewership. The show has attracted an army of fans that are not showing any kind of statistics. Okay, impact on belief. The idea of ancient alien contact has resonated in many areas. For example, data shows high percentages of people in countries like India, 43%, Saudi Arabia, 38%, UAE, 36%, Thailand, 29%, and Colombia, 26% believe in the influence of aliens.
Mexico.
So, yeah. What you're saying is conjecture. Conjecture, sir.
I literally sheltered life, I think.
Yeah, I know. I've already established that just by thought. It's like you don't even. What was it? MTV. You still think MTV is just like the United States? I'm like, dude, seriously?
I did say I remember when MTV became a thing. We had an entire thing with Niobe.
Well, I did. You kept quiet most of it.
I enjoyed that. I mentioned about the can't think of it.
You better not say the Beatles.
The radio star.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the first song that came out when MTV came out.
I found out actually that I thought that was too, but I found out that's not the truth though.
Radio, Who Killed the Radio Star?
Oh yeah, that's it. Who Killed the Radio Star?
Yeah, that was the first one that came out, and that was the last one.
I thought you were getting ready to say Huey Lewis when he came out with "I Want My MTV."
By the way, the Babylon 5 alien race I was thinking of Crazy Black Baby Pigeon Alien to wind me off is Sachewe.
Yeah, I remember his weird name. So,
Do you know who all is affiliated with Ancient Aliens? Try Skinwalker Ranch.
oh,
People that's on there is on there too. And
What?
Captain Kirk.
B left the show. He said it's time to go to sleep. He's done.
Oh, B?
Yeah, it's too hardcore for him. He said enough of this. I'm going to bed. He turned the seagulls on. Did you hear that?
No, that's me. It's becoming that time where the dawn is happening.
Wow. I actually heard seagulls and shit.
Yeah, so did I.
God, that's a big seagulls around there.
In your castle, you have freaking all those seagulls coming to the
Seagulls and pigeons.
This is horrible.
You better watch out.
I'm picturing you as, in reality, like a ghost who lives in a castle beside the sea.
Hey, Rod, remember that movie where all the birds attack? You need to watch out for that.
No, that's over in California. That's not in England.
Yeah, it was over there. In the movie, it happened worldwide. The birds going ballistic and killing
But the
everybody.
movie took place in
I think,
California.
yeah, you talk about Hitchcock's The Birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that was done with mainly British actors, wasn't it?
Well, it was filmed in California though.
I'm sure it was done in Poland.
Remember at the beginning she was driving on the coast of California.
I've seen the film we watched actually.
It was kind of weird that all of them were English too, though. That was weird.
So that was that other one where she was at school.
Okay, so it's 11:25, so we may actually do it at my midnight. So,
so you're going to do it in the half an hour?
Well, I mean, I could start it now and just say the heck with it because if you wanted to, just kind of get it going.
Well, if Tan wants to jump back in.
Well, Tan's pretty much drunk by now. He already had like 2 beers, and you know how. Well, he's Catholic, so you know they can drink. So he.
I don't know about that, Roger.
Was Catholic.
I don't actually mind because around 9 o'clock I need in 3 hours time I need to pick up some dry cleaning anyway because if I finish as I go to bed I'll miss the dry clean. The dry cleaners will be shut by the time I wake up.
So waiting is good. So yeah, so it's okay to wait. Then you're good with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with waiting half an hour.
Yep.
Until midnight by 6 a.m.
I guess V didn't want to come in and talk about this stuff. He took off. Well, see, the thing of it is with V, if you want to get into conversations that involve like being targeted, like a targeted individual and stuff, he's okay with that, but he doesn't.
Yeah, he's great on the okay thing.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. As long as he understands who we're talking about, as long as he's got some background knowledge on who we're talking about.
But he doesn't really get too much into the alien and UFO stuff. And
Well, some of it does got to do with the shooting and people.
Well,
because
the Project Pegasus gets a little bit out there. That's why I asked you in chat if you are willing to do it, because that gets into the stuff that freaking even Mr. Robot was way off freaking base when it comes to a lot of shit. When it comes to Project Pegasus, he thinks of stuff like freaking Staring at Goats, the movie, and how it was inspired. But there's there's a lot more involved in that too, though. Like they go deep into like the secret space program and abducting freaking people and freaking inducting them into like the space Nazis, freaking slavers, space Nazis, and freaking the slavers that they abduct here on Earth and force them to work their entire life. And then they transport them back in time to when they first abduct them.
Okay. I heard about that.
Yeah, time traveling, aliens from other centuries.
Yeah, but you know the problem.
Time traveling aliens from other.
Time traveler, slave, Nazi, alien slavers.
Yeah, but you know the problem with that is, during this whole time, for what I've heard, nobody's there to keep an eye on the guy. Nobody's there to feed the guy. But he's there by himself for the next 30 to 40 years.
No, it's not like that. It's not that complicated. Or it's not that easy, Robert. So.
Well, if you're getting taken at the age of 20...
Okay, so calm down. Calm down, Robert.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're getting taken by the age of 20...
See, this is what gets him riled up. He was all talking big and shit with ancient aliens and stuff, but like I say, when he gets on here and starts talking to you guys, he's all fine and dandy with all that shit. But like he'll wake up in the morning, he'll come out there and hear freaking shit on television, and he'll just start bad-mouthing ancient aliens, like, oh man, that's just nonsense. That's just nonsense. And then he'll get on here and talk to you guys, and he just starts having a straight-up conversation. Well, they said this, and they said that. No.
Well, what I'm referring to is, okay.
He literally gets disgusted with ancient aliens.
Well, to take your DNA, okay, and they're doing what they're talking about, and they're saying aliens are from the future, million years ahead of your future. There are you. From a million years from now.
That's the Greys.
Yeah. Okay. Now.
You know what the Greys are, right, Mark?
Yeah, the classics of them.
Yeah, robots.
The olive eyes, big head.
Well, yeah. And they're coming out with all these things and all that about DNA and all that. And like about the black kids. The
black-eyed children.
Yeah. Okay. Now
you've heard about the black-eyed children, right?
Yeah.
If you see children and they knock on your door and they want to come in, never let them in, because something bad will happen and you'll end up dying most likely at the end of the experience.
Yeah. Why would they be inviting children into one place in the first place?
They'll
come to your house.
They'll come to your house and knock on your door and ask to come in.
Yeah. What the women from Hudson Gretel come in, but it's.
Well, think of Hansel and Gretel in reverse. Okay, like these kids come into your house, they'll freaking want food and they'll want all this shit, and then when you tell them to leave, you'll mysteriously die from weird freaking circumstances and shit.
It was one guy in his car, and all that has happened.
Robert's gonna get excited, so
he's gonna start telling you stories.
But that's what happened. And the guy got really freaked out because he went to the place to pay his cable, his movie thing. And he got back and he was about to get out of his car. And these two boys comes up, one's 12 and one's 9. And they both looking and talking, but then their voice and all that started shifting. They didn't quite sound very good, the voice didn't. The guy probably thought they were sick. And he looked and said, "Where's your mama and where's your parents at?" "Well, they're at home." They were asking for a ride. And he looked and said, "No." And he looked back after he drove off and they were completely disappeared.
Yeah, so be careful. Okay, so you guys ready to do this episode?
What show is this?
This is Headlines After Midnight.
All right, headline.
No, this is on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, so this is where we're going to be able to talk about the topic we're going to have tonight, because it goes along with that genre. So let me do the countdown. We'll hit record and start the show, okay? All right, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Headlines After Midnight. I'm Roger Hanson, here with my co-host Mark Edworthy, and we have Tanhai Tran and my brother Robert Hanson with us tonight. Welcome, everybody, onto the panel, and welcome everybody who's watching or listening. With that being said, I guess it's best to get on with the topics, or the topic. I only picked one tonight because even though Mark Edworthy doesn't believe me or anybody else, this is actually a big talking point that something that's happened here recently.
I didn't believe you. I'm just skeptical about some of the claims that I've seen over the last couple of days.
What about Hillary?
No, let's leave Hillary out of this one right
Yeah.
now.
I have no ideas what you guys are planning to talk about, so let's go.
Tonight's talking point is going to be about David Wilcox and his suicide that took place here within the last couple of days. Now, before I get going, I want to let people know who are using the internet trying to find out information on this. I want to let them know something that I found out today. Now, I went on to just Google, and I wanted to do a search just through the search engine on David Wilcox's suicide. And it told me that there are no credible news reports or official records that indicate David Wilcox had died by suicide. So I went on and I talked to a friend of mine, Nancy Planetta, about it, and she gave me a link that I could use. So I used the link, and come to find out that there was credible information. And this makes maybe the second or third time I've had an issue with the search engines because they've started implementing the artificial intelligence into it.
If I'm not mistaken, he died on the 9th, and the coroner's report has only been released in the last day or two.
Right. Well, it also shows me too that the AIs aren't, they're not pulling information up locally on the local levels. So that's something that I wanted to point out before I got started.
They're not artificial intelligence, they're just search engine algorithms.
Can I go ahead and start with a theory?
Yeah.
Go.
Okay, so I don't.
Hey, I thought you were going to bed.
He was.
I am, but I totally forgot about this topic. It's been at least 15, 20 minutes with you guys on this. So, my theory. So there were two people that kind of took over the ufology scene, and they took over it with a bunch of BS. One of them was David Wilcox, and the other one, I completely forget his name. He's the guy with the dark hair, slicked back hair. He actually tried to sue somebody for saying that they had the same experience as him, when in fact, he came out saying, the story is mine. The story is mine. He tried to sue for copyright and infringement, intellectual property infringement. It's like, okay, if this story is true, then it can happen to somebody else. It's nice to see your story. So he kept being grilled on whether the story was true or a being of concoction of his own imagination. He just kept saying he owned the story. He wouldn't give way in either direction, which, he's a BS artist. And David Wilcox was one of those high-level BS artists that's totally prized in the community. And I think it's sort of, I think he came underneath the strain of, his lies and his crap and probably been made fun of by so many people that he just decided to end it. He knew he was a fraud. And I apologize to anybody on this call who believes in this guy or believes anything he said, but the guy was just somebody trying to make money off of the conspiracy, and I think he killed himself.
Well, from what we've found out, it looks like he committed suicide because of depression that was set on by financial debt.
And the
guy,
guy.
Because the guy wrote a check and his ass cash.
Now the guy you're referring to, the other guy, I believe he's good. He goes by something good.
Yes, good. Yes, you're correct. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You're right on. Yeah, good.
Is that the English guy,
like
Roger?
Alex or something like that? But his last name's good. You're correct.
Yeah, I remember that. And there were incidents that involved Gaia as well, where he had to go into civil court, and he had to give testimony saying that he actually did read from a script when it came to what he was saying on Gaia. So that's another thing that took.
He came underneath legal attacks, and he tried to attack so many other people who tried saying they had the same experience. He felt, and anybody look at the situation, the guy felt like his made-up story was being infringed on, and he kept calling it intellectual property. And the story was intellectual property.
Mm-hmm.
Is it made up? Is it made up? He wouldn't answer those questions. It's just intellectual property. And I absolutely despise the guy.
So there wasn't any court case. This was actually tried in court.
The situation that happened with him was a civil case. It wasn't.
Yeah. It was still a court case.
It was basically a lawsuit. Basically, is what it comes down to.
Did the lawsuits get going? Right?
Well, all I know is what came. I don't know for sure exactly what came out of the case. I know that he had to give testimony, and Gaia ended up getting into a lot of trouble concerning that. So that was a big thing. The messed up part about that is it didn't hit the media like I thought it would have, because that would have been something that was pretty big. You know what I mean? You barely ever heard about this civil case that was going on.
It's a big thing in the as far as mainstream perspectives are concerned.
Yeah, the players that are involved, especially with Gaia. Gaia is a big platform. They have.
In our earlier discussion on MS Teams, you stated that the only media outlets that are present this so far are entertainment Netflix and Yahoo.
Yeah.
They've had one of it.
See, that's the weird part about it.
I said, well, you said I don't think so. That was related to.
What's his name? Corey, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I think I know what he's talking.
Yeah, Corey Good.
Yeah.
None of the people that makes up stories and they copyright them. I think that's what he's talking about, like a TV company. That's what he's referring to, and that's why he says copyright.
Stop the print and press a sort of news story from the mainstream.
All them times when the people get going to court about that.
Well, I mean, first of all, you like to minimize stuff like this. Like you're probably the only person I know of who doesn't understand how many people talk about aliens and UFOs and ghosts these days. Like this isn't like back in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s where people didn't talk about the stuff no more. They.
My mom was a bit but when I came to this whole thing, and I remember that she had several books, I think some sort of weekly or monthly magazine collection thing, subscription thing to something this thing,
they have conversations about this stuff in freaking grocery stores now, dude.
Yeah, but that was in the early 80s. That was in the
No, they do it. It's common thing. I can't go around people without them freaking wanting to tell me a little bit about their conspiracy theories because they've caught on to the fact that I go on and do streams about weird stuff.
Yeah, because you are the.
Okay.
But,
I've got people.
In the real world.
No, I mean I've got people that don't even do. There's just people that don't even do freaking conspiracy or ghosts or UFOs, and they want to tell me like my little cousin Mike. Okay, he was in the freaking military. I go over to his house with my uncle, and he's trying to tell me how he was a guard up in freaking Alaska for HAARP back whenever they were doing their research there. You know what I'm saying? Guarding the antennas and stuff, and I played it off like I didn't know what he was talking about, but he was talking about all that crap. He's not even into conspiracy theories. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was even telling us about when people you never want to see when you're in, like how he was, is the CIA. Because he said that when things goes awry, they're usually there.
You know.
I just want to
before you do, Mark, one question. Did you say cousin or brother?
Well, my cousin was in the military. They would never let Robert in the military.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Robert would cause damage.
I'm so sorry. I fucked asshole now. I'm sorry.
You lost your.
Yeah. I was going to point out that in my day-to-day experience in the real world, whenever I'm in a grocery store or just out in the street, generally it's conversations about small talk about how's your day, how's the weather,
I'm getting this really suspicious thought that you don't have small talk when you go to town, dude.
I do, but yeah, it's just more general sort of.
Well, he's over in the UK. It's more about tea and crumpets. That's what that comes
the bits we bit up will never stop. This is in the middle of London or middle of New York where nobody speaks to nobody.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I just imagine you guys like, oh, how's your team today? Oh, it's Julie. How's the
Yeah, precisely. We don't say, I don't go to the supermarket and say, have you been busy today? How's your day been? Oh yeah, have you heard about this alien conspiracy?
I've never had to like bring it up.
We Americans, we know there's so much crap going on. We are aware that our government is lying to us. We're fully aware. We are aware that money is being spent that belongs to us. It's not being spent on what it's being spent on. They want to try to have this social media to crush our opinions and our free thought, but it's only done the opposite. Which is why I like to do what we
Is that the
do.
guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, what would it be on safety facts in the UK?
Okay, he's the one that's supposedly.
Yeah. Now, see, like, it goes the other way, too. It's like they put out information that's completely retarded, like on Y, on YouTube, or Yahoo, I mean, they had Y Entertainment. They came out with an article with the headlines that was paranormal writer and YouTuber David Wilcock died at 53 after admitting he had a really rough week. Okay. And what Mark was talking about is they pulled their information off of TMZ, who reported the article or reported it on this information on the 22nd. Okay, now this is the kind of shit that they do too. Like they want. We know that there's a lot of shit that's going down when it comes to the government and a lot of the stuff that's going on with people. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I got my conclusions mainly from the Denver Post article.
Now that's the most popular post that I've found on the internet so far. They're just pushing that one left and right, and it's off of Yahoo Entertainment. And
This one from DenverPost.com.
Hey, Roger, ain't that the guy that's got a family?
Well, something you gotta understand about these
And I wonder how in the heck are they surviving? You know what I mean? Mentally, you know.
Like Wilcock here. When their usefulness is done, the funding goes away. The fandom goes away. All stuff goes away because there's only so much crap you can make up. There's only so much, of a following that you can have where people become disinterested in your fairy tales that can't be backed up by a shred of proof. I mean, you can't hire with a hog, being a celebrity, and then boom, flatline, nothing. And I'm pretty sure there were. I'm pretty sure there were other elements, and when you understand what the CIA and NSA jackasses do, you understand they hyper-game theory. They want to try to manipulate and control your life. They think they're a player and move chess pieces around. When someone becomes no longer useful, they will push for their execution, their deletion. Okay, this is classic scenario when it comes to psychological warfare and hyper-game theory.
Now, see, the thing about this is with these posts, every single or the majority of all of them that I found before I actually got the link from Nancy was that they were all coming from Instagram, they came from Facebook, they came from YouTube.
My conclusions did come from anything. It came from the Bowden County Sheriff's Office. Just rereading this Denver Post.
Well, I mean, I'm the one. I eventually posted that one on Denver after freaking Nancy gave me the freaking link.
Get to read it out. It states his family said that he killed himself on Monday after a long struggle with depression and overwhelming mental debts. According to a statement distributed by distributed Thursday by Boulder County Sheriff's Office.
So this is by design, I'm telling you. So when the rug is pulled underneath you, when you're that high on the hog, and you got other elements, governmental elements, they will start making things feel like horrible. It might seem like random tragedy and bad luck, but they will push these people to, because if these people got so upset that their handle is gone, they might just come out and be like, hey, everything I said is crap. Yeah, I have a government handler.
Well, see, the thing of it is too is you got to take a look at it took so long for the coroner to confirm his death, okay, and then not only that, but you have to also ask yourself that they say family members say that in that article, but they don't say which family member mentions that. And I understand why.
When the coroner takes forever to give a conclusion, that means there is talk in the background about what he must say.
Actually, it wasn't that long. The death was found, discovered on the 20th. It said Monday. This article was released on the 24th. So, yes.
4 days.
So how long did it take
yesterday? And the states that death was discovered on Monday. The suicide was committed on Monday. So, on the 20th. So that's not that long.
And how long did it take the coroner to come up with what he said?
So between the 20th and 24th.
That's 4 days. That's pretty long.
Yeah.
That's a long period of time.
The body was still stiff.
I also mentioned
then.
these points in our messages, and I'm just trying to remember where they are. As far as the coroner time, I suggested that it could be related to some bureaucratic red tape, possibly.
Yeah, red tape.
Yeah.
That's another way of saying how you want to handle the situation. What information needs to come out.
And as far as the not being able to track which family members released the statement, I just replied saying that point could be related to the fact that family member being possibly a private sort of individual. I mean, just because this is news.
I was asking because he brought that up about that's why,
everybody knows everybody else's business.
On the show.
Well, another thing too to mention too is
it's not like you're publishing what you have for dinner every day or lines on Facebook.
Yeah, that doesn't really. I mean, seriously, that doesn't match up, dude. Like, coroners don't take 4 days for confirmation of death, and privacy. Privacy. Like, I'm sorry, but that doesn't. Like, from the article that his supposed relative was talking about, it sounds like they had a conflict of interest when it comes to ufology and stuff.
I think both you and Nancy in this respect
No, 4 days. 4 days is a long time for a coroner to come out with a cause of death, and that.
It's a long time for a celebrity.
I mean. That's crazy. Coroners don't wait 4 days to do paperwork.
Well, wait a minute. Where is he from? Where all this happened at?
It happened in Denver, Colorado.
Okay, here in the U.S., there ain't no way.
It might happen. You might have that kind of time delay in England. I understand that, but here in the United States, we don't do that here in the United States. It's like the coroner comes out with the autopsy when it comes to this kind of situation.
And just not them, the doctor. If he see him doctor and then that happened to him dying right there, oh no.
Dude, I know of celebrity stories where celebrities clock out. They're not out the ambulance yet. And it's already on TMZ.
Yeah.
I think coroner reports has discovered a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about those missing people. Coroners are based on local state laws. There's no federal procedure.
You're looking at this. You're feeling this is very mechanical, which I deeply respect. But the devil's in the details.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Roger.
There's no mechanics to this.
Right. How did he commit suicide anyway?
I just know
He shot himself in the head or something?
In front of a police officer.
Bureaucracy works.
And it took 4 days to find that out.
Well, it took 4 days for the coroner to confirm that.
No, it took 4 days for the Denver Post to release its article.
Well, I mean, 4 days.
You know what? I have to say again, I have deep respect for it because when it comes to bureaucracy, you just said word, my man. I love it. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I mean, but that's just the flavor of this. Why I like you guys. Everybody's got their angle and they talk about it.
Well, I mean, England especially, when it comes to bureaucracy, I can understand where you're coming from 4 days because, like, in England, you guys have waiting lines just to freaking go to the doctor, you know what I mean? So I could understand not hearing anything 4 days after a death in England. But I'm just saying they don't do shit like that here in the United States. I mean, they had, dude, they had
local state-based provisions.
As far as paid journalism, I mean, you're gonna get some of these places are pretty tapped. You know, if somebody like Los Angeles, for example, a celebrity dies, you know, the people at TMZ, like I said, I will use that example again. Everything that's going on, or you know, somebody ever gets in the hospital. So these places are tapped.
TMZ, the one that runs it, he's on divorce court. Or is that one that's signed?
Around and they want to have the first story. They want to have the first bit on.
So he would know all about the little bit of the law too.
If we didn't know anything
Judge
about
Judy.
the corners, we would know
put
about
that
that.
helmet back on your head.
Now,
So
I may be
be a
wrong.
part of ComSec because they're hearing you.
I may be wrong here, but was this story reported after the coroners, or
I
did it happen
it was
after that?
originally published on April the 23rd of the 24th.
Well, I mean, you know, and it goes even deeper than that. I mean, he had just literally done freaking streams where he was talking about freaking, things that were positive going on that he was going to be. It didn't sound like he was planning on checking out. You know what I mean?
I think his game plan didn't work because he didn't get paid enough. This guy is heavily reliant on the paycheck. This David Wilcock had no skills. I don't want to say I knew this guy personally, but it didn't seem like he knew anything other than his own story. I don't know if it's professional, what he was educated in, or anything like that. All this guy touted was his story. Now, if this guy was a person of substance, we would know that he was a doctor or engineer or anything other. We know nothing about the guy's personal life. All we knew was his story, which tells you everything.
Well, see, the thing is too, though, it's like he mentioned in his last stream about the freaking the mystery deaths for the scientists that were taking place. That's being investigated. Okay. Now he also came up with he was doing his streaming back during just before January the 6th. Okay, the J6ers. And the day before, or maybe a couple days before, he came out with a stream and he said he had an insider that said something big was going to happen coming up. I'm pretty sure it was the day before he said this. And the only reason why I was able to actually watch the news footage of January 6th happening was because freaking he had said that. I wouldn't have even paid attention to it because I try to stay away from politics the best I can. Okay? And he literally said something big was going to happen the day before it happened. And he said he had insiders that was involved in that.
Something that's just occurred to me. The article, the Denver Post article, was published at 10 minutes past midday on April the 23rd. When was his body discovered? What time on the 20th was his body discovered?
That's a good question. I don't think I've read anything yet that says.
No, I have not read anything. So, in theory, it could have been, his body could have been discovered at 59 minutes past 11 o'clock at night.
I mean,
so it's technically the 20th. So that even reduced the time frame even further.
it just says on Monday from what I've seen here.
Yeah, it just says Monday.
Hey, Roger, how is it he committed suicide in front of a cop and nobody?
Well, see, there was a call in.
Robert needs to get onto his own mic because I can hear him. He needs to come back to the show. Come on.
Yeah, he's sitting right next to me, but he wants to whisper real low now because.
Well, I don't want to overdo it, you know.
Don't overdo it. Talk.
Come on, Bob.
Okay.
Get on your mic.
Well, what I'm referring to is if he committed suicide in front of a cop, at what time was this supposed to have happened? At night? Or
There's no mention about committing suicide in front of anybody.
It doesn't mention that at all?
No, as far as I can see. No.
Well,
Now, the thing of it is it's like Vicky earlier said something that was interesting to me. She said, we know that credible sources are not outside the reach of the three-letter agencies. So that's something that really sticks to me too.
You could always argue that it's not unreasonable to say that he was involved that the mafia did it, or I don't know, some other organisation. Or something.
Now who's a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, but same sort of argument.
Well, the thing of it is it's like it took the Boulder County article to straighten out the whole thing with it when it comes to the search engine search for me, okay? Yeah, because of AI. Now I turn around.
Down to algorithms, not artificial intelligence. I mean, search engines web-based search engines have been around ever since the creation of the web back in 1994, or since it was public anyway. I don't mind your AI environments to say algorithm. Remember, we both done search engine optimization. We know how this works.
Yeah, I even checked with the Boulder County article archive that they said the first one that came out, all it says is the Office of Boulder County Coroners has positively identified 53-year-old David Wilcox as the individual in the April 20th, 2026 incident on Park Ridge Road in incorporated Boulder County, but they don't mention any time of death there.
Actually, it does specify, Wilcox killed himself on Monday when the Boulder County Sheriff, it did, okay.
Okay, 1040.
Killed himself on Monday when the Boulder County Sheriff deputies saw him shoot himself after pointing a gun at his head around 11:05 a.m. according to the time. of events in Thursday's sheriff office usually these.
Now,
So I can only presume that there had to be an investigation, standard practice, and then the county sheriff had to write up a report, then release a further report to the local press. So that all takes time.
Now, what I got here is it says that the 911 call came in on Monday on April the 20th at 10:44 a.m.
Yeah.
And it was for an unknown problem outside the town of Nederland.
Yeah.
Okay, so
there was a phone call by somebody who identified themselves as David, called Boulder City Communication Centre at 10:44. Then a sheriff was sent to investigate, and so within 20 minutes, the sheriff, the deputy, saw David pointing a gun at himself.
now, according to TMZ, it says that when the authorities arrived at the scene, they reported encountering a man outside holding a weapon, which he allegedly used on himself.
Yeah.
He was.
Same.
Okay, cool. Same.
Yeah. And then.
Can I come on, give us some credit here. Come on.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you what TMZ said. You know, and then it went on to say he apparently was by himself and no one else was at home whenever he did it. It was just him by himself. So
He was at his home doing it?
and he did it because he was having a bad week. You see. And according to this, the 911 call, the person who took the 911 call said that the caller might have been having a mental health crisis.
It's always a mental health crisis when these
You know.
take themselves out. I mean,
still with a mental health crisis.
That's self-explanatory, but the reason for it can be various things. Now, the fact that TMZ was on this, come on, give me credit. And then secondly, okay, so David Wilcock has had his highs and lows. Okay, he hasn't been relevant in the ufology scene. I mean, I'm not a regular in the ufology scene, but I can tell you, he's not been a regular. I mean, after. I used to watch Gaia, and I discern truth from fiction. A lot of fiction. But he hasn't been, his bread and butter has been gone, my man. And for him to have a bad week, there had to have been like a series of collapse of things around him. It wasn't just a bad week. It had to be catastrophic. He lost support behind something that kept him going.
Oh, you mean that show?
Just reading this again, Wilcock is known for appearing in 81 episodes of Ancient Alien, according to IMDb. He has also appeared in 164 episodes of Cosmic Disclosure.
Yeah.
Again, the IMDb.
Now, disclosure is a big one. Disclosure is a lot of when it comes to disclosure, that's the one that a lot of people who are really into UFO or ufology likes to watch. That's a big one. So, and you know, the thing of it is like with him too. A lot of people think that he actually knew something about the frickin' Tesla bomber as well. That's something that, and it goes back to what I was talking about with the J6ers as well. Okay, like he actually had people that were feeding him information and stuff. So there's a lot of areas that you could go down when it comes to Wilcox, not just his not just his popularity on television, you know, because like he had his fingers in a lot of stuff, to be honest, you know. And I mean,
They stopped paying out.
you know, and he got to the point where he was going to a lot of these ufology events, and he was telling people that they weren't allowed to like take pictures of him or record him when he was talking on the microphone because of the lawsuit that he had to freaking testify with concerning Goya or Gaia.
Well,
I keep calling it
not
Goya.
only that, I mean, the guy, the longer you're in this game of being a disinformation agent, the longer you're in it, the more lies you got to come up with. When that bubble burst, and these people know when that's going to happen. They see it before anybody else does. They know when that bubble is going to burst. And I believe it's time game, personally.
Well, the thing that really gets me is, like, when you mentioned TMZ, that I don't like the fact that a lot of this came out of TMZ. There was also one out of People's News, and then Newsweek as well. You know what I mean? Those are really, really bad media sources. Now, the only thing that really saved me on the whole thing was the stuff that frickin', like Mark and me were talking about with Denver. The Denver stuff, in my opinion, was good. But if I had to take frickin' TMZ and People News and Newsweeks as reliable sources, I just wouldn't believe them.
I've just checked. As far as his financial situation is concerned, shortly before his death, he reportedly sent a letter to Gaia TV management seeking the termination of his contract with them due to accusations of harassment and intimidation.
Yeah.
He also was still appearing around the time of his death. At that point, he was still appearing on the Ancient Aliens as a star guest, and he had an independent media. He had an independent YouTube channel, approximately 529,000 subscribers, which I don't know if it was getting paid for advertising blurbs. So it's hard if it was actually that much financial situation or not, but it looks like it could be more related to his contract Gaia TV.
Well, and so I want to double down on what Rush was saying. You know, you don't trust them to me. You trust TMZ. Because when I said these guys have dibs, they have first dibs. They are there to different. Okay, so in media, you have something called sensationalism. It doesn't matter what your reporting is true or not. You're there to grab the emotions of the public. And when it comes to celebrities and things like that, you've got TMZ. Okay, they're highly specialized in that. And of course, they have their government contacts that tell them what they can and can't say, what they're supposed to say versus the truth. Okay, so you got your government contact for this CIA or whatever. Okay, so this is why you don't. I hate TMZ, and I just knew it. I just knew it would be all over something like this. David Wilcox is not that kind of celebrity. He's not. He's ufology all the way. He's not somebody that TMZ would normally follow. However, they had their claws in him already, which means you see the setup. from start to finish. If you just want to, if you are willing to look at it, you can see the setup.
Now before we go any further, I want to share. Hold up, I want to share the comment that Nancy had earlier, so that we can kind of let.
Before you start on that, just another little bit of fact. He was also employed by Stafford, STAVATTI Aerospace, as Director of Advanced Technologies.
Right.
That company is an aerospace company, but it's also haulage as well.
Right. And
That sounds like a red herring.
let me play this real quick, and then we can get into that, because that's where it starts getting really interesting once we get past this. So let me go ahead and give you what Nancy's take was on it earlier.
Yep, and all of his insiders are disappeared. And like I said, there's a trail here that's really very disturbing, and how somehow none of his really close friends knew that he was seriously disturbed. Like his closest friends, but his family somehow knew. But we can't track exactly which family member supposedly released the statement. We know the coroner took its lovely time contacting the family for some reason. I mean, this guy was he was well known throughout the world, and it took several days to confirm who it was. Nope, the whole thing does not smell right at all, does not pass the sniff test. And people can sit there and say, oh, you conspiracy theorists, you make a mountain out of molehill, you do this, you do that, but 99% of the time, we're correct. Something does not add up. And again,
well, hold on, guys. Let me finish the tape before you start talking.
You gotta understand it. They make us sound fluky for a reason. Most of us are not fluky. I mean, there is a lot of advanced tech out there that y'all have no fucking clue what we've got. Believe you me, rods of God, all that shit, it's been around for 30, 40 freaking years. This audio technology that's it's been around since the 1960s. Now, if it's been around that long, you gotta imagine how freaking advanced it is now. I mean, anti-gravity propulsion, I mean, come on. We were seeing blueprints of Aurora in the 1990s. Again,
Now, when it comes to this, there's also something I want to point out too. It's like a lot of the research that we're hearing about now when it comes to the ESA and NASA, when it comes to technology concerning 3i Atlas and deflecting meteors and stuff like that. That stuff is stuff they were talking about 20 years ago on Ancient Aliens is actually being researched. So, I mean, this stuff isn't freaking new, okay? It's not pseudoscience. It's not conspiracy. These are facts that freaking are being done, research that's being done by science, okay?
And they actually got one already made.
And that's something that she makes a valid point on when it comes to that kind of stuff. When the stuff they were talking about that he was a part of and that he was employed by, that Mark just talked about, and that he was working for, quote unquote, but he invested into it. He was highly invested into the Eurospace or aerospace.
Stafford's website actually has got an entire page on the military space division.
Yeah.
In relation to design, development, production, and marketing, contractual logistics support.
Now, see,
space vehicles.
So I mean, we can sit and talk about how popular he was on television and how popular he was here and there, but the thing of it is he did have his hands in the aerospace areas. He was having people that were talking to him about insider information and stuff that I know of. And then when it comes to when it comes to the stuff that involves QAnon too, like here recently, in the last day or two, I literally flipped out because I didn't really understand everything about QAnon until Vicky started talking about it to me, and I mean, this is some pretty. No, I didn't know a lot of that. I knew some of it from its beginnings when it first started out. Okay, but that's some pretty wicked shit, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, that is some seriously wicked shit.
By the way, so I don't want to take my own word here, but whenever there's a movement that starts,
Mm-hmm.
and I know this personally because I've experienced it, I've researched it, I've lived it, I've heard it, I've seen it. Whenever there's a movement or someone that can come out with some information and gain a following, what the government does, they'll copy it. And they'll put far more money and resources into it than anyone else could, and make sure they shadow someone and be able to discredit them. Now, I was via Anon before QAnon existed. I just want to throw that out there just for a minute.
You didn't think very hard on the whole Vietnam thing, did you?
I was V and I was anonymous.
That is so corny, dude. You called me square. That is corny.
That's mind control. That's the fault.
The Anon.
Yes.
Yeah, that's heroic.
I had hacker sex. I had activist sex.
So you actually went by Vietnam?
Yes, I was actually Vietnam.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I apologize. I apologize. I thought you were joking. Shit, I've been.
I'm interested in just reading through this military aerospace page on that company. They produced a number of planes for military use, or what they aided in the development of, and also there is training aircraft. So he may have had some sort of military connection himself.
Yeah, I could honestly buy that, to be honest with you, because freaking he knew too much. And the giveaway for me was back whenever J6 happened. That right there just blew me out of the water, because I didn't agree with a shitload of stuff that David Wilcox said. Me and Sonia would constantly bicker over that, and that's the reason. That's where the inside joke came from with Wilcox versus Wilcock, because I will,
The guy was full of crap. Okay, total full of crap. I will say that as a person who deals in psychological operations, the guy was full of crap. So I don't know who was arguing on what side of what, but the guy was full of crap.
The one that died away.
Yeah. So the plot gets more interesting when it comes to this whole thing. Earlier we were talking, and I was saying that I don't buy the whole depression over the shit going on because of what we've already discussed. We've discussed the Civil Corps, and there was also an incident that happened after J6 that happened, where he divorced his wife. So he went through a divorce, he went through a civil court case, he went through all of that shit, and then they said that he wanted to commit suicide because he was having a bad day.
Divorce is often surrounded these situations. Because a lot of times the wives, that's why I tell you, don't tell anybody. When you become an operative, not even operative, when you become an asset, they tell you don't tell anybody. Because they will twist and turn anybody that's around you. And if you do tell, then that becomes hooks in you. Your wife, your family, your friends, they will be twisted to turn against you if you go against the program, or if you're no longer useful. Self-execution is a part of playing.
I think we're just being unfair. As I've pointed out already, it has been reported that he had significant financial debts.
You know the numbers? You know, did they tell you how much?
That's probably private sector information, but probably.
So that's a no.
Put it on. No,
Yeah, so that's a no.
that's a no. As far as I can say.
Yeah, that might be a whole week too.
Yeah. I mean, that could be shitloads of disinformation, to be honest. I mean, I find it odd that that first of all, the media sources.
That was reported by the court, by the sheriff's department as a statement that was released by the family member.
Who we don't know specifically which family member it was that made that statement, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
We got a statement from a family member that is privately, or a private statement, and we don't know who it is, about him having financial problems that we don't know what the amount was.
Well, hey Roger, think of it like this: it would have to be someone really close to him, because anyone farther away, would not have that certain information. Raj. Because someone from Wisconsin ain't gonna know anything about what your finances are here.
Okay, he is possibly, this report suggesting that he was facing an approximately $1.4 million buyout in revenue services debt.
Okay.
He was involved in ongoing constant legal battles in relation to stuff at whatever the company's called, stuff, quote unquote. He was described as being under, he had some business failures as well.
I could probably tell you what some of those business failures were.
Listen, if anybody wants to know really the behind the scenes, go research Corey Good. I'm not even saying allegations or claims of fraud or conspiracy theory. Just study what Corey Good says, and then the lawsuits he launched against other people.
Yeah.
But just look at that by itself, and you'll see everything unfold, how much of a farce everything was.
Well, the thing that really gets me also is like when you go into the content that he's talking about. Okay, when you pay attention to a lot of the stuff that Corey Good and Dave Wilcock talks about, it's usually stuff that's involving Project Pegasus, and we got into a little bit of a conversation about that because, like, we were just talking about aerospace, and that's a lot of the areas that Project Pegasus was supposedly supposed to be a part of. And like everybody, when they think of Project Pegasus, they always think of staring at goats. You know what I mean? And shit like that. But there was other areas that they were supposedly supposed to be a part of that David Wilcock and a lot of these guys would talk about it, especially when it comes to the secret space program and when it comes to like cyborgs. You'll hear about the freaking secret space program and the cyborgs and all that shit. And this was all a part of this project, Pegasus. Okay, have you guys ever heard of that?
I'm well aware of the space program, and
how about Project Pegasus?
Quite a few soldiers who were a part of the Secret Wars missions and all that stuff. I've been reading quite a bit. I do believe that, we have reverse engineered spacecraft from Roswell and other space lanes.
It's off to the side of
Reaching
Roswell.
other planets in our solar system.
Right.
We do. We absolutely do. However, there are certain people who are made to be disinformation agents, and they want to make everything wholly mystical and scientifically just out of our reach and to bewilder us with their tales when we are probably in a space war looking at aliens. So we reverse engineered their stuff, and what does humanity do? We war, we fight.
Right.
So if you just pair all your knowledge together, history, psychology, you got all the pieces. You don't need anybody to spin yarns for you. Just do your own research,
Now, have you ever heard the background behind Project Pegasus, though?
Yes, I'm very familiar.
And like, what a chrononaut, like chrononauts.
Yeah, like Andrew Sago and all those other guys. Yeah, I know.
Okay, so.
Sorry, you got to have to explain.
Okay, so.
So Andrew Sago is so he's one of these guys who's a lawyer. Like that's his real life profession. He's a lawyer, and he claimed to have been a time traveler that was selected as a child to go to Los Alamos, and he was teleported through the teleporter technology to go to Mars, and he was sent back to time. He was supposedly a child in one of these photos of the Civil War where he went and met Lincoln, and it's like, okay, how much is the public willing to believe? Anything's possible. However, Occam's razor is on the other end of that. So I'm pretty sure the truth is somewhere in between. But there are people who have been psyoped to believe what they've been psyoped on, and is to spread to the public.
Well, you heard about that new technology they're coming out with where they map the human brain?
That's not new.
Okay. And the 3 parts of the human brain and how they're talking about introducing that into a.
So you're talking about the triune brain, the reptilian, mammalian, and neocortex. Yes.
Yeah.
Continue.
All 3 downloaded into the computer, and then from the computer into a computer brain.
So you're talking about EEG, heterodyning brain waves into a neural network.
No, yes, I'm talking about the actual brain scan.
Yes, that's
what
okay,
yeah.
Essentially.
Curious about how that relates to David Wilcock.
Well, see, let me continue with Project Pegasus. So now it's supposedly a secret government program that allegedly is involved. It involves the use of time travel and teleportation technologies. Now, its focus is recruiting children as chrononauts, basically, to carry out missions across different timelines and locations. You'll have stories like what was his name, Anthony Rodriguez. He's the more popular one now these days, where he talks about being abducted as a child when he was like 6 years old, and he lived an entire life on a different planet as a slave by freaking alien Nazis, basically.
But just to counter that, so you've heard me talk about mind control technologies.
Right.
You've even had Otto talk about what he knows, how they bent the person LSD and put their head on ways.
Right.
They thought they were abducted by aliens.
Right.
So you can literally do that to a person long enough, make them believe your mind control psyop, and turn them into disinformation agents that don't have to be paid, don't know that they're disinformation agents, and are completely
Soviet Union and the US in the Cold War. We also know about the hypnotism experiments, again, committed by the Soviet Union and the US. So, yeah, these people may believe that they've been traveling through the universe, through time.
Now see. Now see.
But there's an underlying program of the brain. They want you to think
that happened.
The government wants you to think they are capable of doing godlike things when they are not capable of things. So you gotta discern between fact and fiction and what's plausible and what's not plausible, and what's likely, what's not likely, what's what Occam's razor versus the impossible. You really gotta look at the psychology of the enemy. You gotta look at the psychology of the people that wish to dominate you. You gotta look at the psychology and what lengths they are willing to go through to achieve their goals. No matter how much they screw you over, how much they steal from you, no matter how much they do anything to you. We have to look beyond all that, because once you know your enemy, that is, no one can have that.
Now, see, that's where it gets interesting too, because like when it comes to Basiago, which V was talking about, he made the claim that the program was initiated back in the 1960s, and it involved around 140 children who were trained to adapt to challenges of time travel. They were also sent on missions to historical events such as the Gettysburg Address and Lincoln's assassination, and some claims suggest they were sent to the future and even to Mars. Now, Basiago claims that the technology used in Project Pegasus was based on the research of Nikola Tesla, and that the program was administered by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency.
That's called a red herring.
Now, the program's goal included gathering information about past and future events, establishing contact with extraterrestrial life, and defending Earth from intergalactic threats. Okay.
Was it the original Star Trek episode that you had this sort of time traveling that was
the young boy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. And then according to, like, if you want to go past Basiago, there was also a guy by the name of Barry Soetoro who was supposed to later become.
The president.
Yeah. So who was?
Yeah, that's right.
Barack Obama.
Also something else that
That's one right there that was supposed to put on the adult when he had to do work on it.
Government and LSD programs. But you could also say that these people were better fixing themselves.
Absolutely.
They
Yeah.
reduced. They just make their own.
Well, see, that would be cool, but the only weird part about all of this shit is it's something Nancy pointed out, which I've known too for a while. They say that Project Pegasus was they tried to discredit it and say it was a Ponzi scam, okay? But the only problem is like they freaking set up their home office right next to where frickin' Nikola Tesla had his laboratory at frickin' Niagara Falls. Okay.
I wasn't sure what he meant by a Ponzi scheme in this context.
Okay, well, let's get to that in a second. But let me also add what's also a part of Project Pegasus. Barry Soetoro, aka Obama, was supposed to have been a clone from feral DNA, which is why he didn't have a birth certificate proving he was a U.S. citizen. So, come on, what do you believe?
Yeah. Okay, and you tell me this isn't I mean, even if this shit isn't true whatsoever, who's to say this isn't a form of freaking psyops? Disinformation that's being pushed.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah.
It's a psyop.
Okay.
Go back to my sort of government-controlled hypnotism and
You have to be able to discern those who are sheep, who are not sheep. Those who are not sheep are not being fooled by the BS. Okay? And then that small group of people are the people the government's going to focus on. And
Hybrids, Roger.
Okay?
Remember on the thing where they were talking about children?
Mm-hmm. Now that's something else too. Like when it comes to the hybrids thing, like Robert was talking about that with the hybrid humans and stuff. It's like they've started talking about using genetically modified, actually genetically modifying humans and having children that are freaking actually clones.
Well, hybrid clones.
You know.
The black-eyed children.
Well, the black-eyed children, that
that
actually,
kind of stuff.
the black-eyed children is actually something like a creepy pasta thing, in my opinion.
And my opinion also, the Tommy Knockers, the black-eyed children, you might get some weirdos out there, but you also got xenophobes out there too.
They tried to clump the black-eyed children up with the star children.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm not talking about.
And them with the indigo children.
You know, now the star children was more of a. It was more of a ufology thing back in like the 1980s and 1990s, not the new updated version where a lot of people believe in that new freaking new age kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like the Stardust children or whatever the fuck they call it now. But like the old star children was the ones who had genius capabilities. Like they were genius. They literally freaking could think.
Like autistic people, like me.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
You know, these kids are pretty much born freaking being smart. You know what I mean? And the way that
that's like literally what I had to go through as a child. It was a pain in the ass. No one knew what autism was. No one knew what PA autism was. No one knew what Asperger's was. No one knew what. So when you are manipulating the food, the air, the water, and you are social engineering, you are bioengineering, you can come up with these stories of what these people are to cover your tracks. You're going to have a situation who will become worshippers of something and become the worshipped. Create a new God, new religion, keep the cycle going, keep them confused.
Well, don't get me started on that, because I do know for a fact that they are trying to create a one world religion as well. Everybody's always talking about a one world government. They're doing that right now, trying to create a one world religion. And I know they've always been doing that.
And the public will perpetuate it. They don't know what else to think.
But when I refer to this stuff, I'm talking about like an amalgamated freaking God. It's not going to be the one true God like the Christians want.
Project Bluebeam was supposed to have like holographic, towering holographic images of religious people who were supposed to merge into one, uniting all religions into one. Project Bluebeam. The other half of that was alien invasion. Fake alien invasion. Because they do have the technology to reverse engineer the Roswell.
Right.
Well, they don't even have to have alien technology. You can dress up a plane to replace something from it.
Hey, Roger, bring that up about that. Everyone talk about the alien, the robot thing. Well, who's in control of the robots? You know, when all that stuff happens.
Well, see, I don't think it's going to be holograms. I believe that they're going to be able to reach right into your brain. It's like you're not going to see holograms in the sky like they first.
What do you think these underground bases are for? These underground cities the military has made. They don't just have to be holograms. They can bioengineer chimeras that look like aliens, and we'll believe it as long as the government and God and the economy says so.
They can beam it right straight into your brain, dude. You don't have to look up at the sky to see it. You know.
Communication is like a TV that's
We have enough GMO chemicals. We have enough chemicals in our food. That this is in the U.S. Maybe not so true in UK and Europe, but we have 20 times the more adulterated chemicals that are illegal in Europe. That is okay here in the U.S. Okay.
Yeah.
When you have that kind of thing going for you, yeah, you can beam. You can do whatever you want to people. It doesn't have to be a beam. It doesn't have to be. It can be a new religious thought. It can be a new charismatic leader. And we are inundated with mind-altering substances that make us. So what you have. When you talk about mind control, you have something that's called a suggestibility index. How easily can a person believe anything that they hear?
Real easy.
Or information that they are inundated with.
You don't have to use technical method. There was such things as nudge units. How do you think the larger population got convinced by the vaccines, the COVID vaccines?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
the mainstream media and celebrities say, yeah, make sure you get vaccination. Go to anyone grab it after that.
How much this would take for Hitler to make Nazi Germany? I mean, we are very suggestible creatures because we have such intellect and such possibilities and a lack of understanding of our universe and science as a basic people.
No, but you take certain people, you can manipulate them to where you can suggest in a certain way to get your point across without saying it, and a person will react to it.
If you can get the people to believe at the slightest suggestion, the people take over the psyops and they'll create their own stories. That's the beautiful part.
All you got to do is get the movement moving. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You can lead someone by the nose to doing whatever.
See, that's what Yuri was. That's what Yuri was talking about too when he came over here. When he was talking about subverting a freaking government or a freaking society, that's what he was talking about. Like all you have to do is learn how to freaking subvert movements. Find the biggest movement that's taking place at the time and subvert the shit out of it.
The CIA, the federal government as a whole has become.
No, you mean the CIA? That would be the CIA.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what he's saying. Now we've come to an hour and 16 minutes. It's getting 10 minutes till 1 here, so
I think this is the most powerful episode we've ever done. So,
well, I told Mark that thank goodness you came back in because I told him I knew you were going to get pretty excited about this one. I knew ahead of time because I'm cool like that. But
yeah, you know me.
Freaking you were getting ready to bail out and everything, and I was glad you came back because I knew you would really enjoy this show. So
absolutely. When you said David Wilcox, I was like, oh my God, I got it because I've been following, not following. I don't know too much about what he's been doing lately, but I know his beginnings and I know what he's doing, and I cut it off.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And a lot of people have, you know, I mean, I personally, like I said, I never fed into a lot of the shit that David Wilcox said. And but the thing of it is the thing of it is with him, I've got to admit, he's got ties to people. There are people that he is connected with, and it's like with this whole Project Pegasus thing, okay?
I want to give a contrast. You have someone like David Wilcox, and then you have someone like Dr. Greer. Are you familiar with Dr. Greer?
Yeah, he's another government shill.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
He's 100%. He's 100.
Real stuff that I've experienced my damn self. He's talking about it. But I'm sorry, I got hiccups. I'm so excited about this. Keep going.
He actually, you know, that right there, he's got government man written all over him. You know what I'm saying? I just don't trust it.
Which one is that, right?
David Greer.
You have to show me a picture. Is that English guy?
We can bring him up in another episode and start talking about him. I wanted to bring this up tonight because this is on the wonderful world of weirdness, and to be honest, this is actually where this needs to be discussed. You know what I mean? In headlines after midnight. So, with that being said, I want to thank everybody for being here. Before we go, you want to give your socials for us, Mark?
Same site as you, minds.com, username, maybe it would be.
How about you, B? How can people get in touch with you?
The most likely place you can find me is probably at your mom's house. I'm talking about you, Roger, but at anyone's mother's house.
Oh, okay.
You know, I like the older women.
Well, if you want to get in touch with me or Robert, you can find us at Rogers Hangout on Microsoft Teams as well as Element Matrix. You can also find us on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. We are at minds.com at Roger_Hansen. And you can also find me on X at Roger at ROGLOL1973. And that's about it. So with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for watching. If you like this episode, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comments section. Let us know if you like the show, give us feedback, or just say hi. With that being said, we're going to end the show, and we will talk to you later. There we go.
Let me I'm very impressed with everybody here. You know,
yeah.
We provide a spectrum of thought and reason, and I think it's kind of perfect. Our synergy here.
That's what I was telling Robert. Like beforehand, I was like, "Man, you got to understand. We come from different directions. It's like you got Mark right there. He doesn't believe a damn thing we say." Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Well, that's a good thing, because you don't want everyone to believe everything, because then where's the thing of trying to not show it, but give an outlook of possibility, you know?
Well, I think what we've developed is a true, unbiased freaking shows, because it's like we're coming at it from different directions. We talk about stuff, but we disagree on all of it.
Yeah.
Well, we're not patients, so we have our
it's like what I found out, okay? When you guys talk about Russia, okay? I did not know this, but this was on a history thing, that during time when the Russia people did not have no leader at all, they adapted their laws to some of the other countries that they made up in the country of Russia, because they needed someone to help take
Well,
to run their country because they didn't have no leader.
He's talking about before. He was talking. This happened like right after the revolution. Okay.
Okay, I think there could be a very, very small gap.
Yeah, it was very small.
Well, not too small because they didn't have no leaders.
Right. Right. This was actually during the time where the United States was actually. This is the first time they occupied Russia.
No. This was even before that.
What's a very small period in 1980?
No.
Right, yeah, right around there.
No, I'm talking about way before that. Okay, this was.
He's crazy.
Well, other countries came in. Well, they were saying on the thing that other countries helped them out.
Well, Russia has never had other countries occupy them except for after the Russian Revolution.
Oh, okay. Well, I know they had some kind of help from other countries.
Like the Russian czars, man, freaking ruled Russia with a tight iron fist. You know, they didn't have foreign invaders. Trust me, like at all. Like back in the '60s.
Why go to Russia? I mean, there was no point. You're in the Arctic tundra at that point.
Yeah.
Nobody cared about Russia.
Russia is.
Do you realize being a part of the royal family was a death sentence?
Yeah, what's that guy's name? The one that they tried to kill?
Which one?
He did die?
Oh, you're talking about Rasputin. We were talking. Me and Mark was talking about that the other day.
Yeah, they tried to kill him so many times.
Yeah, I made an entire thing of the old minds element. Since I've got episode of Trotsky, and I was talking about that reminded me of Rasputin, and I brought up Bohemian's famous 70s pop disco song.
Yeah, you realize like they did all that torture, everything, and they ended up finding his body floating in the water because he had apparently crawled himself into out of the area, fell into a canal, and ended up drowning eventually.
What was it? If I remember correctly, he was meant to be poisoned by some chemical.
Oh, by wine.
He had all kinds of bodies poison.
Yeah, and food and all.
And then got shot 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got shot.
Then drowned.
They cut his throat too, didn't they?
No, they jabbed him.
I don't remember that one, but
no, I think they even jabbed him with a sword or whatever that big old blade.
I believe they tried to give him an STD with a nasty they tried all kinds of things.
Well, they even threw him out the window. Someone did.
Robert's getting excited. He when you start talking about castration and torture, dude, Robert gets excited. And I mean, you guys are like getting him way too adventurous. So.
We gotta have Robert on for we need him in a separate room on his own mic. Next time I'm gonna have Roger in a separate room on his own mic.
Don't ever mention to Robert how to freaking torture somebody like a redneck hillbilly, because he'll start talking about putting somebody's balls on a freaking wood stump.
I am an expert in torture.
Well,
he
Okay. Any police forces looking for you?